There's buildings here. There's stuff that they can find. It's just a question of how far do they want to go. And it looks like Snaker's just full on sending it.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta. Oh no! Ran over himself.
The bounce.
Friends and neighbors, I feel a big one coming up. Watch this. Long about now, I bet that boy wishes he had a parachute.
Oh, well, okay. You know what? 10 points for that landing. There you go.
And there's still. Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Oh, Moody, later. No, you don't go for that. Oh, simply Matthias.
Yeah, they were hoping they could get a little bit further in, but they are right on the edge.
They shot the tires on the vehicle and rolled down on it.
It's like Ghost Run.
No, bro.
22 start the assault up onto the high ground Fiumba, but Vinny knocks 2 of his teammates with a nade.
Look at this. United. They're doing
United.
everything. And now
Snickers.
not like this. He gets
Wait,
a little bit
Relo.
too ambitious, and now Relo's down as well.
Overall standings, E United ends the day on top at 140, but it's not as big of a gap as it was at the end of day one. Yoho bringing it up with 134. Dodge, Sonics, Bing Bang Boom, Fiumba, and Tactical 8 all very close together in 3 through 7. Young Kings 2 at 101.
Source joining me once again is Clover, and as the guys mentioned, Clover, there are, I mean, there's a million different little storylines that we could be following this whole weekend.
Just about coming out. Blood popping off that first aid kit as well. And just as I say that, Rello is starting to connect damage into Balefrost. Finds him down to about half HP. Shots into the smoke. They get away for a better angle. Spots one. Sparking gets the trade, but falls down here. Yahoo! Pick up the win. 13 kills and a chicken dinner. This kickstart is trying to wrap back around.
Grenade.
Oh, I mean, look at the high ground that they still have in this position. Tiggleton is trying to sneak around and challenges. He's going to find one, finds that knock on a kickstart, and looks for an opportunity to flush that one back out. No potential res. This is now a 3v2, but he also got another player down. I believe it was Rello, very, very low.
Yeah, that was a good grenade, followed up by a great spray from Tig. This is now 3v2. E United having to retreat back to the smokes. They're working the edge, and Shrimzy is ready and waiting. What a great read from Shrimzy there as he catches Rello out. And now Snakers, yep, you're just going to go down to the blue here. Keep the point away from Sonics, and he will do so. Sonics get their win. But that's the last first aid for Sharpshot. Down to Bandies now and Flashbangs.
This Rello just kissed the blue zone as well. He had to push forward for it, but Sharpshot is going to connect. Gets him down really low, but ultimately spotted out by Rello. What an ends game for Bing Bang Boom and E United. Ultimately, though, the chicken dinner going to EU.
It's been a joy
wonderful to watch.
I mean,
Yep.
this is what we've been wanting from Wildcard for so long, and I think he brought it up at the beginning of the day, or maybe Cam brought it up. That they just haven't been having the same success with that wide split, that control splits that they like to do. It's actually been costing them more than it's been giving them, and maybe more adjustments now as Wildcard will go down. Easy stuff for E United as they get 12 kills in the win and they secure their first place hold a little bit stronger. The inevitable push from E United. Mime tries to push out a little bit more.
And that's happening.
And
Two Titans fighting, baby, 4v4. I mean, this is the perfect way to end the second to last day.
He gets spotted out. Mime stops down, gets the heels off, but the smoke cloud looming large right now. Reload Flood trying to work the edge here. Gonna get spotted out by Shrimzy. Nice spray coming in from him, and Mime now working around the edge. He's gonna
Oh my goodness!
Sonics just absolutely destroying E United right now. It's down to Kickstart. He'll find another one, but goes down. Sonics not wasting any time dismantling E United.
And here we sit at the precipice of the last day for ESL Masters. E United still in first, but it's not over yet. Sonics won't relent in their chase to try to catch him, and we've got 5 games to figure out who's going to be able to clutch it up and walk away with the crown.
Shrimzy right on the doorstep through the smoke. He hears the feet.
Oh, that's huge. That's one. That's two. Can he get third?
Shrimzy, he gets the 1v1. Psycho spots him out. And that is such a clutch play from Psycho. Sparking 1v1 through the smoke, through the flames. Kickstart's going to be sitting right on top of a grenade right there. He's going to go down, and Reload goes down to that same grenade as Sparking adds to his kill total. And here we go. Where are they going to go?
Just right there to the other side of the road. I mean, this is exactly what I thought they were going to do. This is their best play.
Oh, no, Sparking.
That nade, though. That nade could be
grenade.
really... Oh!
Puts
That's
it in
one.
his pocket.
Oh, and Sparking is just a menace!
Oh my god, he gets 2. And now look at the Trog. They see that kill feed. They're pushing.
that's it.
They're going to get him. It's done. Sonics go down in 4th place. And Sparking still alive. Sparking with 11 kills. A solo performance for the ages.
Actually, one of the best solo performances I've ever seen.
And now Snakers versus DraftKing for the win. 1v1. He's only got 9 bullets. Oh my goodness. He's trying to get over to that crate.
Yeah, I think he's
to
trying
see
to
if he can get something.
I think he's just trying to loot that crate so we can get some 7-6. Oh man, I mean, DraftKing has been so good for this team. Oh, I thought he got it actually.
Oh my god.
Dude, that last spray, and you saw the kill feed name, I was like, oh my goodness.
Wow. I mean,
palpitations.
Fiumba giving E United everything they can handle in this straight up 4v4. It comes down to a 1v1, and Snakers clutches it out. But that is, what is that? A 12 kill win for E United? 13 kill win for E United. That might be the nail in the coffin.
But overall, that means E United is the ESL champion for the 3rd time in a row.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and just pull in the smack talk because I saw earlier Shrimzy said that you guys were going to choke today. Obviously, that didn't happen. Are you guys feeling some rivalry right now with the Sonics or any other teams? Is there one team specifically that stands out now in the Americas that you guys would say is your rivals?
I mean, obviously, Sonics are our rivals. They trash talk a lot, especially Tig. He's got those little, little bit of riders. I'm not going to say what they're riding, but they're riding something on Tig constantly. And, yeah, I mean, obviously they're our rivalries.
They have been our entire career, so it's just them. Shout out to United, of course. They're a big one. Shout out to my family back home. Shout out to the team. Snakers played really well. I think everyone on the team did really good, but Jake top rider in the tournament. I think that's it for me.
Yeah, same thing he said. Shout out to teammates. Shout out to Trevor. Shout out to Nomi. Shout out to United. Obviously, all the fans that support us and not Sonics because they're terrible. Shout out to my family and my girlfriend. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
drilled right through. Okay, Extreme will find Shimboy and bail down to next to nothing. And there you go. Ikuz is going to be right there waiting. Shimboy. Actually, it's going to be Sparking. Finds Ikuz. So Yoho's still in it somehow. Can he slow them down enough to where the rest of the team can arrive before Fiumba gets all the way up to the top? Doesn't look like they will. But Moody is right up top.
He's going to find one.
Gonna open. Oh, there you go. Finds one. Can he get two? Yes, he can. Moody. Is that the real Moody? He's back in action. 2 immediate knocks, instant knocks. Emmy and Capitan now working that cliff side. They'll get Simply Matt a little bit low here. Packhouse coming from the other side will help flush out that kill. You'll find Emmy takes a few shots, doesn't get the knocks just yet. Emmy and Capitan.
Emmy's going to roll the treble. What a pinch. That was actually gorgeous.
Sparking 1v1 through the smoke, through the flames. Kickstart's going to be sitting right on top of a grenade right there. He's going to go down, and Relo goes down to that same grenade as Sparking adds to his kill total. And here we go. Where are they going to go?
Just right there to the other side of the road. I mean, this doesn't. This is exactly what I thought they were going to do. This is their best play.
Oh no, Sparking.
That nade though. That nade could be really.
Puts it in his pocket.
Oh, and Sparking is just a menace.
Oh my God, he gets 2. And now look at the Trog. They see that kill feed. They're
that's it.
They're gonna get him. It's done. Sonics go down in 4th place. As Sparking still alive. Sparking with 11 kills. A solo performance for the ages.
Actually, one of the best solo performances I've ever seen. What a game for Sparking, man. Especially because of the fact of how early he lost teammates. Sparking has been alone for so long.
Another one.
And he's about to wipe 3 teams now solo. Ooh. It's really hard to talk about anyone other than Sparking. The fact that he had 12 kills solo, the fact that he was able to basically pin Sonics by himself, even though, again, Sonics were in a rough position, but that was still a crazy solo performance. I mean,
it's just nuts. Or the inevitable push from United. Mime tries to push out a little bit more.
What's happening? The 2 Titans fighting, baby. 4v4. I mean, this is the perfect way to end the second to last day.
Gets spotted out. Mime stops down, gets the heels off, but the smoke cloud looming large right now. Reload Flood trying to work the edge here. Gonna get spotted out by Shrimzy. Nice spray coming in from him. And Mime now working around the edge. He's gonna.
Oh my goodness!
Sonics just absolutely destroying E-United right now. It's down to Kickstart. He'll find another one, but goes down. Sonics not wasting any time dismantling E-United. 2v2, Snakers and Flood. The smokes are down, but the smoke wall is not very large here, as there hasn't really been a lot.
Draft. He's been big
on the Flood, and now Snakers versus Draft King for the win. 1v1. He's only got 9 bullets. Oh my goodness. He's trying to get over to that crate.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get
something.
I think he's just trying to loot that crate so he can get some 7.6. Oh man, I mean, Draft King has been so good for this team. Oh, I thought he got it actually.
Oh my God.
Dude, that last spray, and you saw the kill feed name, I was like, oh my goodness.
Wow. I mean,
palpitations.
Fiumba giving E-United everything they can handle in this straight up 4v4. It comes down to a 1v1. And Snakers clutches it out, but that is, what is that? 12 kill win for E-United? 13 kill win for E-United? That might be the nail in the coffin.
Matchroom here, and welcome to another PUBG playbook. PUBG is mostly about teamwork, but sometimes when the cards are down and you're all by yourself, you've got to get the points and you've got to clutch. Let's take a couple of looks at some primary examples of this that happen in ESL. Clutches come in all shapes and sizes, sometimes not in aim, but in ideas and ways to move through a map. Day number 6, match number 1, and we're going to be going to circle number 4 that pops off Los Leones. Dodge is tangled in with Tactical 8, while Troglodytes is harassing at range from the circle and Wildcard back behind them to the west. Dodge loses Finna around this position in the first kill of a tidal wave of kill points that's about to drop all across the zone. Dodge then moves to the south and Wildcard exploits the opening to move into Troglodytes. Dodge is outside the zone, spots this, and tries to third party. They get in close and dive into the fight. The problem is they're out in the open. Gats goes down and Hikerman flushes one member of Wildcard, knocks another. Troglodytes then knocks Hikerman from the compound. Ethan now realizes he's out in the open solo and dashes for cover. The good news is Wildcard is down, the team that was behind Dodge on the leaderboard, and now Dodge is tied with Fiumba ahead of them. Bad news though, is Fiumba still have 3 up. Ethan spins the next few circles near Troglodytes, but as the circles continue to shift, it forces a massive amount of teams to the south. In a different part of the map, as Sonics are taking the fight for the top of the hill, 22 makes a push onto Troglodytes. After a while, they are forced to leave and make their way up the hillside. 22 start the assault up onto the high ground Fiumba, but Vinny knocks 2 of his teammates with a nade. And with Troglodytes, 22, and Fiumba on him, Ethan spots out the last member of 22, kills him to wipe the squad. With that, Dodge now moves into 4th place over Fiumba. They spot out and get the kill on the last member of Troglodytes and tie back up with Dodge. Now we are in our top 4. Where Fiumba and Ethan are still up. But sneaky Ethan has had an idea to go into the tunnels that Fiumba has now surrendered. Let the 3 on the top fight it out and see if he can just snag some placement points. The plan starts working. Fiumba dies to Young Kings, and Shrimzy almost clutches up against Young Kings but falls as well. And with that, the blue zone comes in, closes on Ethan. After 10 minutes solo, Ethan gets Dodge 2nd place in the game and ahead of Fiumba on the overall leaderboard. It takes a lot of heart, ability, and mental fortitude to clutch up for your squad when the pressure's on. Day 6, match number 2 is a perfect set of examples set by one person in one game. 6 teams still alive in an open Miramar-filled ending. E-United has a shack for cover and Yahoo wants it. Surrounding them, the third parties in the area are a blessing and a curse. They're damaging E-United, but also stopping Yahoo from being able to make the push that they need to. They're outside the circle, and they have to throw down some smokes and make the move. The first attempt, Punich tries to push and gets instantly dropped by Wildcard. But as there is no cover and the circle now coming in, so many teams have to move. The circle booms with gunfire and grenades. The noise covers the footfalls as the charge comes in from Yoho. Amali is dropped right on top of E-United Shack by Shinboy, but suddenly he is dropped at range from Sonics. But at the exact same time, Snaker takes a frag from Sparking, who is playing outside the shack and using E-United's cars for cover. Relo makes a move to res kick, but Sparking from a covered prone position rolls a nade beautifully right between them. E-United out, Sparking solo in the zone, 13 kills for Yoho and 9 are Sparking. Sparking chills for the shack and waits for whatever is going to come next. And what's going to come next is the Sonics. They smoke off the top of their hill with a few more smokes down the path to cover them to give them time to speed up to get to a dip that they see in the distance. Sonics roar down the hillside, taking fire from everybody as they are aiming for the opposite side of the road from Sparking. He sees them, hits them enough to ensure that they stop, and then lobs in a nade right on top of Tiggleton. From this angle, Troglodytes also have a slight sightline onto the Sonics. Sparking is now back outside and using the E-United cars for cover instead of playing inside the shack where he would be a predictable angle and also just a perfect cubby for nades. Circle 8 pops and Sonics are on the move. Tiggleton jumps into the truck and decides to go Sparking's direction, but Sparking pops him out with an instant headshot, then looks at H1 to hit another. With 2 members now down, the LATAM 1-2 punch hits, with Troglodytes exploiting what Sparking created. Sonics and E-United both dead. Number 1 and number 2 on the leaderboard as Yoho Sparking still is holding out. With the area now under control, Sparking moves to the top of his shack so that way he can get a high angle into the pit opposite the road where Troglodytes is playing. Hits the shots and knocks Posa. As Posa dies, Kill Demo finally manages to take down Sparking after fighting solo for over 5 minutes, getting 3rd for his team and 12 kills just by himself. That is a hell of a statement. You think these plays are crazy? Wait until PCS7. It's the last event for the Americas region for 2022 and the gateway to PGC. Everything is going to be left on the table and every single team is going to try to make a statement. Make sure you tune in because I know it's going to be awesome. Till then, see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to PCS7, and we are firm on the road to PGC. This is the last event to set it all up, so we have a ton of teams that are going to be bringing everything they've got. I'm not going to be alone today. I've got Camby D that's going to be walking through all of the action, but it is just the two of us, so you're going to have to deal with us walking through every single step of everything that's going on today. Cam, you hype? Ready to go?
Yeah, let's do this. We've got a whole bunch of teams. We have a couple of changes coming into this, and as you said, it is going to be the last major of the year for the Americas to see who qualifies for the global event.
Well, let's just run through everything that you guys need to know about the event. We'll try to tackle it all as fast as possible, starting off with our format. We've already done the Open Qualifier, moving through rounds 1, 2, and 3, and we're presently at the regional playoff stage. 18 matches across 3 days, and yes, that does mean that we're going to get 6 games per day. We still not merged with Latin America. They're still doing their own regional qualifiers, but then we're going to group back up for Last Chance Qualifier and the Grand Final all considered. So, we do have 3 days of action, but notice the fact that we've got Group A and Group B today. We have done what we normally do at our group stage, and we have 24 teams that are going to be fighting out different groups of 8 apiece. So we're going to be moving through Groups A and B, and it is going to be a spicy one all considered. On top of that, we have to look at some prize money that's going to be on the table. $4,000 for just the group stage, everybody, for a total of $25,000. But we also have some bonus pricing off to the side of this. It's going to be $250 for each player with the highest kills, highest assists, and highest damage, and $250 to the team with the most chicken dinners. But money is great, but PGC points can't.
Yes, this is what everyone is gunning for. Money is great, as you said, but it's about making your way towards the global event. And these are the points that you will get from qualifying to PCS7 finals. If you win the whole thing, you will have an automatic qualification. Doesn't matter how many you have leading up to this point. And then, of course, it will fall down from there. This is where we are currently standing. Sonics and United at the top. And as the math, I'm sure, turns out, they are basically qualified already. It's teams like Yoho, Wildcard, BBB, Luminosity, and maybe Dodge that are fighting over those last few spots. And don't forget about the sub-regional guaranteed spot for Latin America in this case. 22 Esports, they're currently in that position, but you're looking at Young Kings, Fiumba, and a couple other that might be in the mix, considering 22's disappointing ESL2 performance.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot for a lot of different teams. Latin America, I know, has got a lot that we're going to be looking forward to, but we also should take a quick look at the total groups that we're going to be dealing with in North America right now. We did break them across 3 different groups, so we've got groups A, B, and C, but A and B are our ones today. Do note the fact that that means that no wild card, no Yoho, no spicy fish, but we do, with A and B, get a ton of great teams such as United, Bing Bang Boom. TAC 8 has been making some big come-ups. Rumblers are always going to be loved. Sonics, I feel like a lot of people are going to want to cheer for some Sonics. Dodge, Tokyo Manji Gang, a newcomer, and Luminosity Gaming as well, Cam.
Yeah, a lot of teams. Obviously, Sonics and United are going to be the big dogs in this, the games that we have tonight. So we know we're going to be talking about them. They're going to qualify. We're not worried about that. There's a couple of new teams that I'm interested in. Never Surrender and Mercy Gaming, both of them winning their separate groups to qualify here. And there aren't a lot of names on either of those rosters that I recognize. There were a couple that, you know, you can recognize from way back 2019, but it's mostly a new team. So I'm really curious if we're going to get another Tokyo Manjin Gang of a relatively new team, or at least a new mix, setting the world ablaze.
We do have United. We have Sonics. I know we're going to be talking about them a lot. But because of what happened at ESL, I want to take a quick second and talk about Luminosity Gaming. This is a team that, I mean, shoot to kill. We all know them. They're a phenomenal powerhouse team that did not qualify for ESL. That means one of two things. There's a lot of question marks regarding how they're going to perform here. Was that just a one-off thing, or could this be something bad that's bringing the back scenes? I don't think that's the case. I think that everybody can just have a bad Sunday every once in a while. But I know that Luminosity Gaming is going to be coming in with some gusto, and they're going to be trying to prove a point today, Cam.
Yeah, you know they're not happy with not making it to ESL. Definitely proving a point, as you said. But the team that I'm interested in is going to be Bing Bang Boom. And I know that at this point, I'm pretty sure I bring them up at the start of every event for the past 3 or 4 events that we've had. But listen, there's a real reason for bringing them up this time. Not only have they made a roster change, they're bringing in Gats instead of Old List. They've also made an IGL change. Roth has given that role back to Keenan. They're both still, Keenan made it very clear to me that they're both still going to be co-IGLs. But the hope is, the expectation is that with Keenan with the primary duties, it frees Roth up to continue to make those plays that he likes to really go for without the risk of bringing the rest of his team with them, because we've all seen their games. They do have a tendency to sort of overextend, to get a little over aggressive at times, and so they're just trying to temper that down a little bit. And so when you combine that with the player change, removing Oldless, bringing in Gats, I'm excited to see what this new Bing Bing Boom is going to look like, and if they're going to be that team that we've seen teases of for the past year.
See, it's funny. You say the fact that they're going to play more passive, but I hear like cutting the leash on Roth, bringing in Gats. That makes me feel like we might be seeing them go more aggressive. I don't know. That could just be me, but I know that they are going to be trying to play smarter. All said, guys, we do have to remind you, we do have 6 games today. So we're going to be walking through, no surprise, 3 Erangel, 3 Miramar. You know how it be. That's all considered how it moves forward. But Cam, yes, United and Sonics are in this group. We wanted to focus on those two because those two teams, I think, are going to be where a lot of eyes are drawn. We already know that Sonics and United are going to perform like Sonics and United do. So they're going to be a talking point as we move forward. Before we jump into this first game, Cam, are there any other topics that you're wanting to try to hit onto? Because we're getting everybody in the lobby, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, we do have a couple of teams that are either kind of familiar, like Snow Patrol. Adrenaline has a couple of familiar names with Greta the Goat, N8, Zraven, and Dylan. But then like the fact that Mercy Gaming and Never Surrender, which between the two of them have 2 names that I recognize, both topping their individual groups, I'm going to be looking at them. We might have another Tactical 8 or Tokyo Manji game situation on our hands. And yeah, Tactical 8, it might have taken them a couple of rotations with a few roster changes throughout to really make their way to the ESL finals. But then Tokyo Manji Gang, as we remember from ESL, they were a new mix of mostly seasoned players, but suddenly performing to this really big level that we weren't expecting. So I'm curious to see if we're going to get another round of that, another round of new blood, starting to really give these big names a run for it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love. Whenever we look at the group stage, I know I talk about it a lot at these group stages, but seeing new players come in, new teams that are trying to challenge their way up, it feels like every time we're seeing some of these teams level up. Like TAC 8, I felt has had massive leaps and bounds that they've managed to grow over this year and is capable of continuing the top. Tokyo Manji Game, we're talking about a lot. And teams even like For Funners that we keep seeing repeatedly up here in these positions means the fact that every single time they compete in one of these, they're going to get a greater chance to grow. And I love that because new faces, that's how we keep a consistent PUBG esports scene. And I think that this just shows the fact that we're still very healthy for a long time to come.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't say anything against that. There are a couple of other things that I'm curious about as well. There's Spicy Fish, that they made a bit of a splash. You get it? A fish? Made a bit of a splash themselves going at ESL. I'm curious to see if they can replicate. There's a couple of teams like Spicy Fish. Okay, let me rephrase this. I was about to say something that was kind of mean. There are a couple of teams like Spicy Fish that I'm curious to see if they're going to repeat their performance, and I'm going to put SCG and the Rumblers in that mix as well. Now, because Spicy Fish obviously performed very well for expectations. Rumblers and SCG, in their own unique ways, sort of underperformed expectations. So there's always going to be a question of, are we going to hit that same thing? Is that going to be a trend that we see from them? Are the Rumblers going to miss out on another finals? Because they did lose Corsac. Like, I think losing Corsac is a really big name. Corsac now going over towards Dodge. They brought him in to try and bolster their own firepower just a little bit more. That's a really, I mean, they brought in Lightshow. Yeah, Lightshow is a very, how do we say that, controversial figure?
No, I mean, he used to be, but I think that he's pretty strong these days. He's not the Lightshow of old by any account. I do have to follow up with what you're saying with Rumblers, though, really, because it used to be any Rumblers, but now sometimes I feel like, are there any Rumblers still alive in this game? They don't have that same power that they used to have to them, and I know it's not because God's the caster now or anything else. This has always been a powerhouse squad that sometimes would take a misstep here or there, but never afraid to fight. It feels like a couple of these teams are still like trying to rediscover themselves in the new meta and the new growth. And now that we've had like E United come up, it's not the Sonic show anymore, and it's gotten a lot more disruptive for a lot of these teams in their playstyles.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically the end of the conversation around the Rumblers. We just got to see what they're going to look like with Lightshow in the mix. It's going to be interesting nonetheless. And who knows? Maybe Lightshow being brought in, he can sometimes be a very dynamic player in his own right. Maybe he will allow the Rumblers to he'll open something up new for the Rumblers that they wouldn't have seen otherwise. On the flip side, they also have to balance out that with Valiate, who is known for always being off on his own, which can be a benefit unless sometimes he's overextended and sometimes he's so far away that he's not actually giving that much value to his team. It's going to be interesting to see how that balance works out here.
It's always good when Valiate's by himself until it suddenly isn't, and that's the nature of the beast whenever you have Valiate. But that said, he does open up a lot of doors. I am curious to see the continual growth of what I think is our actual first severe rivalry that we have had in PUBG North America in a long time with E United and Sonics. The fans are going after each other. I mean, we've seen it. Players are going back and forth. I mean, the players know each other and they like each other and they're bantering around. But at the same time, they've all got some statements they want to make. Cam, it's time. No more over talking. We are prepped and ready to go. We are going into game number 1 of PCS7 group stage, and let's go ahead and kick this thing off.
Well, JK, we are going to actually have a pause. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Did I caster curse the start of a game, Cam?
Yeah, the timing of that was perfect. It was almost like it was scripted.
Now I feel bad. Like I don't believe in caster curse. I joke about them, but like I know that I could be an agent of chaos with circles and crap like that. But did I just like destroy a game somehow? I don't know. We've got to pause. One of the players really what's going on needed a second to get back in. First game, we want to make sure everybody's set and prepped and positioned so that way they can come in with the most optimal positions. So while we're getting all of that fixed up, instead of listening to me and Cam, we're going to go ahead and listen in to me and Roth. We've got an interview with them that kind of gave us a walkthrough of what they're going to be looking at moving to PCS7. So let's take a listen in. Here we are prepping for PCS7, and we've got Bing Bang Boom's Roth with us to answer a few questions. Roth, thank you for coming in. So got to kick it off. Easy question. What are you guys' goals coming into PCS7?
Our goals are pretty simple. I mean, it pretty much is like everybody else. We want to try to do our best to win the event. At the end of the day, PGC is super important to us. And right now, if it ended today, we're in, but it doesn't end today. So making sure we stay ahead of LG and trying to surpass wildcard to give a little bit of an extra buffer would be ideal for us by the end of the tournament.
I've heard that you guys have made a change up with how you guys are going to be doing your in-game calling, that it's going to be shifted to where you have more opportunities to make some plays. Like, what is the mindset and what is the change that you guys did?
At the end of the day, we had a lot of issues on the team, I think, with consistency. We'd have some big games back to back, and then we'd have some games with, 0 to 4 points. And, when it comes down to it, I'm not the best at microwing. When I'm IGLing, I try to, I'm very aggressive with what I do. So it's hard for me to always sit there and look and make sure other people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. That was never my strongest suit. And Keenan can feel that he can do that a little bit better. So, Keenan and I have always bounced back and forth with each other. We've always been kind of co-IGLs, but he's going to take a little bit of a bigger role and like have the final say, so that I can have more flexibility and kind of, look to do my own thing and roam around and be more impactful in other areas of the game as well.
So it sounds like you guys are wanting to play more aggressive in your styling, which has been a key to a lot of your success, but I know it can sometimes be a double-edged sword. This looks like this is one of the ways that you're trying to reduce those lower ends like you were talking about. Do you have any other changes that you guys are going to be trying to push up to increase your chances, like maybe some rotations or trap locations that you're looking into? I mean, you don't have to spill any big secrets, but other than IGL, what else you guys got cooking for PCS7?
Nothing really like out of the ordinary. If it comes down to it and we have a chance to, push a team like LG or Wildcard into the LCQ or a team that's a threat, then of course, there may be a hot drop or there may be a camp somewhere, or we'll just see them in the kill feed and, we'll push as long as we're safe at that point. We don't want to end up in the LCQ as well. But, that's about it.
Well, ESL kind of did you a favor with Luminosity having some trouble making it through. So let's see if you can kick that gate wide open and move into PGC. Before we cut out, is there any shout outs you want to do? Anybody you want to give some love to?
Just, all my the people in my stream that come and support me every day, all my fans and the community, my team as well. It's not been an easy transition. You think it's really cut and dry. We're already working together anyways, Keenan and I, and picking up Gats, who is, the kid's insane. He's confident and he fits right in with us. We're excited. Shout out to my family who's super supportive. You think it should be that way, but it isn't always that way. I mean, it's esports, so it's not always, super ideal. But shout out to them. Shout out to you guys for having me, and thank you.
Thank you for your time, and good luck on everything coming through today. Hopefully we will see you at a couple of those winner circles. And with that, let's get everything set. PCS7. Is it just because I don't have the Trassel glasses on? Is that what happened, Cam? Do I need to... Here, we'll go ahead and get this prepped. See? I'm back to being the Matt that everybody knows now, and so we should be good to go to start getting everything prepped in.
No. You're missing a key point. You're missing a key point. Your facial hair.
Oh, that is true.
You gotta have either the goatee or the mustache. You gotta pick one. This clean shaven Matt. Clean shaven is my thing. Okay.
See, look, 5 o'clock shadow is nice though. Like I don't have to worry about whenever. Like I like soup. I don't have to worry about that anymore. That was a problem whenever I had the. Like I remember whenever it was the MPL. One of the players referred to my goatee as druidic, and that was the moment I decided that I should start trimming it back and maybe clean up a smidgen. So we'll have to see. Hey, look! I put on the glasses. We're good. We're in. Looks like everything is getting prepped for the game over here. Cam, plane path looks like it's going to be pretty neutral, just starting in the east and going to be cutting all the way into the west. So just about everything on the table.
Yeah, no real concerns. As I said, there are a couple of the opposite of that. There are a couple of drop positions that have been changed, LG being one of them. So we get our first glance at where exactly it's going to be.
I am very curious with the modifications and drops that some of these teams are making. What it's going to affect moving into specifically circle rotations in the first circle or two, because we see a lot of teams know exactly how they're going to make their rotations based off of drops. This could lead to some interesting early game skirmishes that are not expected.
Yeah, they've had scrims to this point. It's not going to be the most unexpected, but we've had times that teams just really want to ego each other and really challenge for this stuff. So whether it's been worked out in scrims it's not always the case.
Yeah, sometimes you let things go in scrims and then you bring it back in this one and you're like, hey, remember how we let you have that? No more. I don't think that we're going to be seeing any hot drops or any heavy contention by any means, but looks like most of the coast is pretty clear. LG is going to be going very far to the north, Georgia Bowl area, no surprise. We do have some aquatics that are coming in as fools are going and catching themselves a boat and I guess maybe eyeing Novo. Looks like the play.
Yeah. I'm looking at the, what's the word? Dedicated spots, the claim spots, what they have announced to the world, or at least, to each other. And this is looking pretty on brand. No one's really going out except, there is one little change. NS, I'm not used to seeing them all the way in the PUBG, but either way, enough about that. They're dropped. There's no fighting. We're all good to go. Circle is going to be just a little bit towards the west. Tater, you have to go 8. It ruins. Dead center. Not exactly the best spot to be in Circle 1, though, if I'm being honest.
Hustlers Academy, man, they are stretching this out, and they do manage to make landfall, and they're pretty safe over here. Circle doesn't go where they want them to. This is about the easiest opening circle, I could say. I mean, unless it was just due up centered on Pachinki itself. But everybody knows how to play this. There is the northern area of shooting range that has been pretty popular with circles this year, it feels like. But with a circle like this, nobody can specifically say how it's going to go down, but it is going to be one of the cleaner rotations by any means.
We're off right now, checking. A little close to the Sonics there, as you can see. He's just checking to make sure that no one is going to be aggressively peeking him over that horizon. Also going to be looking for any rotations up their area. We know Sonics like to move very, very fast, but with their drop position, Pachinki being so close towards the center, that always sort of raises questions of are they going to try and milk their time for as much as possible or really go as fast as possible?
Well, we're talking a lot about rotations and how to get to specific positions based off of where it's going on with the circle. Remember, we want to remind y'all that we are squad streaming. You can click on the squad mode button right next to the follow button and watch us in the map stream at the exact same time. And that will be very beneficial as there's going to be rotations galore coming into the circle, and map movements in this, I would say these first 2 circles are going to definitely set up how the in-game fights are going to be moving.
Rotations now. Yep, and Sonics, they're already on the move. 3.5 minutes in. If I'm not mistaken, that might be a little... If it's not a little faster than usual, it's definitely on par. So they got looted up. It looks like their kits are pretty good from what we can see. They definitely all have strong primaries. And Pachinki isn't like a loot it's a pretty loot dense area, so it's not too shocking that they're fairly kitted out, but they really want to make sure that they get as central as possible with the opportunity that this first circle has been giving them.
Talking about TAC 8 earlier, I'm very impressed with the changes that they keep making. It feels like they're making revolutions as they move forward. That said, Snow Patrol has been, I guess, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They make it to the group stage on a regular basis. We've seen a lot of these players. We know that they're capable. They still just haven't quite found their way to manage to find consistent, repeated success at this group stage. You never know, though. They might have done their homework, and it looks like they are going to get themselves a very strong point, depending on how they assault this, and if Tater can manage to shoo them away.
Ooh, yeah, unsure if Snow Patrol are chasing Tater. Oh, they know he's there. He sent out some shots, and he definitely did not expect that. A little bit of a, I don't want to call it an overextension because he did drop here and get up loot. It's a nice place to sort of flex in with Razak. But when you're that close to center, you should probably be just a little bit more aware and safe around your surroundings. And the timing on that, when he wanted to like try and start to peacock, what we call it, just shoot out and let people know that you're there and don't come test me, was perhaps a little shy. But as you said, Tactical 8, they make rotations, they definitely take their learnings into the next round. So I doubt we're going to see a similar mistake like that again.
For funners, there's some old school MPL names that we can see mixed into this one. Matthew J. Sank Yaxley coming in. They have lost themselves a Lobes, but that's just been early skirmishes on some of these drops. That can happen whenever we're looking at these group stages, because remember, we do have 24 teams and only seeing 16 at a time, so that does mean the drops can get a bit messy at different stages. You can lose a member here or there. But I wouldn't say that taking a casualty at this stage is the doom of any of these squads. I would be more concerned about the wide open fields that are most of the circle.
Yeah, actually, very fair point. And we're seeing a lot of teams already surrounding those areas. United is not going to be one of them. Of course, coming in from Milta Power, which has been their home for years at this point. They like to be able to use that to sort of backfill behind everyone else. And looking at the map, looks like the teams around them aren't moving as quickly as United are used to. So we'll see if this messes up United's own rotations, if they end up being in front of a team that they weren't expecting.
Well, I mean, that can happen. We often see that in the group stage, teams can be more lackadaisical in their approach. So the more coordinated speeds that we see United and Sonics, they are on timers, on their like looting, getting, and then making their rotations out. So whenever we see these group stage, specifically the fight that's going on just to the north, I believe it looks like two different teams. Yeah, 4 Funners and NS are taking some shots at each other. Does mean that United is going to get a free pass in, but they do have a squad that might be backfilling behind them.
Yeah, there's a lot of casualties back and forth, actually. So United rotating in. They don't seem to be worried about it at all. In fact, they might be liking it. There's going to be some wounded teams coming up from behind them. They could be in position to try and cut them off. You already see a little bit of rotation going in towards the north. That is going to be for this UAZ, but we'll see if they continue that way. But here's going to be that fight in question. Rapid with a very ambitious drive-by. He's only able to knock one onto Yaxley, but Jay Senka is going to be, of course, there to get the trade. And, I mean, okay, well, here's the rest of this.
Isn't done. Coming over, that one worked, though. Okay, get some vengeance back. Can they get to Rafa in time? With the flushes out, are we going to see any retaliation? There's one off in the distance, but I don't think they want anything about what's happening over here. And they make it to Rafa?
Already.
I don't think so. Yep, nope.
Already it's game 1 and we're seeing 4 Funners and no surrender just try and style on each other. Maybe it's a little early for that, guys. Though we might have a third team come up into that engagement. Not to spoil anything, because we are going to still look at E United who are in a spread of their own to try and cut off the stragglers from that.
But we should get some insight. We talk a lot about PGC points, PCS7, and whenever your teams like the Sonics and E United, you're feeling pretty comfortable about your PGC chances. So let's get a listen in on what E United is thinking their goals for this event are.
Since our PGC slot is secured after our 2 ESL wins this year, our goals for PCS7 are really, this is the best practice we're going to get before PGC. You know, scrims before an international are always kind of all over the place, or really high ping, or you're just fighting for spots. So this is our time to focus on our individual team play and our individual play and our team play, and iron out the last few things we need to compete at the highest level. So we're just looking to practice and perform.
Well, you can see, feeling pretty comfortable, as they should, because let's be honest, they've already qualified. There is no magical math that could somehow eliminate them. It's going to be everybody else that's going to be competing for the spots. I do want to remind everybody, though, remember that PCS7 does come with whoever gets first a free qualification to PGC. So some of these teams that are scrapping it up, needing to get some points, might find themselves with an entirely different opportunity. The problem is, you got to compete against EU United and Sonics for that number 1 spot, and that's going to be hard.
Yeah, maybe that's what For Funners and Never Surrender are fighting over at the beginning here. Got a long way to go, though. Don't gas yourself out too early.
I mean, it all starts at a couple of kill points, though, right, Cam? It's going to be how it lines up. But 3 kills for 3 losses apiece? I guess at least it was an equalized trade. This is a very defended Sonics position. Usually you see them playing much more aggressive, trying to, like, control the territory around them.
Okay,
this is all of them inside of a building. It looks like they're just setting a trap and waiting for somebody to try to take this location and then just pounce on them.
Okay, but Matt, you said yourself that this first phase has so many fields around it. Where can they go for control? What are they going to do? Stay in Pachinki?
Well, no, I'm talking about the way that they were lined up. They were, you know how usually they're outside and like looking around, making sure that nobody can get close to them. This time they were inside the buildings and like recessed down.
Sure, but that's very risky at this point in the game to be trying to run around on top of the roofs of that compound. It definitely does look different, but I understand why they would make a play like that. Phase 2 is going to reveal itself. It's going to be mostly centered just a little bit towards the east, and it's going to be confirmed that we're not going north of the river, so teams like Rumblers, or really just Rumblers, need to come down with Snow Patrol. They already got a kill on Tactical 8, and they are going to definitely be fighting for their position, looking at LG, but another send from Fools onto BBB.
Making the run in, doing a dance around inside the cars, and that is a quick run in, coming out from Oldless and getting spotted through the window, gets the spray and gets a quick knock. That was an easy pickup for Oldless. How is the response going to come on the other side of it? Looks like BBB can't make too many movements because, remember, EU United is at the northern position around them, so BBB just kind of has to let this one go.
You're cutting me? You're cutting me? Oldless comes in and gets immediate revenge onto Keenan. Keenan had a good... I liked how Keenan was approaching that defense with a little bit of an aggressive nature, but still in a 1 versus 4 with only Gats with a real potential angle to defend you. They are going to get a bit separated and isolated. Keenan gets confirmed.
BBB's making a push into United after this. I feel like maybe do they know that they're there?
Oh.
They're stepping into this. Yeah, okay, they're moving to the warehouse. United is hunkered down. I guess maybe they're just surrendering position. No, Sharpshot's getting lit up. He's already down. Kickstart's going to pick that one up easy. Gats is going to take some shots, but that's not going to be enough to dissuade anything United's doing.
Yeah, that reads as if they didn't know United were here. I didn't know they were there. They just snuck in, it seems. And so, or maybe the distraction of Fools crashing in is what opened that window for United. But either way, that's going to be 2 down for BBB already.
This is scary. Okay, so E United is taking positions where they can potentially catch people off guard that are already taking third-party fights.
Yeah.
That means that E United is coming in not with a, oh, hey, let's just qualify for this. They're coming in with a, we're going to dominate everybody and we're going to be aiming for extremely high kill counts, even in the group stage. And, I mean, if you want to flex, this could be the place to do it.
Listen, didn't Trevor just say that they weren't targeting anyone? They might not be targeting anyone specifically, but they're going to be targeting this entire lobby and say, if you guys want to qualify, you got to go through us. Listen, we don't make the rules. That's
we're not targeting anyone. We're just targeting everyone.
Now Roth and Gats separated like this. They're basically going to have to play as solo at this point because the only way for them to really gather up with each other is for both Fools and E United to try and leave. And for that to happen, it would have to be a hard shift going towards the west or the north.
What's Maji got cooking over here? He's just parking the cars in the garage. I don't think that anybody from BBB is looking at your tires right now, man. I think it's okay, all considered. BBB is kind of in an awkward spot with having... They're separated out. You can see that Roth is going to be in the distance over there with Gats, now having to contend with 2 members of Fool that have crossed the road. So Gats caught between a very aggressive Fool and a E United that's just watching behind them. He's prepped. Flashbang could give him the opportunity, but this is just a waiting game.
Yeah. The flash is in hand, so the second he hears a footstep, the second he hears a primary grenade from one of them, from Fools pushing in, that he'll have an immediate counter at the ready to at least buy him some time to figure out where the push is going to be coming from, if he can bail out the back way without running into E United. But the shift does come in. It is going to be a hard shift. It is going to be a hard shift all the way towards the northwest. I might have spoken too soon. That river is still going to be in play, but Ruins Center and Snow Patrol with that initial push that we saw into Tater is going to have control of that area.
Sunken City looks like it's going to be the target for EU United with this reposition. BBB Gats might find himself with some safety. Roth's going to go ahead and hop in a vehicle, make a run of his own. South could be pretty compacted. As you can see, a lot of our teams that are looking to potentially qualify are all going to be coming in on that southern vector, and LG is going to have a position place that they can take shots into them. Full making the move, but honestly, I feel like AB in this wide rotation to the north might be the most favorable. TAC 8 is going to take some shots, but it's all about defending territory. TAC 8, that's taking shots at EU United. That is going to potentially be a problem because they will come.
Ooh. Oh, I was going to say, good grenades coming out from Zenny. Is going to knock one into Flood. Kickstart is going to be there with the potential revive, but you could tell with Zenny's perspective, the second that kill was in the kill feed, or the knock rather, he turned around and was like, wait a second, maybe I can actually get more from this. Let me line that up again. Hooligan has more grenades of his own, and that is going to confirm that knock onto Flood, so United officially down to 3.
United have a couple of kills, but now have themselves a lost member as well. They do have the Badlands, but that means the fact that they have to be careful. They don't have a fully covered position. It looks like TAC 8 is content with what they've got. Meanwhile, Roth has found himself in a very dangerous spot. He's got Dash on the other side of it, does get the drop onto him, and it's going to be at range. Some assistance coming in. Roth also gets the spray in and does manage to survive through that one. Has got to be careful. He is being shot at range, but does hold on, so BBB still has one member alive.
It gets a couple of kills. It makes it at least somewhat worth it this round. If Roth can grab a few more as a solo player hidden in Ruins, it wouldn't be the worst game. Ace's crew also finds one. That's going to be Freeze taken out from Mercy. And now some more shots as the rest of the team is going to try and pull up and retake this, or at least not retake this out of the zone, but at least try and drive past and get some area in the circle.
Yeah, this is with the water that you were talking about to the north. We've got the river and the mini island that's in between the rivers that's going to be north of Ruins, but we also have the fields that are going to be that eastern area around Gatka. That's why we're seeing, look at this wide open area and how everybody can see. Luke's just got a freebie into sneak attack, who does get sneak attack, and he's going to be flushed out quite quickly. LG has a lot of vision in what's going on over here. It's really just AB that might be able to harass him, but I mean, LG, they're not going to surrender this position. It is so strong.
Yeah, I was really worried about how Mercy would be able to get into this next zone because of LG's positioning here. Not a surprising spot for them to be holding coming in from South George, and they're really making it work with the control over this area. They are a bit spread, so if one of them does get taken out, we can start to see that maybe get dismantled, but at the moment, they're maintaining control. Only one kill so far, but at this point in the game, that's not something to be worried about.
If you told me that we were going to have multiple teams already down when I saw that first circle, I would not have believed it. But this circle is already getting wild. Shift's going to come down. LG and Sonics both quite content with it. Dodge does look like they're going to be lining up against TM in just a moment. E United just have to hop over a couple of steps. The west and the east and the north look like they can get very clustered quite quickly. But Luminosity with these sight lines is just going to continue to harass Mercy. Maybe Ace might be able to relent a little bit. There you go. Dr. Spoon does take down Pinta, and that's going to allow the potential for maybe Lucid to survive for Mercy.
Yeah, we'll see about that, but now grenades coming in on Roth. It looks like Snow Patrol have figured out where the rat in their midst is. They smell the cheese. It's a big hole to try and nail the grenade in. I mean, you can get it in the hole, right? But there are a lot of positions that Roth could take to run away from the explosive damage. They're not quite as wide of lethal damage as the grenades used to be.
It's not about getting it in the hole. It's about making sure you hit the right spot, or at least that's what I've always been told. I mean, Roth knows how he's going to be able to dodge that one out. Luminosity's still holding control over the area, and Dr. Spoon does go down. No Cap finding himself in some trouble as well. Lucid is making a move into the circle because Ace has managed to distract LG enough. They're going to go ahead and regroup in that position that they were holding down beforehand, and it's getting a lot more quiet. Really, it's just to the east that's still going to have the ruins being a problem.
Purdy did get revived. LG going to maintain their position here. It's a really strong position now. They've condensed down into one compound with some good sight lines. But here's that part that you were mentioning. A send in onto E United. They get one, they get two. Not a most successful send, but there are still two remaining from Fools, and looks like more drive-by attempts are staying the course.
I mean, are they going to stop for this? I don't think that this is where you want to stop. Vegas is kind of roaming around. He's taking some damage. He doesn't have too many options. Oldless is in the middle of the Badlands. He can cut through, but even if he does manage to dodge this out, there's going to be rumblers that are going to be north of this. TAC 8 is still dancing around the outside of it. Lucid does get spotted off over to the west, so he does go down. It's going to remove Mercy, all considered, but Cam, everybody in the East in this Badlands area still needs to make some moves, even E United.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. At least the players that are remaining are doing a good job of stopping the push by Fools. We'll see what Vegas' flank tries to open something up. But yeah, even if they do take out all these players, they're going to still need to move in on their own. So I guess the name of the game, the win condition right now, is just to get kills while you can, because at some point, Sonics, who have been chilling in the center this whole time, they're going to come alive.
The problem with it is Fool moved over here to harass E United, but the issue is Rumblers took the opportunity, saw the opening, cut in on this, so now are in a good position to hold up anything that Fool's doing. Already got one of their members down. To the north, TAC8's having to deal with one of the Rumblers, so multiple members for the Rumblers have managed to at least start to assault this, but Zinni, who has been starting off all of this that has happened in the Badlands, is still got a position where he can gatekeep out. I like this from E United, say, dude, it's too hot, let's get out.
I mean, they gotta. They absolutely have to. It's a good idea to try and trim the fat when there's a lot of sparse positions here on the east side, but it got way too hot for them, so it was a good timing for them to try and find a way out, but in Phase 5, it's going to continue to move away from them. This would have been a decent ridge to hold on to, but then you still have to ask, where are you going to go for now? Fools does get eliminated with Tactical 8, and Rumblers, they still have to worry, and that's Snakers didn't even rotate with this team. He wants to take this fight.
Snakers just doing Snakers things right now. TAC8 has got to be careful. The rest of E United look like they might be coming to reinforce, but it is going to be dodge at range that does see Snakers taking those shots, and so instead looks like they're going to regroup and get away from that. TAC8 gets some freedom. Do want to note that Roth is still alive, is in that ruins area. He does have AB that's coming behind him, but E United being much more roaming, because again, note, not inside the circle. These guys are content. They hear the firefights and they want to capitalize off of it.
Not a lot of cover for them right now. So Tokyo Manjin Gaming might have the advantage here, and Zealot is positioned very far forward. This could be a big surprise for Dodge. Waiting for the rest of the team to engage first, and he's going to be that surprise left-hand punch.
E United is taking a lot of damage over here. Dodge and Tokyo Manji Gang, they're feeling each other out, but nobody wants to make any big moves. We were talking about this area of the zone is very, very open, and that's where the circle just kept pulling. So LG in that position has a lot of vision, and whoever can get control over this hilltop could get a lot as well. But Tokyo Manji Gang finds a beautiful angle into this. A 1-2 punch coming up from Zealots and Juarez. Now can they continue to follow up? They've got multiple members up. Finna at range has already taken a lot of damage. Hikerman tries to come in, but the nade lands solid. Hikerman trying to defend up Corsac, seeing if he can keep him alive. With Finna having to retreat, he's all by himself, and he can just do nothing with it. Angle comes out, and Zealot's just got to read. Shooting at the ankles, he's going to go down, and now it's just Finna all by himself.
Oh, there it is. He does finally get removed. There's no way that you prone in the middle of a road and not get punished for it, but the rest of Tokyo Manji Gaming are there, and Dodge get eliminated. And the revive is going to come through as well, or at least it should.
Look on the other side, you can see that E United did manage to rebound what was going on and bumped into a, well, I should say TAC8 bumped into them as they came. Zinni's going to go ahead and get the flush out. Does have Palix that is down in front of him, but that's going to be a hazardous push, all considered. E United looks like they could be moving away from this one. Gets a tag on him just to let him know that he's still there. Palix is going to go down. So now Relo, I guess, is sending it out in the blue, but Zinni's going to spot that one. That was an easy pickup.
Yeah, good flick onto that. Just seeing a little bit of model coming out of the smoke. United do get eliminated with that difficult push, and now Rotho is going to be taken out by the blue. There's no time. There's no time, and they do get eliminated. They at least get another placement point as well. So 6 points total for BBB, losing 2 early on. I'd say it's a pretty good recovery. But now Zenny, what can he do? I don't think he's healing with enough time. Just barely made it, I think. But again, as you said, this is only Phase 5, and we're down to virtually 4 teams. If you don't include Zenny solo healing out in the blue, that just shows what we've been talking about this entire time, how sparse of positioning there is to hold so much open ground, so much open field. And now Sonics, they are now taking the rooftops. They are now taking the ground to get that information and start to apply pressure and make an opening for themselves.
Sonic's position is good, no longer in circle though, so it's all going to be about that decline from the hilltop, that it's going to be LG controlling, and this is exactly how LG wants to play this. Whenever they have a good fortified position and they can control the area around them, they can put on so much pressure to the teams that are going to be around them. Issue is, Sonics is one of those teams, but luckily enough, it's going to be Sonics taking shots into Snow Patrol that's going to force them into the north, and that's going to be right into Pinta's sight line as well. So Snow Patrol has their work cut out for them just to make it into the circle.
Yeah, I don't know which way is better for them. They could run full into Sonics and take a 4v4, but a 4v4 versus Sonics, you got to be United if you want to hope that that's even a 50-50 shot of victory. But then if you swing the other way, you're going to be running out in the open, and we know LG's own little spread, so you got to just choose which poison do you want here. Mitchy Boy does go down to Shrimzy.
I don't know if they have any vehicles, even based off the way they came into this. They could maybe make a wrap to the south. See Tokyo Manji gang trying to cross that open area. They've got some trees, rocks for cover, but it's going to be Luminosity with high ground advantage looking down into this one. 3 members are lined up into Tokyo Manji gang right now. Pinta, I think, is aware of what's going on with Snow Patrol, so he's still keeping an eye on that. And just look at this. This is just like shooting. What's that old like carnival game where there's just the ducks that are lined up and they just go back and forth across the strings and you like shoot at them and just knock them over to win prizes? I feel like that's what we're looking at right now.
I don't know. There's a name for it, but no, I get the analogy. Alo, he wants that big giant plushie.
He's about to get it, man. This is gonna be rough. Snow Patrol maybe assaulting Pinta could be the distraction that Tokyo Manji gang desperately needs for themselves. They're throwing down the utility, throwing down smokes, but that's the only cover that they have to work with, and this is a team that can read it. That said, Snow Patrol is making that push back behind Pinta. I don't know if he's seen them just quite yet. Is he going to feed that information over? And I think finally he's going to spot it out. How is LG going to respond to this?
I don't know. Penta took damage almost immediately, so wasn't able to get any sort of defensive spray down. I like this decision to retreat, not going into a vehicle, instead just going to take the second building back, allow them to get the first, and that gives time for the rest of Luminosity to show up. Luke takes one.
Just an easy pick off on that. I love the reposition coming out. Luminosity is playing this beautifully, gets the drop on Mitchy Boy. Remember, he was down just a moment ago, so pressure definitely mounting over here. Snow Patrol did sneak into this point, but with this one member having to step away into LG to provide this reinforcement means the fact that Tokyo Manji gang is finding some safety for some time. Now, Snow Patrol trying to move forward, still has Lamborghini up, still has another member trying to walk back behind it, but not gonna be for long. That nade lands right on top of him, and Lamborghini all by his lonesome now.
It was a risky play, blew right behind them, pushed through hard cover. So it was very, very low, not terribly low percentage chance of success, but definitely less than 50% running into LG in this situation. So you can't fault Snow Patrol too much for that. Lamborghini right now just trying to stay alive, waiting for the next zone, or at least for the zone to close. And at the very least, he's making it difficult for LG. They need 2 players here, or at least they're putting 2 players here to watch the final player of Snow Patrol, which means that Sonics, they're going to be taking priority.
Yeah, they're still leaving one behind, but Lamborghini is just going to go ahead and get toasted by Pinta, giving him a Viking funeral. So the North continues to be strong for Luminosity, but while all of this was happening, Sonics did move closer to the center with one member for Tokyo Manji gang still up, just hugging that zone wall, hoping the fact that something will happen to relent the bullets that are falling on his head coming from Luminosity.
Keeping your eyes peeled. LG do still have the high ground, or at least Penta and Luke.
Yeah,
but it's not like they can just push down directly from it. They could try and take those trees, but there's always going to be a threat, especially because they know that there's going to be one remaining player outside of the Sonics, and they're going to be trying to suss him out. How am I bad? Wait, whoa. Penta might not be aware of this player. Oh, okay. Oh.
I like this. They were aware of where Sonics were, so they were just setting a defendable position, and they knew where Hello was as well. They risked that to take a couple of shots to now have a defended line. The issue now comes into play is how is Sonics going to counter around this? Hello, my bad. Still has a good angle onto anything that LG can try to bring out. It's going to be on Pinta to try to get some more out of this, but he's going to go down. Hello, my bad. Knocks him, and this could be an even bigger opportunity for Sonics. LG, after the troubles that they had at ESL, they want to win this first game of the group stage. Start off on the right foot, but they're being picked apart on the side, and yes, Pinta is going to get flushed by Shrimzy.
Yeah, you said they knew where Hallow was. I don't know if that's... Okay, immediately delete. Well, they know where he is now, at the very least. Luke 12 takes him out. TMG removed, and now Sonics have the upper hand in a 4 versus 3, but do not count LG out. They already have 9 kills, and they are just ready for more. But Shrimzy immediately off on the side, takes Purdy out. They're being surrounded.
Just so many angles. Sonics has a position where they're holding to the east as well as the north. They're wrapping in. Luminosity now finds themselves on the back, and it's going to be Sonics that picks up our first game. 6 kills and takes down Luminosity, who gets second with a 9 to 10 count, all considered. So well played to them. And there we go, Cam. That's how we're going to kick it off today. Sonics. Who would have thought?
I mean, I probably could have guessed. They like to win. They like to win a lot.
I do.
And it's really good to see the Sonics. At the very least, I'm actually glad that LG got second because you know what happened the last time Luminosity won the opening game of a group stage?
Are we really going to go with that curse?
They did. Hey, but listen.
I've heard the curse is if you get first in group stage. Now it's if you win the first game of group stage. What is the actual curse at this point?
I don't know how to break this to you, Matt, but curses aren't real. So we can make them up to whatever we want it to be.
Well, guys, okay, that is our first game that is over and done with, but don't forget that there is a lot going on. Even whenever you look at the game itself, we've got Destin that has come out, and you know that you love it. It is the latest 8x8 map to enter rotation. Destin features new utility items, new vehicles, and brand new weapons. I mean, no matter where you go on this map, it is going to be fun. I love going to Hydro Dam, but you never know. You could also go into the city and just get sniped to pieces as you're trying to like re-parachute into all those different angles. Play yourself some sneaky espionage games over there. That's pretty fun too, but we're going to go ahead and start trying to get everything prepped up for this next game, what means the fact that we're going to take a quick break. We will see you guys in just a few minutes to get everything set up and move into game number 2. You guys stick around.
Squad, yo, wanna know your eyes when it comes to the best. You
Well. Kicking off the first game should be no surprise. It's going to be Sonics finding themselves another chicken dinner. These guys are never going to be hungry. I feel like they've got a lifetime supply of chicken dinners that have just lined up, and they deny poor Luminosity, who just wants to get some momentum under their feet. They want to make sure that they get past the group stage, but poor Sonics just won't let them have it.
Yeah, they just had all the angles. We were looking at Luminosity's perspective at the end there. It was just like, oh, you're dead. Oh, they're dead. Oh, they're dead. I guess. Where did the Sonics come from, really? I don't know. Maybe the distraction by Hallow was that big. But either way, good run from both of those teams because Sonics, they got the win. Luminosity, they had probably the most kills of that entire game, even though they only got second. But the winner, Sonics, that's really what we care about. The kills and damage, they actually pumped out a lot more damage than they were able to secure into kills, which I think leads into their central position. And I wonder how many knocks that they got that were actually stolen from them looking at these numbers.
I mean, this is an obvious control area that they were holding down. Keep in mind, they were taking shots at Snow Patrol, and those shots are what forced them to go north and disrupted Luminosity's whole defense. So really, while they didn't get the kills, they got the victory based off of that damage and pushing Snow Patrol exactly where they wanted them to go.
I mean, you try telling that when they have 3-4 kills stolen.
Yeah, that is true. That especially
you're
when
right.
they got some money on the table for top kills. That does kind of suck, but it's okay. Like for real, we already know that they're going to be continuing to provide snakes.
Matt, Tig needs another laptop. You don't understand. But here are the highlights in from the previous game.
Laptop Shrimsy, I say it right now.
Fools just run in. Oh, this is a very aggressive maneuver. I actually didn't realize that he jumped through that window to get this position, and Keenan almost caught him off guard. But this was the beginning of, again, I'll repeat myself, ended up being a fairly good game for BBB, all things considered. Like, their start was really, really bad.
It was a very good job at damage control. I will say also, Fool came in with some confidence. We know a lot of the players that are on Fool. I wasn't aware of how they were wanting to play this one, but it's pedal to the metal quite literally as they just rushed into that, and they were confident the entirety of that fight.
Yeah, and here's Luminosity. This is where we started to see them take control of their western area. The circle did shift in their direction. And while they had control, E United had chaos on the east side. Fools continuing to push in onto them. We see the Rumblers to the north, and then Tactical 8, and none of these teams really came out with a huge benefit. Except, of course, TMG.
The circle was just so mean to so many of these teams. You can see fighting up on the hilltop, they were having to stay very low because at range, teams could even see them because remember, they did have Sonics in point. They had E United off on another angle, and they still had LG that could be capable of spotting them if they crested the hillside just to the left of here. That's what led to a lot of the awkward fights all considered. So once this fight ends, they still have to move down, and it was just... there's just no cover to be had in that one, Cam. It was just fighting tooth and nail just to avoid an angle where you would die.
Yeah, you can see the match leaderboard here, which of course, being only one game in, is also the overall leaderboard. Sonics in first, Luminosity getting second just by a hair because of the kills that they were able to get, and TMG, Tactical 8, both just behind as well. And I didn't realize how many kills TA were able to get from that early game central position. Not too many placement points to add on into it, but 7 kills is definitely a good start for them. And TMG, Tactical 8, these are both teams that we were wondering if they'd be able to repeat their performance from ESL here in regionals, and so far it's a really good start.
I mean, ahead of EU United is not a bad place to be in the first game, right? They managed to put up some good performances, and this just leads into the fact that I feel like we're starting to see more and more strength rising out of these group stages because people are treating them very, very serious. I still can't believe we saw so much early game action inside of that circle game because that's supposed to be like a closed circle, and we lost 3 teams by the time I think that we were in circle 2 or 3.
Yeah, you can blame a little bit on the lack of territory, lack of playable positions. You can blame part of it on that, but that early fight between Never Surrender and 4Funners, that E United,
that was just for fun.
And a little bit, yeah, that I don't know if that was relevant to what playable positions were in this circle at all. There's probably a little bit of teams trying to stamp their mark in the very opening game.
Well, I mean, I guess if you like lose to a drive-by and so you have to counter it by bringing back a drive-by, maybe that's the mentality that comes in. If you get styled on or you try to style and it doesn't work, then you do have to bring the style the next time around. There's a lot that we're looking at because this is just the first game. And remember, we do have 3 days of action, but this head-to-head can kind of give you an idea of what was going on. Sonics did actually out-damage Luminosity from the lower ground position, which is, in my opinion, quite surprising.
Yeah, actually. It is a low ground, but it is the center. Luminosity Gaming, they had limited targets that they could take shots at from that west side. It was only really the stragglers that were trying to wrap either north or south, like Mercy and Snow Patrol as two examples of that. I am surprised that Sonics were getting more average damage because of the kills. I'm going to look back after this, I think, and look at how Sonics played that game out, because we really didn't see them from on our perspective until the end game, where they were really pushing out of their compound. It looks like they were in a lot more fights, trying to establish control a lot sooner than I think I noticed.
I mean, this is kind of the lay of the land. I mean, you can see it's Luke, Shrimsy, Purdy, H1, Roth. These were our key components that we kept coming back to. Roth and his somehow surviving through the worst conditions that are humanly possible and trying to fight his way through that. But it was just that in circle. The control that both of these squads had was so constricting on anybody else that was trying to move in. It took a 1-2 punch coming out from Sonics and Snow Patrol to dislodge Luminosity in the defensive line that they had set up.
I'll say, looking at this top 5 damage, it's really, really good to see Luke 12 at the top. He was one of the star players of STK back in the day, a year or two ago. And recently, past couple of events, maybe even more than that, he wasn't looking to be as strong of a star player as he delivered his first few tournaments with the squad. So seeing him back on top, even if it's just for one game, gives me hope that LG might be coming back to their former strength. It's only one game. Only one game.
Say it like that. It's great to see him coming back to his former strength. If it's only for one game, yeah, sure, that's great.
We only have one game worth of stats, is what I mean. We'll see if it continues. It's a good little tease. It's a good little tease, but it could just go the other direction at any moment.
I will remind everybody that we are dealing with group stage, so some of these teams are kind of newer to getting into the lobbies and doing everything like that. So we're not going to rotate just as fast as I know that some of you are going to want, but we are getting that stage as fast as possible. We just want to make sure that everybody is situated, got everything that they need to, so that way I guess they can hot drop and try to drive by each other in buggies at the start again. I don't know.
More of it. We just want more. We just want more.
That's fine. We got to get everybody in so that way we get to see that, right, Cam? That's the way it works.
Yeah, that's true. We don't want any, what is it, like 3 Alive Phase 5 scrim nonsense?
Yeah. Here's my question. E-United, more aggressive playing the Badlands, because the Badlands can be beneficial, but they were being harassed by a lot. The circle just kind of made their life harder than I guess the other teams did, because the other teams came due to the way that the circle lined up against them. Do you think that E-United is going to continue that more, I guess, aggressive play, even the fact that wasn't beneficial in the first game? I know E-United, it's just the first game. It's hard to analyze everything off the first game, but it felt like E-United was wanting to play that very aggressive. Do you think that's going to continue?
Part of it is, I think they are going to be playing a little more aggressive in this lobby, because they know of the average skill level here is going to be lower than what they expect in the finals. That's no mark against the teams that came up from opens. That's just the way that it is, right? But more importantly, I think it's just that's how United play that circle. They come in on the edge and then look at phase 4, phase 5. If they're not in position, they're going to try and send towards a position in center. There weren't really any good options for either of those game plans there. They got a couple of kills. They're not in a bad position. They're still in 5th. They have 6 kills. That's actually looking pretty good, judging at what tools they had at their disposal this time around.
Well, I mean, technically, if we were talking about E-United, it was disposal because they didn't make it into the end circle. Oh, there we go. But we know E-United's going to make it there, and they were fighting. They were approaching that circle in the least rat way possible. So that's exactly how they were wanting to play it. I still have to go back to Tokyo Manji Gang, making it into the later stages there. Snow Patrol making it into the later stages. And not just like sneaking in and just getting into the spot. They were playing for kills. They were playing for positional control.
Yeah.
In what was a circle that killed a lot of other teams and managed to find successes in it. I mean, I would start to be concerned if you're trying to be one of those teams like Bing Bang Boom that wants to position themselves and sometimes try to climb to the top, but the middle of the pack might be more aggressive this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to focus in on Tokyo Manji Gang specifically with this one. It's good to see that they're not trying to adjust their play style, that they're not humbled in a way, like cynically humbled, like badly humbled. They're not demoralized from the struggles they had during ESL. In fact, at ESL, they actually got better from the very beginning, but they came into qualies for ESL, the regional groups, and they just played very aggressively. They didn't care who they were going up against, and they're continuing that here. I mean, it's a new team. They're not new players. Talon, My Bad, Colton, Juarez, and Zealot, a couple of those players we've seen for a while. But always with the new roster, there could potentially be that, oh no, we're up against E-United. Oh no, we're up against the Sonics and LG. These are like big superstar players, right? They're not having to worry about that at all, it seems.
Well, let's go ahead and stop talking about game number 1 and move into game number 2. Plane path's going to be coming over Military Base Island, most notably Novo specifically, and going to be ending up around Georgia Pole. So if you're going to be trying to go to Yasnaya, it might be a touch of a problem, but that's going to be about it. That said, we saw a pretty friendly circle to start this one off. This plane path might give us some spicier circles here.
I mean, we just talked about how that first circle was not very friendly, or
Well,
I guess the way
about the first circle, Cam. Come on, some breaks, man.
Yeah, I guess you know, fair point. I guess it was the players that made it not so friendly in phase 1, but we'll see. Yes, true. As you said, we'll see how this one plays out. Light show from the Rumblers here. We're going to be watching Fly down to go towards their drop spot. Okay, eyes on J-Sync. 4 funners going to be right next to them, but nothing too out of the ordinary. We are going to see Never Surrender, who was the team that was at Lipovka, as their alternate drop. They're going back to Sosnovka Island, which is where we're used to seeing them. And yeah, it looks pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, and no big changes on this one. No big damage points, I would say, are risky. We can see that the buggies that were contested beforehand looks like that might have calmed down. I don't see any big contestations coming out for those even. We do have Rumblers with some friends that are going to be pretty close from funners, but they've got the inside track of the vehicle, and I think that's going to be all she wrote for that. Get that separation out. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the circle and see how crazy it can be. But no Snow Patrol, and they're going to be going all the way and stretching over to North George, and that's going to make the rotation kind of interesting whenever we see the way the circle lined up. I guess we're just slowly moving to the west, Cam.
Yeah, not just that, we're also getting a little more aggressive as time goes by. It's a fair bit of water here. It's not the most egregious that we've seen. There's a small little bit of Sosnovka for either Never Surrender or Fools to maybe play off of, though the chances of it swinging down this way throughout the game is very, very low. But it's still only about, what are we going to say, 60% playable? And you can't forget about the fields surrounding Gatka and the southern fields there as well. So we might actually see a couple of early fights, whether teams want it or not.
After last game, maybe they might want it. Who even knows? I'll consider with that one. But I mean, this is a good circle for the way we see the lineup coming out with Tokyo Manji Gang. This is going to be a quick rotation. Mercy also has got pretty good center control. Ace, we didn't get a chance to see a lot just due to what ended up happening with them, but they were a team that was trying to be as aggressive as possible in what was a hard position to play from. So now that they do have themselves finding the circle quite quickly, there could be some benefits out of that. Even whenever we look at Sonics, the Chinky is inside the circle, but we know that they're going to rotate fairly quickly. So really, it's just about how you're going to fight for position in that quarry lines and to the west of that, I guess.
We'll see where everyone ends up. I don't expect that these current drop spreads are gonna maintain at all. That would be incredibly greedy. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, wait, I think I saw a shot. I think it was from Alo here, from Luminosity, shooting out towards south, maybe just trying to test the waters, see if anyone answers back. But Luminosity, we know they're going to be wrapping from that west side. It's not even a wrap for them. It's just going to be going straight south, but it's going to be that western highway. They could take those rocks on the... I don't think they're going to be on the coast quite so early.
Question is, are they even going to do the stop by Everest? They do that every once in a while just to get some vision on what's going to be going in front of them. Snow Patrol is pretty close, and Mitchy Boy is actually the one that's going to take that strategy and look down into the circle. There is some benefit just due to the range that Everest is going to give you in that vision. Not a lot to be seen just quite yet, but LG should have about the easiest rotation they could ever want into the circle, as nobody should be in front of them. Mitchy Boy, there we go, doing his mountain goat lifestyle, is the only people that can really see him are going to be Luminosity, who are still in their loot phase. Just now it's about what he can see and feed that information over to the rest of the boys.
Yeah, what's the torque on that Jeep? That's pretty impressive. That looks like it shouldn't happen.
What impresses me are the brakes on these vehicles. You can stop them at like the steepest angles ever. I just gotta say, our car physics is amazing, right?
I'm not a car person. I live in a metropolis that has 24/7 subway, so I am not the person to ask about that. If you told me that we've gotten up to like 12-cylinder engines at this point, I'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds cool.
12 cylinders, that's not very much, is it? Right? No, I know what you're saying.
Just 12?
Just 12, man. That's like nothing. All right. So
why do we only have 4 tires? Why not 6 at this point? We have the technology.
Are you trying to say that you want to become a trucker, Cam? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? Because that's what it feels like. speaking of what it feels like, Tickleton didn't like what it felt like going up that hill, and he does have Ace that would be potentially on the opposite side of it, but no clear sight lines at him just quite yet. Mercy is going to be the west of this position, but I would not be surprised if Sonic's just going to continue to leapfrog, and there you go. The other two are going to pass by, and this is a pretty standard strategy for this section of the map when you don't have the cleanest vision moving forward, and you have to start cresting these hills.
Sonic's moving in. There's a lot of teams already in this area, and they're moving a little slower than we're used to. Hopefully that means that they're even more kitted than last time, which is, of course, going to be more than above average already. But here comes BBB as well, not too far behind, crossing over the fields. And I don't know if they spotted something, but they are taking a pretty sharp turn down towards the south.
Here's a problem, though. We've got Never Surrender that's crossing the bridge right as Dodge gets there and catches them with the bridge camp. Now they're going to have to turn around. Veronica's just trying to run away from this one. Tetra's just doing the reverse. Does have the vehicles that are going to provide block for him. So Dodge does get the bullets into them and force them away. Now how are they going to respond? Are they just going to go try to find a boat or wrap all the way to the East Bridge?
Ooh, East? That would be a risky play. I'm pretty sure the boat is going to be the play in mind here with BBB. Ooh, they run into another player, so they got to find something else. But hey, there's a compound right in front of them that they can take for phase one. Wattis is going to leave and join up with the rest of his squad.
Yeah, it's a very centered area around the hills for Quarry. That's where every single team is wanting to be at, leaving Gatka wide open because nobody wants to be playing around those fields as is. So we've got a couple of stragglers that are going to be coming in. NS did just stop on the opposite side. I think that they're probably just waiting to see if they can spot Dodge reposition and let NS move forward. Keep in mind, Rafa did stay on the bridge and should be able to spot movements as they come through and feed that information back over to teammates. United now making their move over from Milta. You can see that them making the pass now. It should be pretty open, especially for a team that likes to stop and play edge. Not too many contenders, as it looks like most people are going to be wrapping to the north.
A lot of space left open on the east side. Part of that definitely has to do with the open fields around that area. And crossing that field at this point for a team like EU United could be quite risky because of all the teams that have eyes on that position. So they might just want to take the Dirty Dozen, the what is it, the garage fridge, what's it called? Ice
pack, six pack, cooler.
Six pack, cooler, yeah, because there's multiple six packs in it. It's my favorite one. They might just take that for phase number one, or even there are a couple of hills around this area as well. It actually looks like they're going directly for Pachinki Hill, which is not a bad position if you are prepared to transition again immediately with phase two because of how close to the edge it is.
Well, making the, I guess, the right call in rotation right now, given how clustered that western bridge is. Going to find themselves taking a ferry pier ride over. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them jump off quite early as well to make sure that they aren't caught unaware into the new area that they're moving into. So, a little bit of a horn for us. Give us some time. It's a very calm circle. We haven't even had anybody die yet. This is just how Erangel can be. We had to be a little wild on the first game. Now it's a matter of calming it down. Everybody wants to make sure that they're playing for position points because, yeah, we're still early into this, but each group only gets to play for 2 days, and every one of these games is going to be very valuable. And I guess every car is going to be very valuable for Lowe's. He's going to win. It's fine.
Rumblue is actually coming in from a very, very similar angle that we saw the previous game. Fortunately for them, Fool and United and Tactical 8 really aren't here to try and stop them, so they can make themselves a little further into the zone. Though there is Tactical 8 directly in front of them.
Tac 8, they're moving, but they're moving very, very slow. It's not like what we saw going on with the leapfrog a moment ago. This is a much more, I guess, tactical move, not trying to throw a pun on Tac 8 moving tactical, but it just feels that. There is no movement that's happening around on these angles, and there's no firefighting, no nothing. So it is going to cause teams to want to move a lot slower because they're assuming that somebody has got to be around them somewhere along this pathing because it's probably about a good kilometer in front of Rumblers before they're even going to bump into Tac 8.
It's all quiet right now. Most teams in the zone still waiting for a few stragglers, as you were mentioning. But really, it's just a waiting game for phase number 2 in just about 30 seconds. That eastern side of the zone that we were looking at has gotten a bit more full now. So if it swings that way, that re-rotation back to the field for a couple of these teams like the Sonics could be a little more dangerous than the first way around.
I didn't realize if you're going to name yourself Never Surrender, I guess that means that you can't abandon your strategy. So after Dodge's move, they did cross on the same bridge. and are going to find themselves in a comfortable point to play from. 4 Funners are going to be coming in, and it looks like most of what's going on to the north is going to be stopping by Everest to try to see if they can spot anything, but the only thing they're probably going to be able to see is Tech 8, as yet again the circle stays to the south and keeps Primorsk and Quarry inside the circle.
It was not a mistake. They want Quarry. Quarry is going to be the center position of this zone, and that's a little bit tricky of a spot to play around. We'll see if Ace try and maintain control of the entire thing throughout phase 2, and even further than that, a little bit of an issue as J-Sync is rolling on through. Some shots from United, but no real damage on anyone. Even Yaxley, I think, is going to be able to get out of this, but Kickstart is going to be the last player up. Some shots aren't hitting them. The terrain just barely gets in the way. So 4 Funners, quite lucky with that first pass, but there are some more teams in their line of rotation.
Already shooting at Circle 2. That's the way E United wants to be. They're going to continue the path to the north now, and probably mostly to the west. Could put them along a line where we could see BBB or Sonics. 4 Funners going to be continuing their run through, going to be moving right by Never Surrender, and going to be moving by that same BBB Sonics lineup that we saw a second ago. They do have a pathing in the quarry, but it is going to take a lot of harassment as they go. They should be able to get there. Up to the north, we do have Absolute and Rumblers that are shooting each other way outside the circle and perfectly content with it. 4 Funners continuing this roll through. J-Sync is going to go down. Sonics are going to pick up that one, trying to move behind the tree, but it's going to go ahead and get flushed out. And that's going to be about it for 4 Funners. They should be able to make it to their stopping point easily from here on out.
I don't know if it's more or less demoralizing to lose a player on rotation because you run into E United and then the Sonics. Because on one hand, it's like, well, at least it's not, at least it's the guys who we know are going to qualify anyway. On the other hand, it's like we can't get away from these guys. They're an absolute menace. They're a monster. They take over this entire zone. Fool, their private boat has finally arrived at the ferry pier. They're jumping off. I like this. They're jumping off in different increments in case there is a trap waiting. We do see Never Surrender still in the area. I'm sure that they're aware of the potential of a team getting off of the ferry. Question is, how long are they going to wait for Fool to make their push?
Is that the way it works? If you have an ambush set up for you, now you have the capabilities to ambush another. PUBG just does be like that sometimes. Looks like Never Surrender is aware that the boat's there, and I don't think that they've gotten clean vision on anyone yet, but that should be a matter of time as Fool is coming over the cycle. There you go. Reno just gets an easy drop on that one, and nope, you're not making it around that corner anymore. Never Surrender going to feed that information over, and it looks like they're going to be potentially flanking to the north around this, and 4 Funners do have members that are at range, so it's just going to be Grant that's going to have all the pressure thrown on him by Never Surrender.
Yeah, really good take, really good immediate confirm as well, and Oldless didn't allow him to get behind that cover. A bit of a quick run by Oldless as well. I know that they probably didn't have the information Never Surrender being there, but you got to know that there's going to be that threat. And Vegas also goes down to Tetra. Let's see if Grant can't try and find an opening from this separate angle, but with all these buildings in the way, he's just not finding the line of sight.
Yeah, it's a very difficult area to move into, especially with the little knowledge. They came in off the ferry. They don't know where the fortifications are lined up or where the teams could be positioned at. So they have to move very, very precariously slow. Never Surrender doesn't have to worry about that in the same fashion. So they just continue to readjust their lines as they're spotting out where Fool is moving to. So Maji, Grant in some trouble now as they do have to move forward, but the circle is going to reveal itself, and we're still keeping Primorsk and Quarry in this one, Cam.
Yeah, Never Surrender. They're going to have to move once we see where the next circle has gone. Yeah, just as you mentioned, Primorsk and Quarry, north and the south, with TMG dead center, and already a little bit of a contest for that southern ridge you can see between 4 Funners and Luminosity. Maybe on the move, a couple of teams as well from the north side.
It was the tried and true strategy for E United to get the high ground position and then just exploit it on everybody. It looks like Luminosity is taking page out of that, and they're playing the high ground position that's going to be able to see a lot of what's going on to the west, to the north, and in Quarry itself, and a section of those hills around Primorsk. We have a lot of stop gaps that are starting to build, most notably the one that we can see right now, where we're going to have Sonics that's lined up against E United, but Mercy is coming in on a similar path, and that might stop E United in their tracks. Yeah, Rilla was already inside the vehicle, starting to make his move, and he's going to have to stop, and now E United's going to have to line up into Mercy.
Okay, but now as Never Surrender, they're still holding off the push from Fools. They're taking a bit longer than I expected. At some point, you just got to run away and try and get in the zone honestly, this is playing very, true, it is in their name, but this is playing out very well for Fools. They're saying, you know what, if you're going to take out a couple of us, we're at least going to make it hurt for you.
And this is an early circle, but with the way that this is coming in, Never Surrender, I like this. Moving away, BBB did move and take over Manor to the east of this and going to have open sidelines on the beach whenever whoever wins this is going to move out. Nade's going to be thrown into the second story and not onto the roof. So Grant is going to find pathing. Reno, you've got to hear this, right? Okay, yeah, now starting to look at the doorways. Flashbang is looking like it's going to come up, and Reno looks right at it. Instead, going to throw out a flashbang of his own. Now it comes the peeks around. Who's going to get spotted out? Reno does get the vision onto it and is going to take out Grant. So that's going to be not too much longer for the Fools to be able to stay alive. It is just Maji still up.
Yeah, that was a really good push, being a solo play from Grant, but a great counter grenade in return. Reload, another kill that got stolen. Sonics are the ones to get that knock. And hopefully they're going to try and deal some damage back to make them pay for it. But that little setup that we saw from E United, yeah, it just was not working out for what they wanted with that arrival of Mercy. Now they're swinging down from the south side. Very risky run. They're going to try and stay as low to the ground as possible. But the spray comes out.
Bing, bang, boom, and then it's dodge. There is no open area. There is no safe way for them to path through because now they're coming through and it's going to be Tokyo Manji gang that's going to be in front of them. They've got some trees for cover, but every single stopping point is going to have a point of harassment that they're going to have to deal with. Dodge already repositioned, has a vehicle that's going to be coming down. It looks like Corsac's trying to hop on the motorcycle and see if he can cut this one off. He's going to be just a second or two late, but should be able to take some shots and continue forcing them to the north. Somehow E United is getting away with this, and I have no idea.
Yeah, even with that headshot, but BBB, they have more teams to take some shots at. Tetra goes down, Rafa very low, forced to try and get into a little bit of a dip and heal for himself, though it is, I think, a frag grenade that he tossed out to try and punish Roth in return, but Veronica also goes down. That one's to Hikerman. In the kill feed, BBB, you're going to see that, and if they weren't aware before, they're aware now that their position does have some extra spectators onto it.
The issue is that all the action is going on to the north and to the west, so no distraction is going to be coming out for Never Surrender. They're just going to have to deal with Bing Bang Boom being right there next to them. Bing Bang Boom does have to move by themselves. The Snow Patrol runs over one of their own members. That's not the thing that you want to see with this many people still up in a circle that size. LG now going to exploit that high ground, and this is what we were talking about. It's just going to rain nades on top of them. They were hoping that it was going to rain snow, but it is just going to rain hellfire and destruction. Snow Patrol just clinging to the sides. And it's not going to be enough.
Lamborghini swinging in from the other side, just trying to find an angle. Wasn't there in time to really protect his teammates. And at this point, survival might be the only thing on his mind.
Shack life, best life for him right now. Just has to play the opposite side of it because he can't risk getting spotted. We do see Hustlers trying to come in, but it's going to be held out by AB. E United also taking some shots into this one because they're playing to the south of us. And it's just kind of getting messy as E United's going to go down. AB going to be the beneficiary of that position, but with the circle how it is popped, Quarry is going to be a key component of this in those hills just north of Primorsk. So LG and a beautiful.
Ooh, Dash goes down, tries to take some shots, deals some damage with the rest of the teammates falling apart around him. Now it's just the other teams trying to rotate on in. Fools eliminated as well. We're already down to 12 teams, and looking at the map, I'm looking at this zone. Might be a couple more that fall soon. Like Valley 8, the low solo player, you can see him on the north side, and I'm also kind of worried about the push from AB as well as Dodge.
I mean, Dodge is trying to crest into where Tokyo Manji Gang has a defendable position. Four Funners could hear this. I think that AB did hear it and shifts away from it. Lamborghini can't do anything because he's just inside that shack. Valley 8 does get spotted out. Santa Mercy gets control of the north. T8 has control of that, I guess, western point of Quarry, very close to LG, but LG is just going to continue to harass from their angles. And really, it's just about trying to counter a move around the Quarry hillsides because nobody really wants to commit into it just yet. And it's just hilltop battles everywhere.
Shots from H-Twin come on out. They've been successfully defending this position so far, and it's been remaining inside the zone. But they know that they're so tight on the edge that they really should try and make sure that they try open up more pathways, just get everyone as weak and loosened up as possible, depending on where Phase 5 swings to. It's going to be a little bit towards the west, but still mostly center. This puts 4 Funners positioned at a good spot in terms of the circle itself, but terrain-wise, might not be the easiest to defend for them.
It's a great spot to be in the circle, like you're saying, but man, there's going to be a lot of targets on their back. I 100% agree with what you're saying. Dodge still having to deal with this Tokyo Manji gang that's so close. AB should be able to get a hillside that's going to be just across from what we're looking at right now, and they should stop on their point. BBB is still active in everything that's going on to the east of this. Dodge aware of it, but we're have to see how BBB opts into moving, because these hills do have some sightline breaks into them, and there's some crest positions that you can play from low ground points, which is what Dodge is trying to exploit. But this is our moving factors. I mean, it's what's going on to the north with LG harassing T8 and Mercy, and then Sonics and just how they're going to come into the circle. It's all happening right here other than that.
Mercy with the high ground overlooking Tactical 8. Some good grenades being brought out to try and disrupt this push. Some damage, like single digits worth of damage onto Frisk. But at the very least, it's delaying the push. It's making them question how much time they're going to have. But Tactical 8 are still going to be the ones with the disadvantage, especially now it looks like LG have their eyes set on this.
I mean, LG has just been watching this for so long. They know what's going on. They just don't have the sight line until they enter the circle, and you can see that LG is just prepped for it. They know the firefight's going to break out here. They don't have to move. They'll just pick up the scraps of whatever's about to go down. TAC 8 can't even move any further to the south to get away from the dangerous sight lines that we can see Mercy trying to bring. Mercy finally realizes what's going on. Is going to be going to the east. Now it's going to be Sonics. They opted to come into BBB's angle. They do have Shrimsy that's going to be down, but Sonics now lining this one up. Can H1 drop the nade on top of him? Tickleton's already dropped one, and that's going to be a quick flush out onto Keenan. Now Sonics got their opening, and they're going to try to exploit it.
They also need to push right now because the blue is right at their back. There are so many teams here on the south side. Dodge also might have an angle onto this, but BBB, they have one singular focus, and that's going to be the Sonics. H1 does go down. That's going to be a shot from Finna to do it, and it's only Tickleton and Mime remaining.
I mean, this has just turned into a fourth-party fiesta. We even have 4 Funners that's going to have some vision in what's going to be going on. Dodge harassing the backside of BBB is going to force them into Sonic's positioning, and this has turned into a very close-range fight, being picked apart between both of them. Mime now out in the blue. You can see Roth just hunting for some survivability angles, but Mime finally spots him now. Is he going to dodge the shots onto it? That tick of damage is going to do a lot with the way that this blue's coming. Mime's making a run in to try to flick around, but it's going to be too much damage from the blue. He is going to go down. Hikerman on the other side still has his eyes set onto Roth to get some damage in, but can Roth do it again? Yes! Yes, he can! Hikerman now having to move away from this. 4 Funners now looking into it, and it is just catastrophe for all of these teams.
Oh boy, Roth gets one knock. I don't know if it's going to bleed out, though. He might not get that final point that he was hoping for. I mean, so he might have beaten Sonics in this, but over here, back on Luminosity, Tactical 8 are actually pushing directly in their buildings, directly in their compounds, and Mercy are still alive, just not a part of this. There it is. They find where the last player is. Luminosity maintain control of their position, and they maintain all 4 members still standing with 7 kills, 23 points total. I think I don't want to call it too soon, but LG might be back.
LG is back, baby. I'm going to say it. I'm going to cast a curse him right now. It's all my fault if they don't qualify, guys. Right here, you can clip it, throw it back at me. Make sure to let Purdy know it's on me, not on them whenever it goes down. But I think that they're going to be there. Either way, Abstract, Bacon Monster, you got yourself some problems. Most notably 3 teams that are all going to be coming in on a similar angle, and you've got yourself the smallest of dips to play from.
But, considering where they came from and that they have 8 kills, I'd still be pretty positive about this game. Let's see if they can't get any more, if they can't pick anything up by this potential 3-way fight between 4 Funners, Dodge, and maybe even TMG. Hikerman did get the revive onto Ethan, and now as a duo, they're going to be pushing forward, get some eyes onto one. But that was shots from TMG, so they could try and sneak in out. They're distracted, and it is going to be an opportunity, but not grabbed.
That one's going to hurt. Hopefully the Molotov will be able to follow it up. Ethan's now going to go down in an exchange between him and Matthew. So Hikerman finds himself by his lonesome, stepping away from it. 4 Funners now realizing what's going to be going on. But guess what? Tokyo Manji gang, here's what's happening. They're going to be sweeping in from that southwest. It's going to be LG that's actually harassing Tokyo Manji gang and forcing them into this angle. Dodge is going to get the res, but Tokyo Manji gang, how are they going to approach this? Is Backmonster going to... No, I was going to say, I thought he might be able to sneak past, but he's not.
Yeah, unlucky there. But like I said, still a good game for Abstract. The revive once again comes in for Dodge. And with only Lobes remaining for 4 funners, they have a clean 2 versus 1 push. They know to keep themselves isolated from the angles of TMG. That's why they're swinging on this direction. Good fire as well. And almost stolen by Zealot. But that means that Zealot is already in prime position to maintain control and not give any more space for Dodge.
Yeah, I think he's just going to control this, force Dodge to the north. Dodge wants to be done. This has just been a continual firefight for so long. They've gotten knocked so many times. I don't even know how they have armor at this point, so they're going to be limping into the circle. Luminosity, though, still just harassing everything. Like, it's going to be Dodge. Dodge just can't catch a break, man. They're just trying to get away from the fights. It's going to be a Hikerman that's going to get knocked this time. Luminosity just sees everything that's happening around them.
Ethan gets himself pitted. Nope. Spoke just too soon. He tried to get himself pitted under that quarry ridge. That is going to be Dodge going out in 6th place. Or was that 5th? Because we're at the top 4 already. And these are very, very healthy top 4s. Only 1 player taken out from Mercy. Everyone else is going to be a full squad of 4. But then you have to continue to look at the high ground that LG and even Ace have been able to control for themselves.
You know, there's a benefit in TAC 8 actually making it up into LG's position. Whenever they killed them, they actually managed to pick up the loot off of that because they've been holding down this area for quite a while. Just getting any form of replenishment is going to be big moving into the end of this. Tokyo Manji gang, you can see getting harassed. They do still need to move forward about 10 more meters, but that's just going to be so hard with the angles that are lined up. Ace on one side and LG on the other.
Yeah, they're going to have to hit some clean shots. Team G looks like they're ready to make a vehicle play. We saw what happened to Snow Patrol when they pitted themselves under LG. Looks like they're going to be going towards the opposite side.
Ace is going to let that happen, and it looks like Luminosity is going to be mad that they let that happen. Take some shots into him. Tokyo Manji Gang now seeing if they can follow up the success with 1. Colton's got the foothold. Can the rest of Tokyo Manji Gang make it? That's close. Nate is prepped. Dr. Spoon's just going to drop it in. Is it going to land well? Yes, it is. And Juarez goes down. And my God, Hello My Bad is clinging to life with 1 life.
That's exactly why TMG spread out like they did. That they expected a grenade to come on in. And as long as they're not standing next to each other, they can mitigate the damage. The revive can't be coming through.
Yeah.
Ooh, and that's going to be Mercy just torn apart. They were taken out in 4th. It was going to be a hard push for them either way. The best that they had to imagine was TMG would be a distraction to LG and Ace, enough for them to sneak on in. But that was a pretty low chance of it distracting all 8 of those high ground members. Luke 12, very far forward.
Well, I mean, he can now. They've got control over everything. They know the fact that Tokyo Manji Gang and Ace are going to have to fight each other. The moment this fight starts to break out, they're just going to run in. Dr. Spoon tries to hold the line. He's going to go down. 2 members now up for Aces. They're getting harassed on tons of different angles, trying to survive. LG making the push in right now. Luke 12's about to find a cresting angle, going to make it difficult. He's going to go down. It's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang that picks it all up, but it's going to be Luminosity that's going to try to pounce. Can Tokyo Manji Gang try to discourage it? Hello, My Bad hits the shots, gets the drop onto 1. 3 members still up for Tokyo Manji Gang, and it's going to be LG that dropped low. They're going to try to find the angles into this. Hello, My Bad has got to hold the line for his team.
Revive is coming through from LG. TMG didn't have the same opportunity with Juarez, so it is going to be a 3 versus 4, but Colton is pushing forward. They don't want to allow LG to maintain control here. They don't want to disrupt it fully like Silicon Valley.
Trying to loop through this one, and yes, it's going to be Alo that pops off. Purdy Curdy follows it up as well. It was looking sketchy for a second, but Luminosity Gaming has now taken this one firmly in their grasp. They got denied the first one, but with 15 kills, they're sure as hell not going to be denied the second one.
15 kills, just 1 shy of entering the 16K club, but what a solid run. 2nd place with 9, now 1st place with 15. Luminosity are looking really, really strong, and what I love the most is how the second they took out Mercy, they immediately took control of the rest of the zone with Ace and TMG staring down each other. Not only did Luke 12 push forward on that high ground, they also had Purdy and Penta swinging down onto the low ground, swinging in from the south side to get all the crossfire angles that they could. They were grabbing that win with an iron grip.
I mean, it's the way they want to play. Pressure and pain just applied. They get to be patient as they want. They can chill. They've got control. You saw the fact that they were letting people come into them. This is why you can find so much success. And I'm kind of sad that I don't think that we saw Purdy playing the M249 because that would have been a great game for it. I know that he loves it.
Yeah.
But that was just LG's for so long in the game. Let's be honest. We were looking at probably Circle 3 that everybody was having to contend with.
Yeah. You said it earlier. like E United are known to do at certain key critical games, LG took the high ground, and they just were a dominating force. They had 15 kills. They had 15 kills. I was about to say they didn't. I was thinking that maybe all that fighting on the south side was so isolated with all the tree cover away from Corey that they didn't have enough angles onto that to pick up more kills. But with 15, they had more than enough with all the teams coming in from the north and the west side.
2,100 damage is nothing to sneeze at. We've got game 3 that's going to be coming up in just one moment. We're going to take a quick break so that way we can rest, get some drinks, go to the restroom. Hope you guys do the same. We will be back, and you can see it's just getting spicier game by game. Stay tuned in. See you in a second. Luminosity has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel as they picked up a win that you know they were desperate to get after everything that happened to them at ESL. Looks like the storyline has now changed and now becoming a front runner of their own, Cam.
Yeah, not only have they had 2 good games in a row, they've been looking very, very solid. Their biggest weakness previously was that while they could clean up end games, it's getting to them that was the big question. And the way that they're rotating around, at least these first 2 games, they're looking super confident. They look like they know what they want to do. The teamwork, the chemistry, it's all there.
That's whenever I think of that team, that's what I've always thought. ESL just didn't feel right. Whatever's going on, it feels like they have managed to fix, worked it out, all considered. So feeling good about it. And I just got to say, I mean, damage shows up big. Look at the throwable use. No surprise there at all.
Yeah, that's actually very efficient of damage as well when you're talking about a team that's on the high ground. Whether it's like stealing kills or but having them not stolen in return, as well. These numbers are looking really good for them being able to confirm everything that they were able to do.
I mean, it's just simple, clean. They got high ground, they exploited it, and sometimes it looks like it's easy when you get those high ground positions, but you saw how close some of these teams got, how they wanted to get right at the foothills, right below them. They exploiting it all the time, and I gotta give it a shout out too. Tokyo Manji Gang, you made me think for a second you were about to take that one. They got a good angle, and we've been hearing a lot about Hell My Bad. He's good, man. He's good.
Yeah. Listen, like LG played that end game very, very well. Like I said earlier before the break, with the 2-2-2 on the high ground, 2 on the low ground to try and surround TMG. But they needed to do that because in the forest that TMG slammed through Ace's crew with, I think they only got 1 player knocked against them, suddenly looked very, very intimidating. And if LG were to play that a little more passively and just say, we'll just wait for them to come to us, then there was a real chance that the wrecking crew that is TMG could have gotten a leg up over them.
I mean, that's what I think of whenever I think of that squad, finding ways to exploit benefits time and time again. Let's take a look back at how they managed to exploit that for so long, as poor E United had such a problem making it into the circuit.
Yeah, listen, when you look at E United's games from the first 2, they were set up to fail, I'll be honest. Coming in from Built to Power towards the west with nothing to really grab on the east side, especially looking where phase 2 and phase 3 went, I'm not going to look too hard into their struggles. They were at least able to get a couple of kills out of game 1, maybe a few here. Sonics as well, they didn't have that good of a run themselves. I think they got a few more kills, but really it was all LG going into the mid, into the late game.
I mean, Quarry games are hard to play. There's so many things that are going on in it. The pathing, you can see it it's like a city fight that's on a mountain that's curved, and you have to watch it all at the same time. And to be able to control it as efficiently as they did says a lot about their communication. Walking away with 25 points is going to feel really good. But again, Tokyo Manji Gang in our top 4, Dodge finding themselves in a good position, and Abstract. We didn't really get a chance to even follow in on that. That northwestern fights that were going on, they were having a lot of success with it.
Yeah, we saw that one solo player trying to chill on the south side, but they had 8 kills at that point. So honestly, a really, really good game from them despite only getting 1 placement point. On the flip side of that, look at Ace's crew. They got 3rd place, 5 points, but only one kill. They were in Quarry, just like Luminosity, but how different an approach can make. They didn't have the high ground of Quarry, sure, but they were still approaching that in a lot more of a defensive direction. And I mean, they made it to 3rd, but they only get 1 kill to max it up, and they're going to be, where are they now? They're in 9th place overall. You're going to try and get top 6 if you want to avoid LCQ.
Question comes into play now. Is first place cursed because Luminosity is holding it down by 14 points? Tokyo Manji Gang in 2nd place. A shout out to those guys. Sonic's going to be in 3rd, Dodge back behind them. And then it's just going to be a trickle down. We're still just kicking everything off. So, a game is going to turn everything on its head. But 2 late game endings for Luminosity is starting to feel pretty good already.
It is. I'm looking at our previous competitions, and in this group stage format that we have for top 6, you're going to try and hit at least 80 points. Really 90, if you hit triple digits, then you're pretty safe. So Luminosity, they're not done just yet. It's only been 2 games. Despite having a pretty good gap between them and TMG in 2nd place, it's looking really, really good. They need to continue to push it. They cannot rest on their laurels just yet, but still, really good start.
Yeah, and whatever was wrong, I do have to reinforce, it feels like it is fixed. And that is good to see, because I know the fact that that's a team that was not happy looking at E United and Sonics duking it out in the last event, feeling like they could be there. This is a squad we know that has some history, so let's see if they can bring all that history together and find themselves a pathing into PGC. That's still a ways down the line, though. We're still in the group stage, so looking all, you can see why we're talking about them a lot, though, is there's a lot of damage to be had with them.
Yeah, a whole lot of damage. This is from, I believe this is playoffs overall, not just the previous game, but obviously LG are going to be at the top either way. Broth and Shrimsy both making an appearance, but Halo really swinging up there, and Penta as well. And these are, Luke was known for his long range damage, especially when he was like the superstar back in the day when he first joined STK. Close range, it's the Halo show. We saw him in that highlight package at the very end. He got that quick 2-piece when he can smell his opponent's breath. That's really where he shines. He is that quiet but deadly killer with all this damage as well from 2. This is from 2 games, guys. 2 games.
Yeah, that's a great statement of itself. Also, Shrimsy Shrimsy deserves more laurels. I mean, the guy has done so much. He's not always the biggest, the flashiest, but whenever you need something to happen, it feels like that's where Shrimsy falls into place. And he's having some successes so far. And again, just 2 games, so we can't do too much of a deep dive, but it does feel like this is trending in a lot of the ways that we were expecting. But whenever I'm looking at Tokyo Manji Gang, I feel like they are playing a lot higher than I thought that they were going to be. I thought that they were going to be contesting into that top 5, top 8 in that area right now. They're already making breaks into this one, and there is no fear in their firefights.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're taking these fights very well, but once you mention them, I realize they're not in the top 5 of damage, which they don't have as many kills as Luminosity, sure, so that shouldn't be a big of a surprise, but it really comes down to the fact that when they take fights, they take them and they finish them immediately. So the damage, they're not going to be farming damage as much as teams like this isn't even a call out of LG, any team that's on the high ground is just going to be farming a whole bunch of damage. So TMG, they will get a fight over immediately. We saw it with both fights against Dodge, really.
Game 3 moving in right now. It's going to be military base start up on the plane going almost due north, ending around Severny in that area. So again, another extremely friendly plane path. Really, we've just got our eyes set on a calm drop. I don't think that there's going to be too much, again, contention for vehicles like we saw in that first game. Everything's kind of settled. I wouldn't be surprised if the first game every single day as these groups are swapping around, we might have some, I don't even want to call them fights, but necessarily just spats for vehicles as people are jockeying for different drops, but it should settle after that first game pretty quick.
Fools going towards Nova, where they usually do what I want to bring everyone's attention to, even though it's not on screen, so I'm breaking one of my own rules, but LG are already out of the plane. They're going towards the west side of Sosnovka. Usually, we know they like to drop South George. They've been flexing towards Hospital this game as well because of other people in this lobby in this area potentially pushing them in that direction. But with a plane like this, they don't want to drop out last and then fly super far. That's just a recipe for disaster. So instead, they're willing to share this island with both Never Surrender and Fools.
Whenever we're looking at this, I do want to remind everybody that Luminosity did drop in Georgia Pole, and they used that western coast to make a quick run into a very strong spot into Quarry. Understanding your early rotation point and how it would make it into that circle to get to the strong point is what every single one of these teams is trying to accomplish. As we're now going to be looking into the northeast, that's going to be favorable for teams like United, who's going to just do the exact opposite move. Come in from the south, move to the north, stay on that eastern road, and they are going to have a pretty fine path to whatever they want.
Yeah, Forefunders are going to be in their way, of course. And then Rumbler's taking out Yasnaya. Yasnaya is a pretty big spot to try and hold. It's good. Do it. He landed the first shot. Yes!
Oh, Tig! I've waited so long, and you finally gave it to me. I love you, Tig. Protege, it had to happen to somebody. Sorry, it was you, man.
Sorry, buddy. The only thing that would have made that better was if it was a bolt action.
I'm content. I have wanted this for so long, Cam. So
I forgot what I was saying. I'll be honest.
It's fine. Just bask in the glory of seeing someone shot before they even make it to the ground. Competitive PUBG, it do be like that.
This is a no-fly zone.
Oh, man. So looking out, everything's kind of going as expected right now. Ace, who had themselves who are finding successes. They're not big, they're not flashy by any means, but they're going to be the north, and they did drop Severny, so they should have some good positions to play from. Sonics in Pachinki aren't in the circle, but who cares? We know that they're going to rotate pretty quickly. Tokyo Manji Gang, though. Not going to take any shots. What's going on here?
They're crashing on in. Are they trying to take this fight? It looks a little bit spread for Luminosity. This could be bad for either team. It depends on who spots whom first.
There's an Uzi coming up, two Uzis that are coming into this, so I don't know how looted they are. So how am I bad? Playing this slow, playing it passive,
Did
waiting
they spot?
For the door open.
They spotted. No!
Oh, no, not like this. I guess prep it out, throw a smoke. Oh, the timing. The best worst flashbang throw you'll ever see.
It was intentional. We're gonna make Hal and my bad think that we're really, really bad, and then bam, never mind. It was all a joke, and now Waldus has to run away. So Luminosity, when they dropped on that west side of the island, I don't know if they planned on coming up this early with minimal loot. It could have been based off of that phase 1, but they are going to try and find more loot elsewhere. I don't know if they're gonna go all the way to Georgia Bowl. That seems very, very long of a transition, but either way, they're able to make their way across the bridge successfully.
Oh, and now we look over at shooting range, which is, I thought it was going to be a calm game, Kim. I thought it was going to be a calm game. But no, Snow Patrol stalking Jam on the other side of this, very carefully moving along the line, and he's by his lonesome. The rest of his team has 2 members in Severny, and then to the buildings to the east of that, gas station and all that. That's going to be where Dr. Spoon is going to be. So Jam, if he gets spotted out here and gets dropped, that is a free kill point, and man, that is going to be presented freely. There you go, Mitchy boy, got to pick it up. Jam, just, I guess, spectate and feed some information to your teammates.
Feeds a point to Mitchy boy. Just get some peanut butter with that, and that's a meal. Getting some loot as well, and already Ace, there's something left for the rest of the team to do. Jam was all the way off on his own, just coming in as the final player, and I don't know if that was just a lack of information. It was definitely a lack of information in some way, but Snow Patrol are in their own big weird spread on the top side. But enough about that. Luminosity, they're continuing to push on in, and they're actually driving close to another team.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be Hustlers. They're just chilling. They're watching it go. I do want to point out regarding what happened with Ace. They had a very wide split in the north up there, and I guess they just didn't regroup in time. So you got to be very, very careful on those large, I guess, trying to loot that much. Severny shooting range, and then all the way into the buildings to the east as well can spell some doom for you. But it looks like they are going to find themselves the opportunity of getting into the foothills of Severny proper itself. But it's going to be Mercy that has the high ground on top of them. And is that just taking wild shots in? Nope. Okay, it's just trying to juke between Dr. Spoon.
Oh. Dip, dodge, dive. Get away from it. Okay.
He got it.
He's out. Mercy, I don't know if they were prepared to take a fight and try and defend this position so early on. It is past 5 minutes, so you really got to... At this point, you really should be, but considering that we still have a couple of players rotating in from the north side, they're not going to be in full defensive capability with Ace, or at least what remains of Ace, arriving at the doorstep.
Yeah, Mercy with their split needs to regroup, and it looks like they are thinking that now. The other two are coming in, so they should have a defensive line set up. So our first 2 teams that are leaning into the defensive points that are pretty strong are going to be Mercy and Ace with the lineup coming through. Sonic's now making their move as well. They're opting to play closer to that river line. They do have TAC 8 that's pretty close. They should hear what's going on now and seeing if they can get the line in onto it. But that's really all it is scouting at this stage, not wanting to overstep. Bullets coming back at him. H-Win still just, I love this. No fear. Feed the information over. Make the next move. That's the way they play.
Problem is, they're going to have to go across this bridge, and it's a pretty risky maneuver. It's either they're going across the bridge. There's no way they're trying to go into Yasnaya at this point. Still, as you mentioned, shots coming out from... Okay, maybe they are. Maybe they are trying to swing across and take Yasnaya, or at least the rocks above.
Yeah, you can... There's the Death Blade that's going to be on the opposite side of that. TAC 8 Zinni is going to get around that by being up on top of the building itself. Damage is being inflicted to Sonics, but it's not going to be enough to discourage him at this range. So moving in, I think that they're still even continuing past Yasnaya. Mercy, you might have a problem coming your way pretty quickly, and it's going to be Mime up at the front of this.
I'm really curious on where they're trying to land. It's possible they're trying to swing all the way across and hit towards that Witch's Mouth road spread. But no, instead they're going to be taking the north side of Yasnaya. It's going to be on the north, so it's going to be an easy exit if the circle does ever pull away. And honestly, Yasnaya being dead center, it's not the worst decision to try and take a position here early. But still, going to a city early never feels super comfortable.
Especially
in phase 1.
This, we talk about Los Leones and all the problems. Whenever this city gets the circle, it's just cars flooding this area because it is open enough that you can make it to so many buildings with cars. I mean, just look at Mime driving around, going to different locations. It does give you the capabilities to defend your cars. You can also get some speed coming out of it, which could be some benefits. But we haven't seen a Yasnaya game in quite a while. We might be due for one. So Sonics are going to get a good defendable point if that does happen. E United is going to be to the east. As you can see, it's going to be Never Surrender. Now crossing the bridge with Tokyo Manji Gang, having finally surrendered the bridge, is going to be whenever Never Surrender comes by. Man, that's just the worst timing imaginable. Just feels bad.
It would have been worse if Tokyo Manji stayed around because the blue is coming on in, Never Surrender. It makes sense that they're coming in late because they're coming all the way from the military base. But yeah, TMG also being as late as they are, that's a bit of a wild one. I don't know if they were camping the bridge, hoping for a sooner rotation by their enemies, but look how close they are. TMG could hear something and make a stop on this. In fact, they could just get inside the zone, find the first hill they come across, and try and stop on this and get a couple of early kills. That would be a very SCG sort of play, and we saw what happened to them at ESL. I don't know if that's the team that you want to have the most inspiration from, but it's always an option.
I think that we see the separation coming out now with the hilltops between them, just the Pachinki Hills. Going to make it too hard for anything to continue out of this one, but we'll have to keep an eye on how Never Surrender opts into making their rotation in. They could end up playing along those hills as well, as I think with the height that we're going to see coming out from Tokyo Manji Gang, they should see it. Speaking of height, Snow Patrol trying to make some height of their own are going to be assaulting that area where Ace's crew is going to be holding down right now. So looks like we've got a fiery card versus some Snow Patrollers, and see which one's going to be the greater element to take control over this section of the map.
Okay.
I was reaching for it. Leave me alone.
That was a bit of a, yeah, as long as you are aware of it, that was a big stretch. Of course, we just need one more superpower, and then we'll have the Fantastic Four.
Oh, that's a good one. I like it. I like it. One day we will get the...
I'm trying. That might have been a bigger stretch than you, though, so...
Doom greater than Thanos. Bring it. I don't even care what you say. LG making their roll in. Circle is going to move away. Still keeps ES9 in, but the Stalwart teams are going to have to make a rotation through. LG timing that one near on perfectly. Get a free location. If there could be eyeing Ranjak or however they want to move through. Also, benefits Tokyo Manji Gang as well as Never Surrender that we were watching a second ago. Doesn't benefit everybody to the northeast. Look at the mess that's going on with Rumblers, E United, AB, Dodge, Forefunners, Fool. All of this is just going to be so hard to navigate.
We got the bridges on the west side that LG and Snow Patrol are both trying to manage, as well as Ace. We got the big giant field in the center of this zone. Already may have teams honking at each other.
I mean, this is what you got to do. This is the circle, right? Everybody's just going to be like, letting people out. No, it's the assert dominance horn blows that are going to be coming through. Sonics does look like they're going to find themselves their foothold positions, finding some strength in it. E United, though, Rumblers, who we have not seen pretty much this whole event, finding an angle on the reload, but don't manage to get the knock onto him.
Oh, man, that second shot. Flood was down to like 2 HP. He's still off in the distance trying to heal up. The rest of United, ooh, they found a free compound. They're going to take that. They are absolutely going to take that. Do not drive anymore. That is incredibly risky. Take the gift. And this is not an awful position for United with how they like to play. Sonics, as well, you can see they're rotating back to the previous position. Out of Yosnaya at a moment's notice, which is also really good play, really good timing. But now TMG versus Fools. One knock already. Can they get a second?
Jumping through, Zealot surrenders that angle right as it looks like Oldless was going to crest through it. Looks like Tokyo Manji Gang is aware of the defendable position and how they're going to be playing it, but really it's just Oldless over here contending with so many members. Tokyo Manji Gang, he's as good as dead unless he gets a knock on Colton. Going to play one angle on this one, and you can see Juarez playing the other one. Now Molotov's coming in. I mean, 4 Funners can maybe protect it, but that's going to be about it. Oldless is going to try to run through the smokes that are down and has managed to move because Colton stepped away from that. He found a vulnerability, runs in, gets the drop on one, looks the other, gets it. Holy hell, Oldless, what did you just do to them?
He found an opening. He found some opening in all that chaos to get inside the building, and then it's just a 1v1 fight that he happens to win out. Great play coming out, not just from Oldless, but from Vegas and the entirety of Fools. Yes, they lost one, but they took that position that, frankly, they had no right to steal so brazenly like that.
That is a momentum play coming up from them. They're going to be feeling it for a while after that. That was just very, very well executed. Rumblers now making their rotation. Going to be pretty close to BBB, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just play the opposite side of the hill. Yep, it's a good place to stop and just kind of chill as... Let's be honest, we're in the circle waiting game right now. It's a lot of open areas. It's a lot of difficult traversal areas. I mean, we still got school in this thing right now. Cam Rajak, Yasnaya. We've got Shelter that's still in play. We've got all the fields in between all of that mess as well. So Lord only knows where we're going. Oh, but Terry's going to go to the ground.
Ooh, good little counter from Sneak Attack. They needed to continue to work this angle, though. A grenade coming out from Crow as he runs away.
This is a slow burn fight, if I've ever seen one. Mercy not wanting to overextend. Ace very aware that they have one of their members down. Doesn't want to overpeak that one, and no surprise given the numbers that he just saw over there. But every single time you see Ace have to step away from an angle, that's just more and more that Mercy can move in. Keep in mind, Sneak Attack is on an eastern angle from this one. So even if Ace tries to step away, it's going to be another fight. And it looks like we're going to the fields of all places, Cam. There is not a lot to be had in this circle.
There really isn't. It's not full field. There's still a little bit of.
It's gonna feel about it. It's gonna feel like it in about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Listen, it might not be as brown. It might not be as tan where like BBB and For Funners are playing around, but outside of compounds, it doesn't feel too much better. Ethan trying to get an angle though, because they're facing off against an opposing team.
Right. See the lineups coming through. This is a uncomfortable position coming up from Dodge, but luckily there is nobody that's going to be assaulting over here. Our big firefights are going to be this, and let's still continue going on between Mercy and Ace. Nade's not going to connect onto it, much as Ethan is wishing that it would. This is just a firm line held up as one of the members for HA are back away from this, and it looks like they're trying to play a safer anchor, but Finna just pushes that. No fear off of it, and it looks like they figured out how they're going to assault, and it's just looking like they're going to pick this one apart.
Listen, Hustlers Academy, you're not going to hustle us. Dodger saying Heikeman swings on in, doesn't even allow Jason to get the grenade down. It's only one member remaining because remember, Hustlers Academy, this was the team that lost one early to Tickleton off of the parachute.
And this one,
where's Ice Tech going to go?
I feel bad for Hustlers Academy. They had the defended angles. They just looked away at the wrong second 2 times in a row. You just got to have the patience. You got to commit into that one and assume that somebody's going to be coming. Looks like we did see the separation finally come out between Ace and Mercy as they are now going to start their trek into the no man's land.
All in one vehicle. It's never a good sign. Never a good sign. And yeah, as you said, both Ace and Mercy, they got to get out of Yasnaya. Drive across the field. Snow Patrol currently is distracted by teams on the south side, but I'm sure those vehicles are going to pull their attention.
See that this is going to be the nature of the game for a while now, is it's going to be spotting out things. And hey, see, remember those fields I was talking about? Ace, you're about to learn about what it feels like. There is a dip that they could stop at, but Rumblers are going to hear that. A couple of well-placed nades could be a big problem for either one of these teams, but I don't even know if Ace knows that Rumblers are there.
Ace likely doesn't know that Rumblers specifically are there. They could guess that there's a team here, but Rumblers, they know that there's a vehicle that just drove up, but they are in no position to try and find any more information. If they wanted to use some of their grenades and just go for a free throw and see what they get, that's an option, but I appreciate that they're not trying to potentially waste pieces of utility just as for a blind throw. Mercy, on the other hand, they're swinging in from the east side, really teasing with the blue a little bit, and United with a bit of a spread that they have going on. Try and counter that. Oh no, Ace are done. Ace are not done. They want the. Okay. Ace are done.
Man, I haven't seen an ace killed like that since Akainu. Hey, anime. Throw out for anybody that knows that one. Okay, Mercy does manage to make it into position. A new circle is going to pop, and we are going to continue our trajectory down to the south. It means E United, Rumblers, Snow Patrol, TAC-8, Sonics. Man, everybody's got to move over here. We still have Never Surrender and LG, who are hoping that might go to the southwest, but not going to happen.
Dodge rotating in. Once again, Dodge find themselves with a fair bit of space on the edge. This is how they really like to play. And it's been a mixed bag of mostly success, but not quite as big of successes as they are usually going for. But with Mercy arriving right behind them, you can tell that they're getting in position to really hold off. Corsac going very far forward. I think the hills are a good isolation from the rest of the zone, but nonetheless, they don't want to get too far ahead of themselves.
All right, the gauntlet commences. Sonics now making their rush away from the circle. They're going to be cutting into the west, trying to wrap around all of this. It means that Never Surrender are going to take some shots at them in range. That's happening right now, but guess what? That's going to put them on the trajectory to be right where Luminosity is waiting. Depending on how they navigate this one, it looks like they're just going to be cutting around apartments itself. If they continue making their way to the south, they're going to catch Luke right about the time he meets back up. I think information's being fed over, and yep, here we go. LG has got the line in on it. Our Sonic's going to be able to weather this because right as soon as they pop up these hillsides, it is going to be a massive problem. A couple shots now coming up. Looking through this one, shot's going to be coming out from both sides. Trying to go for the drive-by, but that's a slow roll up the hill. Luke does go down. Penta goes down. LG in a lot of trouble. 2 members already out of this one. Purdy does get a knock on the Shrimsy on the other side of it, but Mime's going to watch his vehicle roll away, loses cover, and he goes down as well.
Purdy doing a good job to try and stabilize this. Still, though, losing 2 members doesn't feel good with a huge aggressive drive up like this. Alo's trying to heal. He's trying to heal, but Tingleton's not going to give him the option. Oh, no. Tingleton doesn't know that he's there.
The Alo! You guys gotta hit that. Tig's gotta get that one in return. Now Purdy Curdy looking back up at Tig. He's in the open and he knows that it's a problem. United goes down on the outside. There's a lot of our favorites finding some trouble right now. It's gonna be 2 members from Sonics looking in, but let's not forget about Never Surrender. They're coming up back behind Sonics, so there's a brand new problem to contend with.
Or yeah, not welcome guests here. H1 getting shot from the back by Abstract. It's not even LG. There are so many teams with an angle on this because of the ridgeline and how it's positioned in this circle. H1 finds some cover in the smoke.
Oh no!
Oh, it is gonna be a dry actual roadkill there to take LG out.
Oh, I feel so bad. Luminosity just messaged and said, stop caster cursing us. And I said, I have faith, no caster cursing. They died. Maybe I do have the power. Sonic's going to lose one as H1's going to go down as well. Tickleton looking into this and is surrounded, but no fear coming out. Cars rolling down the hillside all around him. He's just going to continue the pressure up onto this. Knows where Never Surrender's at. Oh! Going to connect it to another one. This man has no fear. It's going to be Reno at range. He's going to see it. Continue to harass. He's taking damage. And it's going to be AB that takes him down.
Stone, we wanted that. We wanted that 1 versus 1. How dare you? How could you do this to us? How could you remove this from us? Well, Tickleton does go out. Sonics does go out. Still in double digits. No placement points. They got a few kills, but that gives Never Surrender an opportunity to get a revive and at least remain as 2. Looking here on the north side, though, Rumblers and Tactical 8, they both need to move because they're not far from the zone, but they are not in it. And I don't know where they can go. I don't know where they can go unless they want to try and just steal Forefronter's position.
That's about it. You got Forefunners and you got Fool and you've got some dips. You can probably play around the hills. You can see Mercy's trying to move in. That's a strong dodge that's going to be waiting for you, and you're going to have to push up this dip. That's going to make a problem, but I don't know. Dodge is having some problems of their own. Remember, AB is coming in back behind Mercy, so that's going to make it more problematic. It is going to be 3rd, 4th party fights from here on out. Only the hillsides are going to deny angles. Hikerman trying to see if he can get a drop. Instead, eating a lot of damage of his own and has to step away from that one. Mercy is surviving what I thought would be a kill box.
Yeah, they're making a really good job of this. Dodge falling apart, only 2 remaining. Oh, little bit of damage traded. Advantage for Ethan, at least a little bit. But what can this name from Hikerman do?
Hikerman's taking so much damage, leans back into it. Ethan's trying to open this up on the side, and he is putting up massive damage onto Mercy right now. No mercy to be had. Looking through, finally goes down. Hikerman's got the angle into it. Can he finish this off? Right, tries to step away from it, but is going to go down. It's going to be Storm back behind them, content to finish the fight for Dodge.
Ooh, for a second there, Hikerman didn't realize that Mercy were taken out. You could see him still shooting in the smoke, but
we're not done yet.
Told by his teammates he's getting the revive. But yes, Tactical 8 as well. They're swinging in from the west side. They're not trying to go through Forefunners. They're trying to go through Snow Patrol. Forces them away. Gets a couple of knocks, get a couple of kills. But what can Palix do to try and stay alive here? Hiding behind a tree, trying to find the angle, but with on 20 HP, needs to heal up.
He wanted to go for that res, or at least to pick up, but he's taking so much damage. Zinni on another angle, also having to retreat. This is a gate-kept position. Snow Patrol is inside the zone, and TAC 8 is not. That's why they're having to just take a couple of shots, run in. Snow Patrol is going to go down from range, but guess what? That's Fool, who is also still going to have an angle into this, and Oldless is going to connect onto Palix. Oldless is just feasting this game.
6 kills for Fool. They've had a couple of unlucky games so far. This could be the one that turns their fortunes around. Tactical 8 with a little bit of a send. Zenny trying to find some position. See if he can make any work from it. That's not going to be the case. T8 are eliminated in 7th place to get 1 placement along with a couple of kills, but still not too great of a round. Abstract here. They've been third partying. Can they do more?
Oh my God, Fool just walks into a death trap. Vegas, last one up, looking through. AB has found their strength. There is an opening. Everybody ahead of them is down on the leaderboard. They have the capabilities to clutch this one up. Vegas is probably not too long for the world as AB has every single angle of this one connected down. Do note that AB does need to move into the circle. It's actually Vegas that's inside the zone right now. We do have Dodge that's going to be moving back behind this that could cause AB its own problems. Vegas just has to wait this one out and hope maybe a third party can assist, but nothing is coming.
On an angle, gets one, but the spray doesn't go his way. Back Monster with the kill, and well, you could see how AB were moving around, how Abstract were positioning themselves. They were going to find him sooner rather than later, but here comes Ethan and Hikerman. They heard that fight. With the triangulation, they figured out that there is some space for them to grab, but Abstract were able to take Vegas out just in time for them to turn their attentions back. always aware of the potential of being backfilled.
Nobody wants to go for the circle because they know that you got to kill what's around you because every single thing could be vulnerable. Dodge, now going after the team that just saved them when they were in a desperate position. Abstract stepping away, realizing that they might not want this fight at the time, uses the hillside and is going to force Dodge to really crest up into this, and they're going to try to use the hill itself to recover. Hikerman takes some shots, but now, Dodge, what are you going to do? Do you go after AB or do you just go after the circle? Because I feel at this stage, the circle's just got to be it.
Waiting for the blue to force people to make some moves. For Funners, they have a member, they have Loeb sent out to try and find an opening, trying to find some angle. Because Rumblers, they weren't even in the zone a few minutes ago. They sent it in, and they're in some little position. I don't even want to call it defensible, but they're somewhere. That's the important part. BBB comes driving on in, and Rumblers land the shots. No real damage so far, but it still corrals BBB towards the south.
Defensive line coming in, and BBB, out of all the angles you wanted to come into this one, it's going to be dangerous. Ethan lines up again, picks up another one. Ethan is holding Dodge together on this angle. BBB could not find the success, and now Dodge chasing after AB, who's now moving ahead on the leaderboards.
Oh, that might have been a split focus for BBB considering where those vehicles landed, but either way, they get taken out. Good grenades, good damage on the Rumblers, and Dodge want to follow up on that. A spray comes through, can't. Oh, the Hikerman does! Follows up what Ethan couldn't finish, and another grenade. This could be the end.
Show just has to run away from his down teammates. That nade's gonna finish it all out. It's like bowling. Everything's just coming up, and that was a perfect strike. Show is just leaning into the cluster damage around him, but AB now choosing this moment to pounce. Dodge somehow still alive in just a desperate situation. Arson coming in back behind him. How much meds do they finally gonna take down Ethan? Hikerman goes down as well, and Dodge finally eliminated after so long. Show follows him into the grave.
Whoa.
Here we go, just 2 teams up.
Yeah, for Funners, how'd they get here? They ran all the way from the north, and they are keeping Abstract just kept in on the south side. Really good timing, really good eyes for the opportunity for Funners here. The only thing that Abstract have in their favor, especially now that the circle has maintained center, given that edge to Funners, is the high ground. We see Stone Storm swinging on to the side. If he can find an open, if he can find something to try and loosen the control for Funners, Abstract will have an opportunity here. But they need to make something. They need to find that opportunity first.
They're the aggressors here. Everything, they've got to move into the zone. For Funners has the angle. I like the way that they're finding this one. They're coming in. Stone Storm is just feeding the information over, but he has got to be careful. If he gets spotted out, he is so far away. With this being a 4v4, the first down is so crucial. Lineups coming in much slower. AB not wanting to overextend, wanting to use the information, stack up their 3 approach, and see if they can find vulnerabilities. That's all that's happening right now, is just feeling out how to approach this. AB does have a path into the zone, and now their first member, Zulmax, has stepped into the safety, but that means the fact that 4 Funners are going to see him. Zulmax takes a lot of damage. Are we going to see Stone Storm coming in back behind this on the flank? Could open it up and turn this back around for them, but he cannot spot out anybody just yet. Finally sees it, goes for the spray, does finally get him down.
But now his position has been revealed. Lobes is the one who is on the counter flank on the opposite side. Storm is still trying to make it work there from this angle and seems to be aware that Lobes is in that position. Here's the rest of Abstract swinging in from the east side. This might be the opening. This might be the opportunity.
So many people turned back around for 4 Funners to look at Stone Storm, and it's opened up AB. They're moving into this one. They do have Arson that's gone down, but it is a push coming up from Zulmax on one side of it. Black Monster trying to stay alive, but he's going to get spotted down. Stone Storm cannot make the move, but he's got the zone coming in back behind him. He only has a rock, and he has got to move forward. Zulmax moving in, finally finding another one, and this is getting dirtier by the second. Yaxley running for the tree. He's going to go down. It's a 2v2 at this stage. It's a full-on lineup. Stone Storm is revealed, but Zulmax is just moving on every single angle he can find. Finds another one, takes him down. It is just J-Sync. Abstract want this so bad. They know it is important for them. They can climb the leaderboard over so many teams. Zulmax got one angle. J-Sync, what do you have left? Can you hold this one out? Gets picked from 2 angles, and yes, it's going to be Abstract that picks up the win with 15 kills.
15 kills, and they had to work for a lot of those. Really solid control the entire time on that southern side. It's a really good play by them, and on it, just For Funners, it looked like they had that area down on lock, but the way that Abstract, they sent Stone off to the side, the other three went in from the opposite angle, and they just dismantled them piece by piece.
Holy hell, Cam, that is a way to end Erangel, because we're going to be moving over to Miramar after that one. These last two Erangels have just popped off in a big way, and you can just see that we think that sometimes we know who our favorites are, and we talked about this, and we know that, yes, Sonics United are going to rise. I have faith in Luminosity, but we're seeing a lot of teams climbing up. It's not just Tokyo Manji Gang anymore. It's Abstract that's making a statement of their own.
Yeah. Don't speak too soon. I know we said that we expect Sonics and E-United to qualify here, but even though I tried to give E-United a bit of a lifeline from the first two games, this game was still not that great. LG are looking significantly better than both of those teams, and now that Erangel is done going over to Miramar,
and BL throwback.
We need to see E-United especially step on up, and we know that they can. This isn't some sort of like siren song or whatever.
All right, well, Cam,
but we need to see it happen.
I'm very jealous of your camera right now. I've got to figure out what's going on with mine. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to set for Miramar, and I will see you guys in just a few minutes.
Or will you?
mean, there is nothing abstract about this ending other than the name itself. A phenomenal performance coming out, consistently involved in everything that was going on. Whenever we had our top 3 teams go down so early, they were exploiting it every chance that they could get. I'm still impressed by the side flank position. Zulmax, I didn't even see that snipe. Damn, that was very, very clean. We're going to see the last shots come into this one. I've got to say, I'm hoping that while Abstract did pick up the win, maybe my camera is starting to be less abstract now as Zulmax finally going to find that angle and finish it out.
Yeah, maybe less Picasso. There it is. You look better. You look cleaner. You look clearer. Oh God, my mind is still trying to find more abstract puns once you started. But yeah, no, really good round from them. Really good control of that south side, and then just taking that 4v4 step by step, despite 4 funners with arguably the better initial position. I do like how we saw real quick there with Lobes trying to make that vehicle play to try and disrupt whatever Abstract had with the 2 remaining players on opposite sides, but it just didn't work out for them.
I mean, good Lord, smokes and grenades. That is a lot for one round.
Yeah.
I'm mentally broken just seeing 30 smokes and 16 nades inside of it. I mean, we talk about like shoot to kill / luminosity throwing a lot of nades. That's a lot of throwables.
I was not prepared for that, to be honest. They're very efficient with their damage to kills, which means that they were just having to fight off multiple attempted attackers coming in their area, not a lot of long-range harassment, which only makes the fact that they were able to get 15 kills and keep all 4 members alive late into the game even more impressive. But 30 smokes? Where did they put them?
1 nade and 2 smokes per kill is the average that we're looking at on that one. Hey, utility is key, and we can see the fact that they know how to use it, so well considered out of all of that. I'm very, very curious, though, out of how much that kicked open the doors for Abstract, because this is a squad that doesn't always get, I mean, they're always trying. We see them come into these events a lot, come into the group stage, and they're always trying to up punch, and oh my God, I'm just going to be quiet and say this again. It's so good.
Get him. There it is. But no, I see what you're saying to continue down the Abstract way. They're fairly new to the scene, right? They actually made it to ESL qualies through the Open Qualifiers, and through that ESL regional, they were immediately here in the regionals that we have today. And if they keep up this performance, we could see another team follow in the footsteps of a Tactical 8 and a TMG.
The problem with it is every single time we have one of these new teams rise up, means an old team's got to go. And whenever I'm looking at this and I'm watching these nades land on top of them, Rumblers are not having a good day right now. They've got to find out what's going on. They are notoriously better on Miramar, so here's hoping the fact that they find their legs over there. But show it to me again, Zulmax. This is just clean. Pop. Oh, that wasn't even a headshot. He was just already weakened.
Listen, it was a good shot either way. Only about like 30% of Lobes' model was visible above it, so it's not like a perfect headshot, celebratory, disco ball, confetti, whatever, but we'll still take it.
They had to walk into a defended line that was set up against them and set up a side flank with Stone Storm. That was just such a beautiful tactical play. Don't think that it's just EU United, Luminosity, and all these guys at the top, Dodge, that can all bring out the big plays. Abstract knows how to play this game too.
I'm actually shocked that 4 Funners are in 4th place from that round. They got 2nd place, but they only had 3 kills, and with the damage that Dodge and Rumblers were able to do, 4th place is a bit shocking. It doesn't surprise me because they were sort of just hanging out in that compound for a lot of that game. Maybe not the opportunities to pick up kills that they would have hoped, but here are the overall standings. Luminosity, unsurprisingly, still in 1st place, but that gap has been closed significantly with Abstract's huge win.
But Cam, our top 4 is Luminosity, who did not qualify for ESL, Abstract, Tokyo Manji Gang, Dodge. Then it's finally onto the right side of the board where Sonics, United, all those guys that we're having expectations for are going to be at. Bing, bang, boom. This needs to be a big event for them. They want PGC. They cannot be content where they're at, but it is going to be so hard to climb this leaderboard when you've got teams like Abstract, Tokyo Manji Gang just not relenting.
It's only been 3 games. Right? That's the one thing we have
a quarter of your games.
To remind ourselves.
That's a quarter of your games.
Yes. But with 1 win from Abstract suddenly putting them in 2nd, that was more than like 60% of their total points off of 1 game.
Yeah,
so suddenly
that
being
is
in
true.
second off of one, like, because we are playing a limited number of games, then that really does allow for big, wild swings. So we don't want to read into it too much. However, what you were saying is not wrong. What you're saying is not a lie. These can be very impactful when we get towards the end of the qualifiers, looking into the LCQ, because it's not even just the top 8 or the top 10 that qualify. It's only top 6 to avoid the last chance qualifier.
It's going to be harder every single step of the way. We've got so many stats. We've got Miramar that's cooking back behind us. They're trying to get everything in off of this. I mean, Dodge also finding some good performances of their own. Total kills popping off between. I mean, yes, Abstract did find themselves a good last game, but we've been seeing them in the later stages of the game before just this game.
Yeah, they haven't made as big of a splash as they did. They only got 7 kills in the first 2 games, just looking by that math. Dodge, on the other hand, while they haven't had as explosive of single rounds, like Abstract's round that we just saw, they've been in the mix, dealing some pretty hefty damage consistently. So if honestly, just going off of that alone, if there's a team between those two that we were just looking at that is going to be higher on the leaderboard at the end of all of this, I'm going to have to give it to Dodge. It's up to Abstract to try and maintain that form. Not literally win every single game with 15 kills, but you know, make sure that you don't fall too far from that peak.
Okay, I'm going to say it, and I have to apologize to Luminosity, the org itself, for apparently somehow caster cursing you. I don't know how I have this power, and I don't know how to unuse this power. So please, chat, let me know, message me and say, to uncaster curse a team, I need to do this. And if it's like a dance in the background, back behind this backdrop or something else like that, I'll try to do it because, damn it, Luminosity, I want to see you there. I mean, it's... By the end of today, I know it's weird to say, but that means that half the games for this qualifier are already going to be played for each one of these two groups. So every game does matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does. It does. Going into Miramar, that could change up a lot. That honestly really could change up a lot. You talked about the Rumblers being better in a lot of instances on Miramar. I do think E United are going to have a lot better of a run as well here on this map. So this could be a pivotal moment for a lot of these teams.
Okay, here we go. Our top damage coming out. Ethan, Stone Storm, no surprise between the two of them. Ethan was putting in some crazy work that round. Hikerman in as well. Roth, just always a persistent factor in every single game.
Always 5th, but he's always 5th. He's always there.
I mean, I guess always 5th is better than just 1st every once in a while.
Yeah. And at the very least, BBB with... They're sort of like this weird middling position that it seems. That change from IGLing from Roth to Keenan to allow Roth the opportunity to like make explosive plays seems to be working.
Yeah, looking in, it's Miramar, so Miramar going to go where Miramar's going to go. Plane path not quite as pivotal, but we're going to be over Azahar and ending around Prison Island itself, ending pretty much on the tip of Prison. Now then, not Prison Island. Yeah, Prison. I want to call it Prison Island, but it's not technically called Prison Island. It throws me all the time.
It's a descriptor. It's fine. It's fine.
See, I always hear it called Higos Island instead.
Both are fine. Both are correct. It's technically the island that holds prison. It's the prison island. It's not. That might not be the official name, but who is the governing body of Miramar? They would have the papers there for the official.
You can have it, Kim. We'll give you this official title, and you can designate it. Because the loud.
That's a lot of power that I wasn't expecting.
Looks like Abstract's going to go ahead and get their drops early. They're going really far to the north, and Campo Militar might be their target, which is plenty of loot, but that's going to be a long rotation, as Miramars want to do sometimes.
Hey, Toffees is going to love it. He loves that Miramar. This is Miramar. He loves that Militar rotation, that loot grab. I don't like it. I think it's awful, and the circle could be worse for Abstract. They are going to have to drive very, very far down the south, but at least it's not on the west.
Hit the brakes. Okay, we're going to have to go the opposite way. Campo Militar is a thing. I know this is a team that we keep talking about that has the potential, and it is a newer team. So a lot of these faces are not as well known as, say, your Tiggletons or your Trimsies or your Luke 12s, everything that's going on with those different players. So hearing the way that they move and the way that they try to make these decisions, especially when you get a circle like this, is going to be very, very important for them. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on what's going on with them, as not too much is happening inside the circle. The only thing you should note, as I will remind you, we do have a squad stream feature that's going to be up. Feel free to click on that, and you can see what's going on here, as well as what's going on the map, because the map is going to be important on this one, as Mercy's got the center of the circle.
Look at this. Sorry, Toffees, I don't see it. I don't see how this is a useful drop spot. Not only is it off in the corner, look at how far everyone needs to run and how irritating it is to park your cars in there. I just don't see it.
Sometimes
try to convince me so many
how
times.
you feel, Cam. That one time you landed there and you had like that monster game defines the fact that apparently that place is good to drop. I've had that happen before. Like there was a reason why I dropped at No Lean for a really long time, because Poro and myself, we would just end up, we'd always have firefights around there, but it was more contained, like was like three
Matt,
duos that would drop, and it was always fun. So
Matt,
it just came de facto.
Do you know, I don't know if you were here, but do you know what happened the last time I, with Toffees, dropped in Campo Militar? Everyone died and I had to try and bail us out. I don't want that experience again. I don't think Backmonster wants that experience from Abstract. Granted, they never have the hot drop with anyone. This is Campo Militar and competitive play that we're talking about, but I'm just saying, this place is cursed.
All right. We're going to try a new feature where we're going to jump in, coming up from PCS in the group stages, where we're going to listen in to what Abstract has going on in the comms and what they're trying to plan to do right now.
It's kind of rough. I'd rather just be forced to take a fight into like a 4v4 than get stuck.
Heard. Okay. I have
I need grip and tack. And
all I really need now is a scope.
My SKS is empty.
Yeah, I need
just
grip and tack as well.
Okay, so we're really coming in late. Just loot up on your meds, boys.
I need to go backtrack 4 or 5s.
Heard. Dude, I'm only on a 1 bag too.
I got a 3x now.
Here.
I like something
I
better.
only have helmet 1. I'm gonna go up and start looting.
Heard.
Towards the zone.
Oh, 8x. I have a spare 4.
Could use. I got the 4, no need.
Anybody else?
I could use 4. Yeah, I have a 3x currently.
Still need a dot and a grip.
Yeah, I would like something better than an angled grip.
I'm on a 2 right now. I'm gonna go out this last warehouse and I'm gonna hop in the car and start leaving.
I think I saw an F grip, but I don't know where. So
I'm
gonna look for more here on green.
I could have 3 med kits. Holy crap!
I have 5.
You have 3 med kits? Damn.
No, med kits, not first aids.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
You're a walking clinic, brother.
He is a walking clinic, and look at, I feel for them. You drop Campo Militar because you want that good loot, and here they are like, well, nope, none of us have a grip. I think that's what they were trying to figure out, was the Cam.
Yeah, I'm not going to belabor the point because I feel like they proved my point for me. They're going to have to move soon. The phase is just about to close. It's about 10 seconds. Looking elsewhere on the map, a lot of teams who were not so far away from the zone are already in the center. SQ have a bit of a split themselves, or maybe unintentional. I think Shrimsy is left behind because he got caught off because of how many teams are already in this area.
Oh, but note where we see United at, and they have a lot of vision on what's going on in this. A lot of teams are clinging to life around Impala, as you were saying. LG is going to be coming into the south, and it looks like they're going to be stopping by Paraiso. So really, it's just our teams that are going to be coming in from quite far, like Abstract. They're the guys that are going to be coming in. All considered, do you think that with the way we see this lined up, Purdy, see, look, there you go. It's going to be a terrible crate. Terrible crate. I'm trying to counter.
You trying to reverse curse because it's the best crate they're going to hope for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to counter curse it now. See, I don't think that LG is going to do anything this game. Kurt, I think that you're bad. See, I caster curse. Got it.
All right. What were you asking? I feel like you were asking a question.
No, that was just it. So whenever we look at this, whenever we see that most teams are playing in that area around Impala or to the east of Los Leones, that's a pretty open area. So most teams have already rotated in. If we see this shift away from the center, Cam, like, where do you think it would go? I feel like they're pretty much due right that with Los Leones in position with all that water, it feels like where everybody's at, it's going to be the way this stays.
Yeah, there's a very, very big chance that it's going to swing north of the Sonics and go in this area that's being taken by TMG and 4 Funners. just to the of La Vendita, and there's a couple of fields around that area, so I think teams are preparing to have another scrappy game in front of them. BBB rotating in. This is also going to be on the south side, kind of backfilling behind LG. I say kind of because LG actually have started looting Los Leones. That was the major change. They're actually not in Hacienda anymore, which is why they were in that position that we just saw them in on the south side of this circle.
Shout out Spectator. That was a clean angle. Watching them come over that hillside like that. Yeah, but BBB is nothing around. They're going to be comfy coming into this one. For funners who were trying to have some fun last game, but just kept getting denied off of it. See if maybe they can find a more fun game this round. You know, depends on how you look at it. I'm a personal fan of Miramar, so let's see how it goes. Miramar is fun with friends. I think that's the best way to say it. Aaron Gill is fun solo and duo. When you got a 4-stack, Miramar is just fun.
It's got some of the best fighting terrain.
Yep.
Like hands down. And BBB continuing to use that to their advantage with sharp shots, scouting out ahead, really good leapfrog play by them. There is Fools that's filling behind them, so they're going to have to worry about that. And here, 4 Funners and TMG getting very, very close. A trap set, either intentionally or as an adaptation to TMG getting up.
This is just an awkward circle for a lot of these teams to try to navigate. And this is the Impala area, so there is a lot of strength to be had here, but TMG, I don't know how much they're wanting to push into this one. 4 Funners are definitely in the more defendable position, so they know that it is coming. And with the slow movements that are coming out from TM, I think that they're aware as well. It's just, this is such a difficult area to try to assault, but it has so much strength. It could be worth it, but it's a double-edged sword.
Colton seems to be aware of the possibility. Scouting to see if anyone's peeking, if anyone's holding the angle. But it seems that no matter what, they're not super confident on a push into these last unknown compounds of this area. And so they're going to fall away. They're not going to give away a death that was frankly unnecessary. Going into that compound, that last little position, not the most useful thing for them. Over here, Tactical 8, they have their eyes set on Mercy. And Mercy's, they've been getting shot at for the past couple of minutes by multiple teams. We heard that one little crack of a bolt action from Snow Patrol, dropping a member of Mercy. That player did get revived, but still, this is an uncomfortable position here for Mercy.
Oh, no. Hustlers, this is not where you want to go right now. I do agree with what you're saying about Tokyo Manji Gang stepping away from this one. If we see the circle pop over here, though, that might be the time to make the assault. Right now, there's no value in it versus where you're at the time. So instead, Hustlers are going to realize this is not the way to go, and it's just the waiting time to come in. I got this fear, though, Cam, with just nobody being in Los Leones. Okay, good. This is the only way it could go. I was like, if this goes Los Leones, man, so sad.
Disaster. Yeah, it would be disaster. But no, this is, as you said, the only way that it really could go. Center up around these fields, east of La Bendita. United already strong position. 4 Funners, I would say they have a good position if it wasn't for half of their team being stuck in this weird precarious position, surrounded by TMG and Hustlers Academy. But Penta right now, taking some shots, gets a knock, but a counter fight here from BBB swinging in from the side, wherever Keenan came from. Penta was not prepared for it.
Keenan's kind of on his own little island as well. He has the capabilities to get some more knocks, but how much of this does he want? We don't see reinforcements really coming. This just feels like it's a bullying play rather than going for a kill. I think that he is now stepping away as, the rest of BBB sees never surrender, and they're going for a compound and trying to shift them away from it. So Keenan is by his lonesome right now.
Yeah, really good play by LG as well. Luke 12 is going to find the angle to go and get the revive without revealing himself to Keenan. The rest of the team moves away because they don't want to get distracted by one pickup that might not even happen depending on BBB's positioning. But Fool's also rotating in from the east side. We see a number of teams surrounding Impala just a moment ago.
Okay, so we see this circle in some variation quite frequently. Where we see LG playing, this is going to be kind of the end of the cover positions where the further north and specifically the more center we go, it's just going to get flatter and flatter because that's going to be that area around Bendita. Impala is going to be a safe haven, and the hills to the north and to the east of Los Leones are going to have some opportunities as well. AB is coming into the circle, and they're going to be very far to the northeast and do find some compounds that are going to be in that northeastern area on the opposite side of the road from Impala itself. But Impala teams, comfortable everybody else, you're seeing it, taking long-range pot shots. It's only the hill teams that are going to be to the south and the west that are capable of making any aggressive movements.
Yeah. So finding a position, trying to control that position is going to be really, really critical here. We see a couple of splits. Mercy, E United, Sonics even have one of their own, though theirs is a bit different because they don't have to worry about those big giant fields. Just yet. They don't have to worry about it yet. Oh, this
Halo. Look, he's the close range god, not the driving god, right?
This is true. And Fools are backing away from this, so it's not going to be an opportunity they find. Oh, this takes a lot of damage. Ooh, very, very close. Almost gets taken out by Hustlers Academy, but they are going to be able to get a position to heal on up.
No, Ice Tech. He was the one that revealed himself and took shots down into this one, and it's going to be H1 that dropped him. Oh, this looks like this is going to be the way this game is going to go, Cam.
BB now crashing on to Mercy. Grenades at the ready for Sneak Attack and Lucid, but can they get them in play in time? Oh, that was perfect!
Sneak Attack just snuck 2 kills of his own. Let's make it 3. Bing, bang, boom. No, just stop. Don't go in that door anymore. Yes, just go somewhere else. It's not going to work. Sneak Attack is so violent, he even hurts himself.
With results like this, I'll take it. A leap in through the window. Very aggressive, but listen, they had to go for something, but that's going to be all 4 members. I'm pretty sure all 4 were taken out by Sneak Attack. What a strong hold, and what a lack of utility from BBB to try and take this position in the first place. They were just hoping that it was clear. They're hoping that their aggressive nature would try and scare someone away, but nope, that is not how it happened at all, and they go out in 16th place.
Hey, do you like fields? Because we're going to have a lot of it. We did move to the west, so not even Impala in the circle. Going to make everything all kinds of spices. That means that the foothills that are going to be just to the north of really Los Leones are going to be where it's all going on. These fights are going to start breaking out around Impala as people are going to try to separate out. Opposite side of the hillside, you can hear the fact that that's what's going on. It's going to be 4 Funners, I believe, fighting Hustlers. Or no, Fool fighting Hustlers. And sure, where do you go? Like, it's time to firefight, get your kill points, because there's no guaranteed safety afterwards. And hello, my bad, finding more and more work and more success.
I mean, we just saw them previously had a 4 versus 4 standoff, and unfortunately now it's become a 1 versus 2 if you discount the players that are knocked. Halo's going to try and confirm one of those. Can't get any more, though.
I mean, you got to give it to him. He's doing a good job on figuring out a way to turn a bad situation into something.
Yeah.
Every point didn't matter, but revealed position doesn't get the drop. Discretion is the better part of valor right now, I would say. Is
ooh,
okay, well, maybe just get yourself a little bit of working away from it. And he's just trying, dude. Okay, I respect it. No running, no fear to be had from Hello My Bad.
LG now sending it into those fields that you so eloquently set up for us. Finds a small little spot that they can play at, but it's not great. But hey, I was about to say with Purdy at 3 HP, it's better than nothing, but it looks like Purdy is going to get nothing in the end as he gets confirmed. Sneak Attack with yet another kill under his belt for this round.
In the position that they're playing, him being down and just being able to provide information on what he sees might not be the worst, because yeah, they're close to center. Rumblers are probably more center, but they're hiding in hay bales in cars. That's not the best feeling in the world, so it's going to be clinging to life and making sure that nobody gets a clean angle onto them. So making sure they keep clean sight lines are going to be so valuable. See, rotations now coming in as this Academy trying to make sure that they don't overextend into Mercy and do what Bing Bang Boom did, but that is not a very happy car, so got to be careful. It's going to be AB that's going to see it. Goes for the drive by Ice Tech. Got to roll this one on the opposite side of the hill. It does get away, but there's still more to be had, and that car does not have much more to go.
Where can Isaac find? He was the first one knocked, and now he is the last one up for his team, trying to find some position to play around, but it's going to just be a waiting game. Hopefully he'll have an opportunity for a kill or 2 before he goes out, but even in a dip like this, at some point he's going to get pushed.
Ooh, okay, Mercy, where is this coming from? They found themselves in a defendable position, and nobody is going to be able to survive around them. 4 Funners looking back into Fools right now. Nate's going to roll right underneath of them and gets them both. That was perfectly tossed, and Oldless yet again finding big moments. Fool now in so much trouble, just taking the sprays into the smokes. Vegas and Maji know that this is going to be an uphill fight through the smokes, in the snow, both ways, as 4Funners are just... This is going to be so hard to work around.
They're giving 4Funners the opportunity for the revives as well, but there's not much more that they can do unless they want to just run out into the open. They have to deal with not just 4Funners, but also Ace looking at their position. And the blue dealing damage as well. Vegas is still going to go for the spray, but Machi goes down. It's all up to Vegas. He's going to go for the revive, maybe. He's considering it at least.
This is risky. What's he going to try to do? He's going to go down. Ice Tech looks like he was thinking about coming over here, and that was going to be his own problem, as it looks like he is now removed as well. Sonics are playing along the edge of the zone. You can see them down to the bottom of that mini map there, and they're going to have to be making a move. Did you think there was too much cover in this circle? Guess what? Next one has even less.
Am I blind? I don't see Ace on the map. Are they dead and I just didn't realize it? Or are they so deep in the blue that we can't see them anymore? Oh no, okay. Isaac finds one. I don't know if that's good. Oh, it is! He gets it. He confirms it. Well, yeah, oh, they're dead center. They're right there. I'm just blind. I really am just blind.
Okay, well, looks like...
Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm sorry.
Hey, it happens. It's okay. Don't worry about it. They are playing a good defendable position. Abstract still has their 2 up. Do note that LG is holding on to that first place position, but it's going to be Abstract that's trying to chase after them. Tokyo Manji Gang already going down means the fact that there is an opportunity for Dodge and Sonics as well. Sonics are slow rolling this one, and with good reason. Just wait, let everybody fight out, let them weaken each other, and then come in. This is a smart choice to deal with a very cover barren circle.
Swinging on by in the whip. Not a lot of shots coming out from Tactical 8. No real damage just yet, that we'll see how successful H-Win and Shrimzy are on this push. Shrimzy actually might be so late that he can't make this pass. Instead, Sonic's going to be surrounded. Tactical 8, H-Win very, very low, has to stop, but Mime and Tiggleton are here.
Oh my god, this angle coming up from Shrimzy. We keep talking about the damage he's putting up. He's showing up on all these damage charts for good reason. He's playing an off angle, and you can see the trust that his teammates have into this. They can move forward, but Alex, I don't feel like he got too much more to go. He's going to find himself just completely surrounded by Sonic members. Does get shot.
Oh!
Shrimzy! God! Just dead.
Oh! Someone give this guy an aspirin because he's sick. What in the world was that? They still have to contend with the blue. And over here on the east side, they're not the only team, as you can see. Mercy and Ace's crew running into each other. Mercy doing a really good run of this round so far, but now they have to push into another team, and Terry is just trying to keep the lookout for the last few members remaining. The smoke covering his vision, but Utility just won't stop coming in.
Makes the press up, but I mean, that was a near impossible push. The defending lines on those hills were so strong. The numbers were in the favor. Mercy did have themselves a pretty good game, all considered, though, so pretty much respect on that one. TAC 8 is looking around, but really, I mean, what do you do? Even Rumbler's compound is cutting out. Never Surrender, Sonics, and TAC 8, where we saw them very far to the south, are still in the circle, and everybody else has got to make a move.
The one good thing about being the teams that are in the field right now is that with the circle closing as much as it has, that's gotten less and less of a high ground surrounding it with the vision on that angle. There are still areas on this west side here that you can see Dodge and E United sort of leaning towards. But if those teams like LG and Rumblers can just try and stay alive for a little bit longer, they might have some more opportunities.
Do note we can see Dodge coming in here. There is Relo that is down the foothills that's trying to hold out for E United. The other members can't come in. Ace is trying to make a move in, but they're going to have to deal with Rumblers and LG. LG, remember, they were in a desperate situation to begin with. Now the circle of weapons is going to be even harder. Ace has an idea, but they're going to assault this, and it's not going to go very well. Show! Look at the gun! Oh my god. I need to see that thing.
Listen, I like this play by Aces. I thought they executed it very well. They got a knock, and they immediately pushed on it. They were not expecting a shotgun on the opposite side. But yes, LG are pushing in, trying to capitalize on what Aces started. If they have their grenades and Molotovs at the ready, they could land these perfectly. They're aware what building it is. They see the vehicles. They see the smokes.
Trying to throw it through. Los is outside on this one, but Los is already getting assaulted by Luke's angle. Has got to be careful on it. It's just him and Show, and Show's on near on no life. Looks through, gets some damage, but this is a big problem for Rumblers. There are just Luminosity players swarming everywhere. They have got to play this one carefully, as it's just going to be continually fleshed out in Sonics, picking up the kills at range due to how long this fight is going. LG coming in, slow and steady is providing time for Los and the res on the Valiant.
Yeah, that comment I made about the high ground maybe not being as strong over the field, I was wrong. Sonic, they have an angle on everything. They're taking everyone out, and this is the opposite side.
I mean, where do you even go? They're shooting at, I don't even know, 250 meters or something like that. But the angles are still so open on this. Like, look at what they're just feasting on people in this low ground and no cover. And even the only covered spot, Cam, they can see and harass. What the hell do you do?
Hope, right? Put a 6X on a DBX? DBS? I don't know.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Valiant.
Why does he have the 6X?
Because it's style, my friend.
Okay, there it is. There's
the message. And that message is, I tried really hard. Oh, respect though, Valiant. Respect.
Okay, 16's up, and here's the thing. The circle did pull away from the Sonics. They have the high ground, but only for a little bit longer. How many more kills can they get from this position? They only have 4, which is a lot lower. Maybe not a lot lower, but still a little bit lower than I would have expected. They're going to try and get as many as they can. Them, as well as No Surrender, are taking shots on Tactical 8 here. Because this position here, this little shed cover, is really the only thing that's available for a lot of the teams in this final field.
Yeah, it's a firing line with Never Surrender and Sonics just looking down on everything. Dodge is kind of looking around Never Surrender's positioning, but since they've moved this way, that's going to relent, and E United might have an option to move. But it's really, as one team moves, there is your minimal opportunity to try to make a move of your own. LG is just, look at the firing angles into him. Luke 12's trying to move out. E United's trying to move out. It's just so open. Only hay bales for cover, and really, it's hay bales in a dream more than anything else.
Yeah. Emphasis on the dream. Mime's still getting some knocks. Hooligan got taken down. Potential with the revive there. But with Sonics, yeah, they need to move out. They need to try and find a little bit of a foothold. Tiggerton's still trying to keep an eye onto that position. But no real option than just to spray through the smoke because there's so much utility used up. But that's going to run out at some point. It's going to run out eventually.
Oh, boy. Oh, doing the rolls. I think he threw the nade in the middle of that. It's all part of the plan. Now make the switch up. Finally, Veronica gets the drop onto H1, but they got away with something that should have been a lot worse.
They didn't get away with it. No. With the knock on the Shrimsy, they have now objectively not gotten away with it. That vehicle spin, they were not prepared for that. But more shots coming out. They're still going to try and get as many kills as they can. Tiggerton and Mime, they're in the zone. They're not in a super comfortable place, but they are in the zone.
Wait a minute. With this dodge, looks like they are positioning back behind Never Surrender, and 2 members down for Sonics means that the people that are out in the fields are starting to get some relenting. I know that droughts are a potential thing on Miramar, but finally the bullet rain is starting to drop, and people can move around and get some freedom because Alo still needs to move into the zone itself.
Dodge are the team that needs to make the move. And I don't know if Never Surrender are aware of it. I'm looking at the map and all of their arrows are pointing towards the field. They are so intent on confirming those kills against the Sonics and dealing more damage to Tactical 8 that the Dodge Assault could catch them completely off guard.
All right. If once the Murado doesn't succeed, try it again. We'll have to see how this one goes. Murado's and jumps and trying to avoid shots in open buildings. Catches the land on this one. Rolls right in. Tries to go for the run over. Jumps out. Spots it. But Tiggleton goes down. Mom's looking for him. Does manage to get the drop. Hooligan going to go down. Tater's going to go down. And now should get the res. As they do have a safe spot in the circle. With big, asterisks.
Yeah, heavy quotations on safe there. But you saw for a quick second, made sure that no one was crashing onto that position before they went for the revive. Good play. The bleed out timer wasn't so fast that was going to be an issue, and so both members of Sonics are still standing. Now United also trying to take control of their position, slowly make their way forward bit by bit, and now Dodge, again, it is on your timing to make this move. Grenades coming out, though. Never Surrender are aware.
I mean, this has been a very slow boil. We've been seeing a much more aggressive long firefight Dodge, but this time they're opting into a slower strategy, hoping the fact that maybe Never Surrender can get weakened from somewhere else, but that's not going to happen. Alo using the opportunity of what's happening with this firefight to try to run in, but Sonics do see him. He's going to go down. E United have managed to get very close to the circle. They're not quite in it yet. Corsac has gone down, but it's going to be Dodge trying to manipulate this high ground, but not finding the successes that they were really hoping.
More utility comes out. Never Surrender are down to 2. If Rafa cannot get revived, and honestly looking at this current situation, that might not happen. Shots come out. Flash at the ready. Dodge need to push. They need to push. They're waiting so long, but they need to make the push.
They should hear the firefight going on in the distance where Sonics are trying to take shots at E United, because with all the smoke down, all these high ground teams we're looking at right now cannot take shots into it. So this is 2 contained fights. One that's happening down on the bottom of the hillside in the fields, and then what we've got going on over here with E United now getting in a position that has slowed it down. But Dodge is trying to flank around through these positions and are revealing themselves. They look and they see E United. Hikerman just gets a directed bead onto Relo. That means the fact that Never Surrender are going to realize where the reposition has come from. These buildings are going to make it much, much harder for them to go through. But United is just caught out in the open and getting torn and tattered into pieces.
Really good use of Never Surrender's lack of real defense here by Dodge. They find a position and they say, you know what, there's a free shot, let's take them. Finally, the swing out is going to come. 1-for-1 trade. It's all into Tetra right now.
Gotta be so careful. Hikerman's gonna go down. It's gonna be Flood still alive for E United. Just one member of each one of these teams out in the fields looking up, just throwing bullets, hoping for vengeance as to what has happened to their squad and the hellacious movements that they've had to deal with for so long. Dodge committing, trying to get their res in. Hikerman's gonna be low on life, but Finish should be able to get this one. Flood's gonna go down. And now it is just Never Surrender, but the circle has left the high ground position. And Mime is the only one inside the circle.
Barely. He's got a foot. He's got a toe. His pinky toe is inside the zone. But Dodge 4 up. That's huge. Yes, the revive from Tetra onto Veronica also came through. But at this point in the game, having 4 members alive despite only 4 kills is gotta be. It's a huge benefit.
I'm surprised that Dodge isn't just trying to take out Never Surrender right now. They need to move. They know that they're not inside the safe zone, and they're taking this very lethargic. I do understand that they're trying to be very clinical in their approach, but with every single second that they're having to delay here means the fact that they're going to have to run down this hill with Mime taking shots at them in a much more hurried fashion. And so I don't know what the plan is, because they can't leave Never Surrender back behind them. They've got to figure out how they're going to execute this, and it looks like it's going to be a slow roll down the hillside, trying to dodge Mime, but it's going to be so hard. Cortex's already gone down. Veronica! Most of them. Everybody has just fallen on Dodge. It is just Hikerman. He's taken so much damage, and he can't do anything. Mime is out. He's just running in the open. He realizes he has an opportunity. He is just charging this. This is a 1v1v1, and can the patience of Mime finally be rewarded as Tetra is up the high ground? The Blues coming in. Hikerman can't get away from it. Looks in. The Blues still eyeing what's going to be going on with Tetra. He's got to move. Mime doesn't know exactly where he is, but spotted him out finally. The 1v1 for who's going to be able to take this Never Surrender up on the high ground, but Mime knows exactly where he's at. Flashbangs come out, spray coming out, doesn't manage to connect just yet. Tetra just navigating through smokes, trying to cling to life and move closer while Mime is trying to keep the distance.
He is in the zone right now. He ran away from his cover to take this fight and to steal this win when, frankly, he had very little right to it. But now in a 1v1, yeah, sure, Tetra has the smoke, but no one has the hard cover. If one of them can see them, they can be seen in return.
Slow. Now everything has pumped the brakes. Mime knows exactly where Tetra is. Tetra is going to be on the opposite side of this, looking through the smokes, having to take guessing. Footwork, listening into footfalls is going to be so important. Mime trying to continue his flank around, playing this so aggressively might be what works out for him, because maybe Tetra will not expect the angle. Look at how far he's moving away from the center right now. Flashbang starting to come out. Here's it. Tetra's got the angle into this one's gonna have to be careful. They're so close to seeing each other, but that smoke wall creating the barricade. Mime wants this so bad. He's been under harassment for so long. Sonics, remember, flipping their car, rolling in, losing 2 members.
The smoke is running out.
So hard. The Blues coming in. Tetra's got to move forward. Mime is just stepping away from it. I think that he's lost track with the smoke flow now. Deteriorated. Tetra looks up, sees it, but it doesn't matter. It's prime time, Mime time, as it's going to be 10 kills for the Sonics to take the win.
Mime started to lose the plot a little bit there in the end. But because of the damage from the blue, already that meant that Tetra was going to be a little bit lighter of a target. So even though he started shooting first, Mime was going to ended up coming out on top there. 10 kills for the Sonics, and it didn't look to be such a great game for them. Yeah, they took that position from, I forget the team that it was earlier on. It was Tactical 8, but going on from there, it did not look clean. but it didn't look clean for anyone. It was a field ending.
Nobody.
It was gonna be scrappy no matter what. And the fact that Mime was able to turn a three-man spray down from Veronica into a win for his team, amazing play.
I mean, sometimes your patience is rewarded, and he had to be very, very patient to get that one to work out. I mean, look at how many people just had to send it down into those hay bales and just try to survive for so long. The firefights that were going on between them, I thought that Dodge had it, but they just showed hesitation, I guess. I don't know what happened with them, but I know that they're going to rally. They're going to figure that one out. They've been playing far more aggressive so far today.
Yeah, really, really, really good game. But we have 2 more Miramars coming on up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Never give up, never surrender. That was Tetra's mantra, but sometimes primetime mime time is too strong. As you know, this is a guy that can handle 1v1s like a boss. Continued, survived, flicked back over. Wasn't even the first one to be hit. Mime just is built different somehow.
Yeah. Again, I can't think of any other player that would run out in the open like that in that situation in a 1v4v2. But Mime just has this confidence.
It was the way to do it. He could gatekeep. They were all caught up with each other. Getting in and being in a spot that they wouldn't expect was the call. The smokes did slow him down a touch, And I feel like the thing that did the most damage to the Sonics was the car.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. That little first Murado spin out was not a good opener. What looked to be the start of a great run. They ended up getting the win anyway, but look at the kills versus damage. This is one of the more inefficient damage to kill ratios that we've seen, and a lot of that just comes from the fact that they were just peppering so many shots out from range with that high ground hill position before they needed to make their way into the field.
Yeah, we were talking about at the start. This is a no man's land of cover, and the end game circle definitely proved that. Moving early in circles like that are heavily rewarded if that's the way you're wanting to play for position, such as teams like LG. But if you're a team like Sonics that's wanting to play on the edge and just try to amass kills, you can get a lot of benefits out of a circle that is that wide open. And man, they were harassing so much.
Yeah, you need to win your fights, though, in order to make that work. That's the big thing. At the same time, LG, the way that they played this, as you said, with a little more, I don't know if I want to call it defensive-minded, but positional-minded. They secured top position, but they weren't able to really get a lot of control. Here come the sends from the Sonics. What looked like the beginning of the end multiple times through because they just continued to make it work. And then this is what I was worried about, the full four-man push from E United, but Dodge just happened to find the position despite sharing a compound with Never Surrender to just tear E United apart.
This was just a prime example of PUBG things. The 1 second that Dodge moves over is the exact same second that United finally leaves their cover. Yeah. There's so many moving factors like that. The flipping car, LG having to make the send into this point. I mean, just the 1v1 on the Miramar hillside, that's just how it feels sometimes. And again, that's just such a clean flick back into that one. I cannot get over it. 20 points for the Sonics. Never Surrender finding themselves 13 points, but Dodge in that continual top 4 is going to find another 10 points, and Luminosity Gaming following it up with 8.
Yeah, good to see E United back towards the top, 5th place, but it's only 7 points, and they were pretty far down on the leaderboard. So it's a good start to try and climb back up, but we're going to need to see a lot more if we really want to see the E United that we expected from the very beginning of the day.
Yeah, it's still feeling far better than it did the last group stage, but not quite as comfy as they're wanting to be. Remember, each one of these groups only gets 2 days of play, so we are now moving into game number 4, which means the fact that they have gone through roughly a third of their game. They have got to make sure. Oh, game number 5, yeah. So we've gone through, pretty much most of the games for the day, so they don't have too much that they can kind of relent on.
Yeah, but hey, E United, sometimes people can sort of overstate this trend from them, but they have been seen to be pulling out amazing games when they're up against the wall and we're going into the final rounds of an event. So if anything, this is almost like, I'm not saying they're doing this on purpose, but who knows? Maybe they're setting themselves up for another run of 3 wins in a row whenever they play next.
Whenever your team specialty is exploiting the high ground and everything is a field ending, that makes it kind of difficult, right? Jokes aside, United
that's also true.
they know how to manipulate high ground, and there wasn't a lot to be had on the angles that they could approach. But that said, they're still a great firefighting team. I don't have too many doubts on it. Cam, moving in again, we only got 2 more games left with this group. I'm continually being impressed by these teams that are, I guess, underdogs, for lack of a better term. The unexpected victors, unexpectedly strong, however you want to say it.
Yeah, Never Surrender did find themselves in a top position off of that game, but they didn't have that many kills. They sort of slowly fell apart. Really, from that game, I want to look at Mercy. This is a team that we're not super familiar with. I recognize Sneak Attack on this team, but everyone else is a new name as far as I can remember. And the fact that not only did they hold off Sneak Attack as a lone player, held off that push by BBB, but they got a good number of kills before they had to flee themselves into the death match that was the field. That was a solid game by them. And so if they can continue that, if they can put themselves in a good position, whether or not they qualify to PCS7, this could be another team to keep your eyes on going into 23.
That is always the problem, is trying to keep a team and have it survive through the PGC downtime moving into Christmas. But we're seeing a lot of strong players, so there's the capabilities to come through. Mime versus Tetra is a rough comparison, but you can see the fact that damage proportion coming up pretty big for Tetra, still keeping up good damage on all considering. The kills are the big differential between them, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's a huge spread of average kills, one versus the other. The damage, as you said, pretty sick. Yeah, I got nothing else to add on to that, really. It's good. I will say, though, it is good to see Tetra back into the mix here. Old viewers might recognize him from NPL. Admittedly, didn't make the biggest splash there, was never really in the mix, him and his team for top placing, but it's still good to see players stay in the competitive scene.
Anytime I see an old PUBG Online or awesome player that comes back and is like finding their footing again, it just warms my heart. It's just like it kind of reminds you of how long that we've had PUBG as an esport and the growth that we've managed to do, that players can come back in and just kind of use the friendships that they've had and come back in, work their way back up, find some capabilities to play on some teams, and find success. I mean, never surrender. That's a hard game to win, no matter how you look at it for them. They had to move into a circle with Sonic member there and 4 members of Dodge, and they still managed to out-survive them.
They out-survived Dodge. They did not out-survive Sonics, but we have another game on our hands. Game number 5 of the day. But before we get into that, it is the top 5 kills and damage of the previous round. Unsurprisingly, we're going to see Mime there. Sneak Attack just far behind, and all 4 of those kills, I believe, came from BBB.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough life to live. Sneak Attack, man, it's almost like that if first you don't succeed, try again, was the mindset that Bing Bang Boom was going for. But after you lose 3 members off one approach, it's just like, nah, you can have the building, man. We're gone. We'll leave it be.
Currently watching the plane right now. Spoiler, this plane path that you can kind of tell from the mini-map is not that great. It's a bit west favored, so teams that are going towards Al Azahar or, God forbid, Campo Militar, please don't do that. Please don't do that. But those teams might find an alternative drop spot or just be prepared to drive a long distance.
I mean, it's Miramar. You get some opportunities to rotate, take your time, make the rotation up. I mean, if you remember, even our Campo Militar team dropped, got vehicles, drove up to it, and then came back down. Miramar is, I guess, more friendly for having to make a longer rotation away from a plane path. In some cases, depends on the part of the map that you're trying to go to, naturally. But I feel like it could be okay. I don't think that we'll see too much craziness come into play.
Looking at drops right now, and you can see on the map, Abstract and Snow Patrol might run into each other, but that looks to be okay. You can see Never Surrender. They are landing in Los Leones. And looking at LG as well, we mentioned how they claimed that they're changing over to Los Leones. They're actually taking not even just the outskirts. It looks like they're not even in Los Leones itself.
Oh,
this circle,
well,
all the way up the north.
Oh my God, Cam. Yeah, okay. I know it's a meme about the massacre thing. I so don't want this to go to Oasis. That would be the worst thing that would ever happen for me.
Okay.
Is that okay?
We'll see if that works out. We'll see if it works.
You're going to have to see how it all lays out. That said, late droppers heavily rewarded. And one of those teams, Abstract, feeling pretty good about their drop. Cabrera, pretty decent with loot, all considered, is going to also be in a good, strong point on this one. Oasis itself is just, I don't know, it's fun. It's such a cool location on Miramar.
This is the new Oasis. This is the new Oasis. It's a facelift.
Yeah, that's why I want to, like, this area is so cool for being so far off the map and not getting enough competitive love. I love this place.
They have renovations here.
I know we've been talking a lot about what's going on in the map and what's going on with renovations. Do remember the fact that if you're curious about what's going on with the map, you can be sure to squad stream. It's not too terribly difficult. You just got to look back down and see right next to the follow button, there's going to be a squad stream button. Press that one and you can watch us and the map stream at the same time. I promise you, whenever you're watching Battle Royale and specifically PUBG, it is vital to understand what's going on and how everything's going to go. It's always a domino effect.
Yeah. But just looking at this circle, one of the big contrasts that I want to let everyone be aware of compared to the previous round is the amount of high ground. There's like one small field on the edge here. Other than that, it's a lot of mountaintops and a lot of valleys in between them. But it's going to be a completely different experience than the huge field-heavy ending that we saw, or even field-heavy mid-game that we saw in the previous time.
I'm not a greedy person. I just every once in a while to see something other than a field ending, because we've been getting a lot of them today. Difficult positions to assault at the end game, from all the way from quarry to what we were looking at last time. Give me something with some more spice, some more cover, the capabilities to make some foot rotations. That's why I love Miramar. So while, yes, I would hate to see Oasis, even Cabrera in this area, or even Crater Fields, the factory to the west of that. There's so much diversity in this area of the map. I love it whenever we get a chance to see it.
Looking at United right now. Not too far from the zone. In the usual drop spot of Minas General. Shouldn't have to move too far, really.
Listening in, you can see E United making their moves, but there's a lot of moves to be made for E United, as we did get some time to sit down and talk to their coach earlier, talking about what teams and threats they have going on around them and how they're preparing themselves for this event.
As far as teams we have our eyes on during this event, I mean, I kind of can separate myself as like a spectator of the esport and competing in this, in that Sonics and I are safe. And there's a big show going on for those last PGC slots. You know, there's a lot of stress on a lot of teams. As far as gatekeeping, I don't think we'll do any of that. We're just going to play our own game like we always do. And I mean, if that means we run into a team naturally, like, we're going to do what we do and probably roll through them. But we're not looking to target anybody. We're just playing our game. But the spectator side of me is excited to watch the battle unfold. And I mean, that's the storyline for this event for sure.
They are correct. They're feeling pretty good PGC point total wise. The problem is they're not feeling too good leaderboard rise right now.
Yeah. Honestly, even though they are pretty secure and making their way to PGC no matter what, it still would be a pretty big blow not to take the fight at the grand finals here. But let's hear it from them themselves, actually. Listen in on United as they make their rotation here in phase 1.
You can grab that.
Their comms are too high. Their comms are too good. We can't conceive their comms. They're speaking in the language of the gods, Cam. We'll have to see and come back to them and figure out what's going to be happening. But also need to figure out what's going to be happening over here with Bing Bang Boom finding themselves some targets. And that's going to be Fool on the opposite end of it.
Good damage, good knocks, good confirms as well from BBB, keeping all 4 alive. That's what you'd like to see. Still a little bit of a struggle that we've seen from these guys, so it's good to see them really continue to make this work successfully right now. They're not even in the zone, though, but they're going to fight for their position because, I mean, Fool are definitely going to be one of those teams that just sort of take any fight no matter what, whether it looks like a smart decision or not.
Every fight is the potential of a smart decision. It's just how you approach it, right? That's the old Riot Squad mantra, if I remember correctly. Sonic's also looking down into Hustlers Academy, who are trying to hustle themselves into some cover right now. This is going to be the southern part of the circle where we do see aces pretty close to them. Hillsides are going to be favorable. No surprise. Sonic's on the receiving end of high ground advantage, moving in and saying, okay, this time we're going to have it.
Ooh, wait. Shrimsy didn't spot the vehicle because of the smoke. Good play here by Hustlers Academy to use this utility, even though it is quite early in the game, to try and just keep their tires alive and as well as themselves. Because this high ground from Sonics is looking really, really dangerous.
If the circle goes down into the south, this is going to be a problem for a lot of teams. This position can be quite strong. There is the accompanying position that's going to be the northwest on this and the hillsides that you can see over there. But really, once the two get taken, they stop trying to shoot at each other unless they just have to, and instead rain agony on everybody down below them. Sonics, though, not content with where they are right now. Looks like they feel they have an opportunity to move into an even better.
Couple of shots. It's going to be from aces behind them. Ooh, Protege also getting into the mix. This is just a big menage a trois here, it seems. Everyone's shooting at everyone else. No cap. Long-range shots. Difficult to land, but you got to send them that way anyway. Might as well. You never know what you will find.
Territory control isn't always about hitting the shots. Sometimes it's just about scaring. Look, hey, we got a lot of people with guns over here. You don't want to fight.
Yeah.
Works.
No, like that's genuinely a thing. Not to go on a tangent, but there's a big thing when you look at nature and about how a lot of how like big giant predators take control of territory. They're not looking for a fight. They just want to show the opposing individual that if a fight does happen, they will lose. But the winner of a fight doesn't always come out like clean and safe themselves. They just come out better than the other guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes just dissuading, territory control. It's very, I guess, primal for lack of terms. We own this location. Well, Mercy owns this location.
Oh, boy.
We gotta find a baseball as it comes through. Sneak attack, runs around the corner, but he's gonna go down. Gats finding an angle onto this, jumps out, running through, trying to avoid the shots coming out. He's just driving off the range. Keenan's gonna go down. While we do see Sneak Attack getting knocked, this has been a big problem for BBB.
They always run into Mercy, and Mercy always seems to get the upper hand. It's not quite as clean this time around. Sneak Attack did go down, and that revive looks to be pretty rough for Mercy. That might just be a 2-for-1 trade, but if they can continue to make this work and maintain control of this position. But I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a curious Valley 8 trying to get close to this spot as well.
They should be able to do it, I think. It's just one member up in Raw, I think, that has had to run away. And so now, yep, see if any Valley it's going to make any plays, but it doesn't look like it. It's going to be a Aquaria enter for them. And Mercy Gaming still unrelenting, like, no, that's still too close to us. You go away, and thank you for the loot.
At the very least, the best game that BBB have had so far was when Roth was scavenging as a solo.
That's sadly true.
Yeah, just saying. They might be looking for another good game. Another 6-kill round.
Way to just kill the energy and the mood there, Cam, and just bringing me down.
I'm not the one that did it. It was Mercy.
You're the
Blame
one
Mercy.
that picked them, and they were your opening team to talk about. See, everybody's bitching about me about caster cursing. Look what you did to BBB.
That's true. You picked LG in there in first place. What's this caster curse nonsense?
I know. Look at what's going on. Well, we do have a circle that's gone down to San Martin, and all of the mess that can happen in San Martin, the hills to the northwest of the position, the roads, the valleys. This is an extremely vertical area, Cam.
It is. This is what I was talking about earlier on with the high ground, low ground. San Martin is still potentially in play, but it's not close enough to the center. I don't expect to see too many teams bail for it. We might see 1 or 2 teams, especially the ones coming in from the east side, like LG and Never Surrender, go to it as like a final desperate play. But right now, Snow Patrol rolling on in through multiple teams. The high ground is what's keeping them alive for now. But how far are they trying to push this maneuver?
I mean, they got the tanks. They're rolling down the hills. Managed to get the separation away from Tokyo Mancha Gang that they needed. Question is, where are they going to stop? Because like we were talking about just a moment ago, it's about to get more dangerous. They do have Hustler Academy on one side. They have Dodge already finding angles into this one. And I guess they're just going to keep going until the bullets stop, but that might be Aaron Goal before they find a place that nobody's going to be shooting them.
They get a little shack, but they'd much rather the low ground compound here. It's close enough to center that it's not a bad move. I'm just worried that if the circle shifts away from them, or even if it does stay on them, how they're going to be able to get out.
Yeah, it's a centered position, but man, as once these high grounds get claimed, it's going to get.
It feels desperate.
The problem that we are looking at that is a benefit actually for Snow Patrol is a lot of these teams that were trying to get into these high ground spots can't due to what we're seeing going on right now. As EU United is going to lose 1 to Veronica, who is starting to have a very good day. I mean, really big performance right at the end of that last round, and has had some key moments in the fights coming in before this one. But with the scattered as we're seeing a lot of these rotations come in, nobody can cleanly move into the positions that they really consider to be their high value point. I mean, even Dodge is holding a 1-1-2 split.
I like how Never Surrender, they're not overstaying their welcome. They got that kill, but they're going to continue to move on because E United for sure are going to be rotating a different angle, and they need to find a safe spot in this zone. It's only phase 2, and we're already seeing a fair bit of crowded spots, and these splits that you just mentioned, like Dodge, TMG also have one. 4Funners also have a 2-2 split of their own, not to mention Sonics with, technically it's a 2-2, but is looking very similar to Dodge's 2-1-1.
Rumblers making their approach in. They're not going to have anybody that's going to be in front of them, but as you were talking about, Rumblers are going to be behind. Mercy is going to be behind Rumblers. This is, I guess, about as calm as it can be. There is some long-range shots that are going in between Hustlers Academy, Snow Patrol, in that valley position we saw beforehand. United shooting at Tokyo Mancha Gang, who's at a higher position, but nothing of consequence. This is just more attrition battles that are going on, with the exception of Mercy, and I think that Mercy can use the sail side. Yep, they're going to block it out. Los isn't going to be able to get over there fast.
Maybe, but they're also picking right in the middle of a 2-2 split by the Rumblers. It's a sandwich, and they're the meat.
Los is being patient with that one. We'll have to see. Alo That's not a close range weapon, Alo. I mean, it's allowed. I like
He's
it.
trying to find where his enemies are so he can get close range.
The whole purpose
He's just
of it.
using it as a spotter. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's not the spot you want to stop. Light Show looking down, hitting the shots into this one, but not enough to get it. Valiate also looking in. 2-2 splits are lined up against each other, and guess what? Mime can even see this. So he's taking shots into what's happening. This is essentially two duos fighting it out, with Mime providing some referee potential inside of it. High ground favor does go to Rumblers. That means that these throws are going to connect much easier. Waldo finds an angle from range into the backside of this one, unfairly separating out our 2-2s into making it more problematic. Screwzer is in some trouble, and Sneak Attack is pretty hurt. Well,
the fire! And now Low Stage G is going to come on up. They have the other two members of Mercy isolated, and with these two taken out, or at least heavily wounded, it gives a better opportunity for the push to come up for Los. He gets one. The counter shots come out, forces him down, forces him to heal up, but he has Waldo at his back.
This has been a more difficult fight for Rumblers than I was expecting it to be. They are definitely being more careful with it. We've seen Rumblers be much more pedal to the metal style of play style. I think that right now they're just wanting to make sure that they pick up the points as they can and make sure that they're covering each other on their approach. Still fully healthy, moving forward, making sure to secure their kills every step of the way. And I think it is just Sneak Attack is the only one that's managed to get away from this.
Wait, how did Sneak Attack get over there? How did he make his way all the way to the road and then down into what is looking very close to hardcover? I suppose.
He's got goals. Now, how he managed to get away from Mime shooting on that angle as well, that is astounding to me. You can see that the way the circle is lined, not a lot of big movements that we're looking at right now. Really just going to be Never Surrender, Attack 8, and that's about it.
A minute left for phase 3 to close. I feel like we're a bit further in the game than we actually are because of how much action. I'm saying that there's still 16 teams alive, but a lot of wounded teams. Already a few solos in the mix. Abstract now spots dodges tires out, going to be taking out a few of those. But are they aware of Hikerman way off to their west? The split that you mentioned earlier, it was a 1-1-2, and now it's a bit more like a 1-3. But Hikerman as the lone player off on the side could disrupt Abstract's positioning.
I do have to say San Martin is about to pop off. At some point, this is about to get really bad for a lot of teams. As you can see that we have multiple great teams that are stacked on top of each other. That is Forerunner and Fool right next to each other, as well as Never Surrender, with LG overlooking it and TAC8 coming in back behind, with Ace also having a high ground position to look into this. If the circle moves anywhere away from San Martin, that place is about to explode.
Halo trying to continue to feed his team information.
I saw that.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
He's trying to push up those damage numbers. Oh no!
Yeah, circle stay center.
They know. Go get away from everything that's bad that's about to happen there. It doesn't matter where you go, just not there.
I mean, where can they go? They're trying to climb up this hill on vehicles, and there's Ace already in the way, and they're going to get shot in the back. Colton from TMG on the north side already has an angle, and who knows how easy it's going to be for Fool and Forefunners. Yeah, Tater does go down to Colton, as mentioned. The rest of T8, though, they made their way up the hill, but can they make their way into this compound?
I mean, Ace has got to be careful. There's going to be a lot of people that are vying for this position. No Cap already down means the fact that Jam is having to surrender defending positions, try to go for this res. One member now holding back all that's going to be coming from TAC8 on this angle for him. Dodge, you can see, still trying to contend up against Abstract, who still trying to fight their way up to the top of that leaderboard. Only 1 point behind Sonics right now, but it is going to be Ethan who continually finds a way to kick open the door for Dodge.
It's about getting these knocks. But yeah, Ethan, he confirms it. No revive available. And this is where this sort of spread from Dodge is going to come up huge. Corsac with another knock. Zolmox has got the bold action in play. What can you do with it?
I mean, so much movement is happening around what's going on. It's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang that did spot out Finnan is going to be forcing him forward. Ethan's having to take a second to go ahead and get some loot position. AB is now cresting down in this lower area. Remember the fact that we were talking about earlier, everybody's leaving San Martin, so you can see that's going to be Forefunners pushing up on this angle. Well, we have TAC8 on another one. Fool's going to be coming up back behind this as well, but we did see Never Surrender already positioned down to the southwest of where we're seeing. But through all of this, Sonics sees every single one of these movements and might counter move around it.
Trying to stay safe around these rocks. A lot of utility being thrown from both sides. Palix gets one under J-Sank. Good defense to their position still. And now Vegas swings in from the opposite side for Funners. They might be falling apart.
There's just somebody on every single rock, on every single angle. Four Funners just looking through, finds something out of the mess that is occurring over here, stepping away. Even we hear that it's going to be Never Surrender, trying to make their way up the hillside. Four Funners is down, but this party is not yet done. Four still needs to make their way up the hillside. TAC 8 is still holding there, and TAC 8 is taking shots at range, and Tokyo Manji Gang picking a new fight, not realizing the fact that there's more still to be had.
Vegas is hungry for it. Looking into the compound, he knows that there's no way that it's completely empty. Or at least a very, very, very low chance of it. He sees the utility, though. Now his attention has put back in on his close range competitors of Tactical 8. Counter flashes comes on out. He wants to peek this so badly.
He's at range, gets half damage, but this is so close. Does he even know? He's moving forward. He's going to reveal himself wide open. Looks back up, spots out the positioning. Fools is eliminated. TAC 8 manages to survive that early rotation. Saved them.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that they have all four alive, they need to get a revive on one of them, but this is a really good defense from Tactical 8. I was incredibly worried about them, but they're making it hold. They're making it stick. But here, Dodge. They retreat from Abstract, or at least from the position that they were contested by Abstract, running into TMG, and the circle has pulled away from them again. So they need to try and secure this fight, secure this engagement, and then make their way into the zone. And I don't know how much space there is available for them. It's looking a lot flatter than it was just a few moments ago.
Well, I mean, TAC 8 is aware. They were taking shots into him, and they're pushing north. They're not moving to the circle. They're wanting to be involved in the fight that's happening up here, and then hopefully try to come down the cresting hillsides that could provide some cover from everything that's going on to the south. We still have Never Springer that's going to have to do with Remnant base, but it's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang that does get vision into a wide open Dodge. Ethan's going to go down, and that's a big, big problem for Dodge. They're having to take the time to reset, but Tokyo Manji Gang has got to be careful. Every second they're still involved in this fight just means TAC 8 is that much closer.
The revive coming on through. But this slow creep by Tactical 8, it's getting closer and closer. The other pair from the south side is also pushing forward.
Does Tokyo Manji Gang even realize what's happening? There's no way that they should be expecting anybody to push into the north, but they have got to be careful not to tunnel vision. TAC 8 is continuing to press in. They're being patient. They've already got some vision on what's going on into this one, and they're just waiting to pounce. They get vision in, trying to go for the spray, does connect into it. Now it's going to be TAC 8 making the move around, and suddenly Tokyo Manji Gang, who is trying to inflict all this damage onto Dodge, finds themselves pincered. It's going to be Hikerman running up, getting some damage into it. Tokyo Manji Gang is falling apart. They have got to figure out a target that they want to go for. Luckily, Zinni finally goes down, and the fact that TAC 8 has to slow their roll just a bit and is now looking into Dodge, as really Tokyo Manji Gang is just trying to survive.
How am I bad gets that knock? He's still alive. TMG are still alive some way, somehow, and Dodge are also 4 up. So T8, they actually got a lot worse out of this than I was expecting.
Yeah, but
do take TMG out, and they are still fairly healthy, all things considered, but Dodge with 4 up, they're still going to be a major threat. It's just this big, wide open area that they need to cross that's going to be the biggest worry on their mind.
It's calming down, moving forward. This is the cover position that TAC 8 was wanting to move for. Now TAC 8 is having to move back down to the south and realizes if they make a move, they're going to be moving through a very wide open area that teams such as Ace, Luminosity, United could see. Got to be careful moving into it. Dodge now getting vision on what's going on with TAC 8. There's the vision. There's the evilness coming out. Hikerman's going to go down. Hooligan's got nowhere to go. Ace's crew is going to be going down. This is just a bloodbath of teams trying to move forward while Luminosity is waiting. Everybody's on top of each other, and Roth is just chilling.
Guys, please just throw a grenade. It's a random shack out in the middle of nowhere. The chances of someone in it are, they're not high, but they're not 0. And there it is.
Does it connect? He is going to catch on fire, but now he has an opportunity. Runs out. Can't stop, drop, and roll until after he is down. Snow Patrol hears this and is now moving in, and Dodge is still going to have a fight on there.
Oh, Roth confirms the kill into Corsac, so it's at least 1 more point. And now Dodge, Hikerman goes down because of an angle from Abstract all the way off on the north side. But here on the east, United have been chilling here for quite a while. They haven't been able to post up as aggressively as I think they would have wanted to, or teams in similar positions would have tried to, because the high ground just wasn't that high in comparison, which means teams like LG have gotten that much closer to their position.
Dodge is just eating up some kills right now. They even spot out at range Abstract. Ethan's going to get the down, but it's going to be Shrimsy to get the flush. A lot of advantage angles coming out for Sonics, as you can see, going to go ahead and get some damage in. Dash is going to go down. Go ahead and down Zolmox. I'm sorry with that one. So this is awkward now, Cam, as we've got United, Snow Patrol, and Luminosity keeping out Dodge with nowhere for them to go.
And Snakers is very far separated. He's a very dynamic player who wants to go for a huge play, but I think this one is a bit of an overextension. Because LG can just easily look over onto his position. He can only block one side of the peak with that vehicle, and there's Snow and Dodge to the north, LG to the south. It's not great cover.
And it's gotten to a point where all these teams that were awkward neighbors are now just having to scrap in ways that they really aren't wanting to. Everything on this hillside is just uncomfortable for everyone that is involved. Even Snow Patrol trying to move forward has threats with right on top of them. Going to lose one member just like that. United is going to try to look back up. The moment they do, it's going to be Luminosity that's taking shots at them. This is just getting messier by the second with no options on how to navigate.
Piece by piece, they're making it work though. Flood getting that one is enough of a threat. It forces Snow Patrol away, and if United figure that out, if they realize that the pressure, the attention from Snow Patrol isn't there anymore, they can focus 100% on Luminosity. It will be a 4 versus 3, but no one else has an angle to peek on United, where LG, they're trying to contend with a bunch of other teams on that west side.
Thriving on the edge and just trying to referee all that's going on. Sonics now moving into the lower position. They have had a still very active approach into this, picking up 5 kills of their own. They do have Hustlers Academy that's going to be in front of them, as well as I believe Los, still the last member up for Rumblers, trying to cling to life and get some placement points. Points can creep up on this one.
Do it.
What you got?
Left click, please. Please. Just one button click. That's all you need. H1, please, I beg you.
Scouting tool. No.
It was close, though. It was the fence that got in the way.
Idea on why E United doesn't want to look up over that hill.
Yeah, once you hear a shot like that, and I have to imagine that it was close enough that whatever player from LG it was heard the bullet whiz past their face. I'm pretty sure they're like, you know what, let's go the other direction. But Snakers is there. Snakers drops Luke 12.
Right. What is E United going to do? Because E United knows that there's been threats around them. They heard the fights that were going on. If they opt into making this run into LG, this is... Rumblers do get eliminated finally, and Snakers wants to make something out of this, but if he does, Snow Patrol can really backstab them. So that's why they're showing so much hesitation in doing this. Even Alo is having to creep back down to make sure that they get the res. Snow Patrol coming up back behind it, but I think that Flood is waiting, get the vision in, but it's going to be Camborghini that gets a drop onto Kickstart. Flood gets a drop onto Camborghini, and now it's gotten awkward for Snow Patrol because they wanted to third-party this and instead find themselves targeted.
Hey, but the knock that got on the kickstart is going to open up an opportunity for LG. They get the revive. Multiple players got knocked against them, and LG are back up as 4. Now that we have the 4 teams remaining. SNCO pulls away, but Flood isn't aware of that, and his back turned. It's going to be Luke 12 with the knock before he gets taken out by H-Win.
This low dip that we can see United trying to cling to is just causing such a problem for LG, because on the opposite side of it, it's going to be Sonics. Sonics have wrapped up everything that's been going on these buildings, and now making the foot push up into what's going to be happening on this hillside. Penta does get the down and the flush onto Kickstart. Snow Patrol trying to find something to work with off of it, but I think that Sonics might be aware on. United does get eliminated, so Snow Patrol out-survives them, but for how much longer? Because he's just having to run for the hills. It's going to be LG making their way down, but they are now weakened. Sonics moving in is taking center control, and LG have got to play this carefully.
The second Sonics clear it out, that compound, those shacks of all the other competitors, they rush forward to take this hill, and they've pushed past center. They're keeping LG locked into the side. SNCO goes down. Snow Patrol with 3rd place, and now in a 4 versus... It could be a 4 if the revive on Penta comes on through, and it looks like it is. But as forward pressured as SQ is, it's not going to be up for long. Penta gets immediately dropped again.
Yet again, Shrimsy just thriving today. He's trying to play around the smokes. Sonics at 10 kills right now. Looking at their potential always rival that they had before. E United in Luminosity on the opposite side. Multiple members now starting to go down. Just 2 up for LG. Backs against the wall. Purdy looks well. Looking at all of the Sonics members coming through. Tries to go for the peak round, but Purdy is going to go. Now on to just Luke. Goes for the spray. It does get the knock. Has got to do his do-si-do around everything. Using the smokes. Just trying to go for the flush. Every single point matters for what's going to be happening in these later stages. Looks in. Does go down. And Sonics pick up another one.
But man, you could see his down teammate crawling forward to try and give as much information as possible. And when he got finished out, Luke had not as specific of an idea as that member as he would have hoped to. It looked like from where he was aiming, but still, Luminosity, they stayed alive a lot longer than I expected, but Sonics with 14 kills with their second win of the night.
I gotta say, Dodge though. Dodge, I thought could have died, I don't even know how many times. That run coming in and the amount of times that it just got violent over there, it was the entirety of, I would say, the last 2 to 3 circles were just a mess of teams just trying to figure out how to handle what's being thrown at them.
Yeah, honestly, that was a very, very difficult game, I think, for a lot of teams to try and survive around a high ground, low ground, up and down roller coaster that we saw a few of them have to go through. Not to, like, suddenly just reminded myself of that big fight between Fools and Four Funners and Tactical 8 and Ace on that east side. Like, Control was very hard to come by here.
It was an uphill battle for a lot of teams, and I don't mean that in a figurative way. It was quite literal, and it was bloody every step upon that they were trying to track in. That's one of them that you just have to kind of chalk up, realize the fact that you got to go for every single kill, and the teams that did are going to be extremely heavily rewarded. So with this, we've got time. We've got to take a quick second. I've got to get some more to drink. Got to go to the restroom. Hope you guys go grab yourself something. We've been here for a while, but we still have more PUBG action that we're going to be running through. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back in a second. Sonics cannot be stopped. This is now picking up their third chicken dinner out of 5 so far. And on top of that, just stellar performances coming in up against Luminosity. Has nothing to sneeze at as far as overall kills and violence going inside that last game. Both teams on the hunt for as many points as they can to pick up and make sure that they're working their way into the next stage, because one of those teams didn't make it past the last stage.
Yeah, and if you remember in PCS6, Sonics had to go to the LCQ. So for both of those teams, there's a story there for both of them. But either way, yeah, Sonics and Luminosity Gaming, I don't know if either of them have enough points to just not care anymore. Sonics might with those 3 wins. But they're both in a very, very strong position either way. But look at this damage to kill efficiently. Mwah! Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at what? It would probably be a little bit more than 100, 110, 120 damage? I don't know. Caster math. I'm not going to get too much further than that. But that's I
don't know why you try.
Hey, it's basic math, so I can try to do some basic math.
You make it seem like it's not.
Hey, all right, you do it then.
I'm not. It's like 115.
Look, we don't have an analyst desk. It's just us. And we've been casting all these games. You want us to try to make words happen. Don't expect us to try to make math happen. Those two don't go together right now. But what does go together, Cam, is highlights. So let's take a look at what all happened inside that last game.
There's a lot of Sonics. A lot of United too. At least at United, they tried to pop up here. This was Flood's hold of the north side. I really do wish we could see what United would have done if they had all 4 up, because Flood as the solo hold against Snow Patrol just barely wasn't able to hold them off long enough to allow the other 2 members to focus on LG. But hey, that's what happens when you lose players. This is why everyone always talks about the strength of keeping 4 alive into the late game. I mean,
this is a technical push. They understood what they needed to do here, get control of the low ground while all of this stuff is going on up in those divots, the top of the hillside, and then just continue to assault. Take the opportunities as they were presented. Don't try to force anything unless you have to at the very end. And even then, they're coming in fully opportune, fully aware of the fact that they have the numbers advantage.
Just look at this hold. Look at this surround. Look at this just choke. They're not giving LG anything to play with.
And it's not on LG. I mean, LG had to fight against so many different teams just to survive and get to the point that they're at. That said, Sonics did too. It's just the fact that it was a lot harder of an area to try to fight up on here. So LG just never could get away from having their backs against the wall. 24 points in that game for Sonics. And I don't know, Cam. I'm starting to feel like maybe Sonics don't have to worry too much about LCQ.
Pretty sure they don't. As long as they don't bottom out their remaining 7 games, they should be okay. And Luminosity as well, because sure, they didn't get the 24, they still got 13, and that's going to put them, I think, in the 60s at this point. So very, pretty close to that secured. What did I say, 90 to 100?
Yeah, I think that's what you were aiming for. I'll consider. Yep, there you go, 65. Only 1 point ahead of Luminosity Gaming, but still, that says something in and of itself. The fact that Sonics are getting the chicken dinners. But it's just a consistent placement. It looks like that's coming up from Luminosity. That's being their reward.
Yeah, you can see highlighted through 6th place, because that is the cutoff that these teams are wanting to make to try and qualify. Granted, you want to stay out of that gray area as well, because those are the teams that don't even go to the LCQ. But still, LCQ is its own beast. It's its own monster. If you can avoid that at all costs, please do.
You start rolling the dice when you get into the LCQ
a little bit, yeah.
And there's a lot of names that I thought would not be as low as they are right there. Bing, bang, boom. If you want PGC, you got to do well, and you're not sitting in the best position on the overall leaderboard right now. That's it. There's still some time. Yeah, we still got 1 more game today. They still have the games that are going to be in the next day of play for them, but it's not comfortable. E United, same category for them, but as you talked about, E United can just have a last day sometimes, but also Sonics and LG can have a last day.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. What I do want to look at, though, real quick before we go into the final game, is I want to see Sonic's rotation path from the previous game and see what it looked like, because it wasn't a straightforward path by them going into the zone. This is obviously where they started off, and I recall with my memory of them swinging over towards the left side, but I'm interested to see if we can't play where they go. But either way, the fact that they had to go around all of these mountains, all these things that you can see them have to go around before they get those kills, which is what I'm assuming those X's are, was not super straightforward for them. And they had to manage around, what do they get? All those fights in that low ground. They came to the final fight with 10 kills already, so it definitely was not a straightforward path, no matter which way you cut it.
Yeah, I mean, that area, we talked about the verticality at a specific stage of it. They exploited it in the high ground, they exploited it in the low ground, and they made good pushes just to capitalize as they needed to. That's the whole thing about PUBG, right? If an opportunity presents itself and you're bold enough to take it, you can find yourself making yourself all the way to the top 4 on a very regular basis, and that's Sonic's secrets to success.
Yeah. Like, I know people commented on ESL that a lot of their wins were they didn't look as strong, didn't look as solid as we sort of have grown to expect from the Sonics. But that's been a lot of these games that we've seen from them here. Even their lowest kill win, which is the mime clutch, it was still ended with a mime clutch. Like, that, if that's not enough for you, I don't know what is. So, like, they are still going to be a force to be threatened with. And even though I personally would put E United on top of them because of the recent ESL victory, they're not giving up that crown soon.
I mean, it feels like it's very hard to be a top 3 whenever we look at North American PUBG. Whenever Luminosity is on, they make it harder for everyone else around them. Same thing with Sonics. You end up starting to have these points where you start rotating very similar, you're taking similar pathing, you realize where the strong points are, and if you have 3 very strong teams all running at them at the exact same time, probably only 2 of them are going to make it.
Yeah. Well, we have 1 game left. I'm trying to think who I imagine is going to have a good game. Like, obviously, the easy answer is going to be the Sonics, and the second easy answer is going to be Luminosity because both of them have been really good run this entire time. Sonics especially picked it up once we got to Miramar. Yeah, they won the first game on Erangel, but their Miramar, I think, so far has been just a little bit stronger still. But outside of those 2, nothing's really jumping out. Like, I hope to see United and BBB both have a great final game. Dodge has been consistently good as well, and I expect them to stay on that path.
I want me some Extract. I'm not gonna lie. I want Abstract, Tokyo Manji game, TAC 8. Make them work for it and prove the fact that you have the capabilities to compete and that you can qualify past the group stage. We know that there is the potential whenever we're looking at this, and I gotta say, I'm very stoked about PCS however this is going, because whenever we have E United, Rumblers, all these teams just bing bang boom trying to struggle to find points, that means that we have a hell of a lobby on our hands.
I mean, that's a fair point, because on one hand, while you could say that teams like E United, BBB are not delivering up to expectations, there are teams like Abstract, like Tactical 8, like TMG that are delivering at least at expectations, if not more.
I mean, never count out Crackhead Snakers, though. You never know whenever it's just going to kick in and he's just going to go nuts. Yeah. So just because they're low on the leaderboard, it can happen at any given stage. But we've got 1 game left, Cam, before we're moving in. And it's stressful. I love the group stages of every single PUBG event. But whenever you only have 12 games to make it happen, it puts so much pressure. Some teams, they can find the capabilities to rise to the top, and that's where we see our repeat victors coming out time and time again. And Shrimzy, I gotta say it. We talk about TIG, we talk about a whole bunch about what's going on. Mime clutched up 1, but man, you've been putting in some work.
That H-Pin 4 kills, 188 damage. I don't know. I don't know how the math works out there.
Hey, look, the big sniper bang bang just has to hit him for that last bit, right? If you counted the negative damage, right? I mean, if they're at 5 and you hit him with a big sniper, it doesn't count the rest of the damage, and that's not fair.
It's stolen kills. That's the answer, Matt.
I know, and he has such a big, powerful one. It makes me sad.
I know. Hey, the better to steal with.
This is true. If you're gonna steal, that's a gun you can steal a crap ton of kills with it. Playing Bath is going to be northern leaning, going over Pozo and ending in Azahar, but we haven't been seeing too many teams leaning to the south. I think that it was LG that one time made a push down Pozo, but that was about it.
LG take the sort of southwest of Los Llanos. I think 4 Funners are also at Puerto Verde, so there may be a few players on the south side, but this is a lane that teams like that would definitely consider their alternate drop.
This is, maybe seeing another northern lean circle. That's why we didn't get Oasis last game. We're going to get it this time, Cam.
Yes, that's why. That's absolutely why.
So you can see slow drops coming in. I would be afraid slow dropping in on this one after the fact that I'm still just living on cloud 9, no pun intended. The fact that we got to see Teggleton knock somebody out of the sky and parachute. That just it still warms my heart. That one's going to fill me up for at least a few weeks.
That was the sacrifice that they needed as well to keep this streak alive.
Yeah.
But look at this circle. Phase 1, there's a little bit of field at the south side, a touch of field on the west, and there's some open area, even though it's not technically a field towards the north, but it's a pretty even, settled circle as far as terrain is concerned.
There's diversity, to say the least. We've got Death Star Trench that's in here. We've got a lot of fun to be had. Even whenever we look down a graveyard, Bandita, it'd be nice to maybe step away from San Martin. We just saw that last time. Maybe step away from the fields in the north because we saw that the time before that. Give me the flavor and the spice of life of making our way to the east.
Looking at Fools right now. So there, I was wrong. It wasn't For Funner. It was actually Fools that drop around Puerto Paraiso. And yeah, as expected, with a plan like this, they're going to go to their alternate, which is up in Oasis. And they actually have a good, decent gatekeeping spot here on the side if they wanted to stay and get some early combat in. But now looking at the Sonics, they don't have to move far either. They're just outside of the zone. They're going to have to go up Death Road, which is a road that goes up to the northeast. We call it that because of how many teams potentially have vision overlooking that path.
It is.
But they make it work, right?
Yeah. I'm looking through and trying to figure out Abstract is playing next to Cabrera. Imagine dropping Cabrera whenever the circle is about, 300 meters away from Campo Militar when you dropped there earlier today. Feels bad.
Shrimsy, we can see looting up. I'm waiting to see how long it takes them to leave because it's already 3 minutes. I think Shrimsy might be heading over to his vehicle now.
Yeah, I mean, they have this down to a timed out science. They know exactly where they're going to go. They've already set it up. Shrimsy leading the way. Looks like he's going to be the scout. Question is, where do they go whenever they have to go northeast?
Yeah, I think Mime is actually going to be in front of him. But either way, they're making the move out now. Basically just on time. Just past 3 minutes is when you expect to see them there. And looking at the map, no team has a line of sight to punish that rotation. Looking over to LG, the other team that goes towards the south. They're up on the northeast side. But let's look at this. Snow Patrol, 4 Funners. Potentially an early engagement here, trying to fight over this compound. And Mitchie, he hears the steps. Oh, timing. Oh, timing.
Baited, Mitchie. That one's going to hurt. Well, you have a fun toy to get close range with, but you can see he's like, the plan has gone awry. What do I do now? Now I'm going to step over there, just give him a face full of pellets, flush him out with a pop gun, and let's see where we can go from here. Mitchie Boy's going to go and get the cover, but going to get dropped at range from Tokyo Manji game.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams in this area. There's obviously 4 Funners, Snow Patrol, but then there's TMG from the south, and then there's Never Surrender on the north side. Everyone seems to want this specific compound, and it is the most directly center compound. If you can control this area, you control a whole berth of space around you. So it doesn't surprise me, but teams like Snow Patrol, you got to get that revive, and you got to get inside cover. But it looks like TMG, they want to contest this position. They're not giving it up.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive play coming out from them at this stage to go ahead and opt into making a crash. Sure, they know the fact that they've got a knock and flush that did come through with it. But now what are they going to try to make happen outside of this is the real question. Well, actually, I say that, and I think that they did get the everything's kind of positioned over here and calm down. So I just say play the outskirts. Play that, dip down on this one and don't make the aggressive play yet.
I mean, we could have told people not to make aggressive plays, and they've been making aggressive plays in the other game all day. So obviously they don't listen to us. Our old sage advice.
Oh, 9 times out of 10, I'm about the aggression. And it looks like Fool's going to go for some aggression themselves. Goes for the spray, and Orson is down. And just looking at... Oh, I thought you were going to punch him. Usually that's the de facto, right? When they're just sitting there like that, presented.
Yeah, I mean, we know how Fools loves the fight. They're going to be taking this. This is the one team that it doesn't matter how much I talk to them. It's like talking to a brick wall about trying to take it safe, take it careful. And it looks like they still want to take this engagement. They want to take this fight and really corner Abstract here.
Fools fly free. If you know exactly what you're going to be going after, then they're going to make the commitment in. And this is a push all the way to the northern wall, trying to make sure to catch Abstract and not relent. I do have to say, I like this. This is This is unrelenting right here. If Abstract continues in and no information is fed over about Maji being spotted, this is another death just waiting to happen.
The problem is, if Fools, if they never give up, they're going to be caught outside of the zone. And even if they do wipe the entirety of Abstract with no casualties against themselves, which is that's not guaranteed, there may not be space available for them to go into the first phase.
The North is pretty open, so I feel like the greatest risk that they have is overcommitting and, I don't know, losing a car because it continued going forward and now Oldless doesn't want to step forward after it. That can lead to some issues, but I don't think we've seen a fight this far north in competitive PUBG in years.
Especially when it's not even in the zone.
I mean, they won't let this one calm down full once they go after it, and it's just a committal. They're like, nope, we need every point that we can have, and Abstract, you're our points that we're going after. 2 already down.
They're pulling away. They're finally pulling away.
And it's funny because Mercy's coming up along the same path. If they reset, they might find another target.
But yeah, no, as you mentioned, yes, it is true. The north side of the zone is pretty free. And I imagine that through scrims, as well as just general knowledge, Fools would have a good idea that that is going to be the case. But the problem is you never know 100% if that is actually literally the case this time around. They're going to be going into a zone on either on the edge in phase 1, which is not a strong position because you can get easily hard shifted off of, or if you try and go any closer towards center, that's when you're going to start to run into territory that you haven't prepared to scout it out.
I did want to point out we just saw Sonics that was holding down, I believe, a 2-2 split in just south of where we see Tokyo Manji Gang. They were playing earlier. This is where those vision lines start to stack up more and more in the way that people are trying to line up against it. And wait, is Mercy following them? No, surely not. Vegas is going to be moving forward and is going to bump right into Mercy's line. You can see that there's these 3 that are in the front, but there's another set of Fools back behind this one, and Vegas is going to have to figure out what he's going to go ahead and pull north, and he's just going to dodge it. Just as a reminder, if you're curious on what I'm talking about, remember that we do have a squad stream and the map stream, so make sure to click that button for the squad stream. That is going to be right next to the follow button. If you haven't pressed the follow button, why not? Go ahead and do that too.
Mercy right now. As you said, they're cut in front of Vegas. What can Vegas do to reconnect with the rest of the team? This could be a very, very big fight for them. I mean, granted, it's potentially more points. We know how much Fool like that.
All right, Vegas, what you going to do? Cutting in the path. We know the fact that he has no fear, but uses the building. That's going to be a barricade with the outer walls that should give him the space to get away. Mercy, though, what are you planning from here? I mean, there are some areas that are free, and don't worry about that, Vegas. You managed to make it to safety. It's fine from here on out. Abstract Ribbonance could bump into Mercy as well, as they are playing the edge of the zone next to Terra Branca. And I would venture to say that Mercy's going to continue going forward. It's really just that area that's going to be the west end of Death Star Trenches, where so much of what's going on. You can see Snow Patrol trying to move forward and figure out what's going to be happening going on around them, but it's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang that moved into the foothills just to the south of that. Ace, whenever I'm looking through with them, they're playing just south of Hacienda, and it's aggressive scouting. I don't even know if you can call this scouting anymore, because it's not like everybody is just kind of chilling back and watching it. They're continuing to try to move forward with every single step along the way and trying to find kills. This is not like, hey, I just want to figure out what's going on around me. It's, I want to go after kills at every step. Terry thinks that he's got an opportunity. He sees it with the jump in the vehicle. He could find it as well. Maybe not. Oh my God, if he dies after going for that spray, he's going to feel so bad.
Oh, he might. He just might. Single digit HP. Penta has the angle.
Oh, Terry. Not like this.
He's able to find it. Yeah, this is with the shift like this, they would have loved to have had that position, but unfortunately Ace is still gonna have to find something in this center spot. At least the 3 that remained. At least it's still 3 up, right? They only lost 1.
Yeah, it's could have been worse with the continued push down into where the new circle has popped. And no surprise, it's still staying along the Death Star trench line. We are going to have to see a couple of movements come out. Luminosity with a very wide. They're holding a 4-man split and could have the remnants of AB land on top of one of their players. Ace's crew, you can see, is fairly centered in this one. They just have a lot of target that they're having to try to avoid around them. EU United on a similar path, but they are just right next to Minas, and surprise, using high ground.
Yeah, so a lot of teams are taking some long-range shots at each other, just trying to vie for position. Let's listen in on what EU United, how they're actually discussing through their positional control right now.
What's going on West Minas, by the way, guys?
Sonic should still be there.
Still be there? Okay. Well, that means it's going to end there, so.
Probably. Prob not,
so
but
we're gonna have to dodge. You guys should have also info on like the shit orange waypoint.
Yes, I've yep.
Like everything. We'll have regroups, and if it goes southwest again, we can make a big play into either the dips or.
There's a guy right above us. There's a guy right above us. There's a guy right above us. There's multiple right above us.
Yep. Jake, look
east.
Yeah.
Yep. They're nading. They're panicking.
I'm fine.
We have
suppressors. There's a guy on my right. There's a guy on my right. Look at me.
Looking. Yeah, I see a guy.
I knocked him. I'm sprinting at him.
I'm healing, and then I'm
Yep, the other two are running far. That left guy's 1 HP.
I knocked the left guy.
Mark, please. J6
Kill mark. In smoke.
For sure.
There's a guy running into the smoke.
Can you guys see all three? Can you
need that smoke? No, he's running away again.
He's running north. He got someone.
How, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Okay, can you guys look and see if there's a guy green? Because we need to know where the fourth is.
That guy was running north.
No info.
I don't know where he is.
Good job, Kick. That was... Jake, you need to make sure you're looking at that, because I'm not watching West backfield stuff.
Yeah.
Choice words for a choice team as EU United decides the fact and dealing with some frustration. Sometimes you just can't get all the kills you want, and it's sad trombone time.
Listen, I just want to make everyone aware of that they knew that J-Sync was on his second knock. So that just shows how strong of kill board or kill feed watchers these teams can be, especially ones with the pedigree of EU United. Be aware of that when I don't think they were the ones to get that first knock on a J-Sync. And with so many teams alive, you got to track all this information. That is a very strong skill, and we get to see it immediately firsthand. But phase number 3, shift back towards the east. A bit of that Death Star trench still in play, north versus south, but those fields on the west side as well. And I love the compound that the Sonics are in. At least the top pair that the other pair is going to be grouping up with. This can be a very, very strong compound, and this is a zone that is very much favoring it right now.
This has got a feel of starting up the Star Wars theme here pretty soon. It's either that or we're going to see another field ending to the west. Teams are just going to have to compress in from the south. Mercy is going to have to move in where we see a couple other teams lined up. Odd team out in a situation we don't normally see is going to be Luminosity. One of the teams that's a very far outside the circle, and their pathing into it is not too comfortable as they are on the open field side of this. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do a wrap around to the east, but that is exactly where Mercy, Snow Patrol, Never Surrender are all going to be positioned at.
How do you even make your way if you're on the west side or even the south side? We still have 6 teams up. Some are going to have to fall soon.
What you got? I mean, this is the question right now. Everybody else has a pretty clean path in, with the exception of maybe Rumblers. Luminosity is going to maybe just touch the circle at this point and wait for the next one. I can understand the reasoning behind that, because making a commitment more across this field. Look at what's open in front of them and how wide out it is, and then look at what EU United can see. You don't want to drive into that. That's how you die.
Basically. But Tactical 8, they're driving into Rob. What can Rob do? There's already the fire set down. He gets 1, gets 2.
Damn. That hurt to watch. That was so pretty. Roth just waited that one out. Tater's just trying to figure out what he could do with this. And it's just going to be Roth that just touches him to finish it out. Tac 8, that one hurts, man. There's nothing you could have done there.
Honestly, even though a member of EU United stole one of those kills that Roth got, the fact that they dealt so much damage to Tater to make that final 1v1 easier was probably worth it, and BBB are going to be very, very happy with that one. Especially considering how bad of games they've had on Miramar, especially.
I mean, that's a pretty decent trade deal. Pool is going to start out Luminosity at range. They are running a 2-2, and this is going to be the Southern 2 that does see Luminosity with those shots, Luminosity is going to have to creep further in, but that's going to put them closer and closer to never surrender, as this pathing for Luminosity is just threading a needle to try to figure out how to avoid 20 people being able to see you.
But it's actually not a bad hole in the eye of the needle, right? This terrain that these rocks are able to work with gives them some nice opportunities. They're going to have to take a fight for sure, but at this stage in the game, you need to be prepared for one anyway.
This is the calm, right? Oh, yeah, Luke, I felt that one too. I thought that was coming in, and
bad though.
Death Star Trench, man. This is going to be a fight. Fool already coming in. Luminosity prepping it. Are they going to have the angle into the toss? Looks like that could be pretty good. Good juke around it, but it's just a full convoy jumping out, trying to assault. Luke 12 just looks up, looks back down. Purdy is now the last one up. Luminosity had their position revealed, and now he's just coming in back behind this one. There is a weakened Fool in front of him, but I don't know if he wants to take the shot into it, as now it is going to be Never Surrender trying to get involved.
I was going to say, Purdy, he has the angle, he's able to finish them off, so it's good revenge. But of course, that wouldn't have been able to happen if Dodge and Never Surrender didn't deal the damage that they did. I was so positive and optimistic about Purdy's angle, but with the speed that Fools not only approached LG, but Grant Lantis got those knocks onto the other members, Purdy just wasn't able to respond in time, and you could already see Never Surrender taking over that ground, trying to clean these last few stragglers in this northern area before they then have to contend with Snow Patrol and the other members that are in the next zone.
This is, yeah, okay. Death Star Trench, to give you some run-ins and what you're going to be looking at. Teams to the north and to the south of the road that cuts from Azahar towards Hacienda are going to be scrapping against each other, as well as fighting the teams that are going to be sharing the same side. The teams that are going to be down inside the trench, most notably right now, it's going to be Abstract and Tokyo Manji Gang, are going to just be hoping nobody looks down. It's going to be a passive gameplay coming up from them, but getting key positions to avoid both sides of the trench, being able to see each other, is going to be the key to survival, as well as very, very clean foot pushes from here on out.
Oh, that's not good. That is not good.
Hey, that wasn't a foot push, though. That was a car push, so...
Push the foot. A bit of a squelch there, but BBB, I'm sure they heard the vehicles. Yeah, they're going to be in position, but they need to worry about their own entrance into the zone. So they want to take this fight out as quickly as possible, and Keenan planting a grenade right at the feet of Low Stage. He is a good way to start things off.
That one was just clean. Los already had the Molotov in his hand, so wiped himself out. Body in flames, rolling down the hillside. Rumblers were trying to figure out a way to assault. Finally, Light Show finds an angle into Sharp Shot, but this is not going to be a clean approach. They have got to be careful. They do have teams that could be coming up back behind them. United even sniffing out what's going to be going on. Sharp Shot is bleeding out quite quickly, and Bing Bang Boom does not want him to go down, but they cannot relent if they stop shooting for a second. But it's going to be Flood that provides that reprieve off to the side of it. He's going to take down Waldo, and Rumblers are in a ton of trouble. Make that just done.
Yeah, that's not trouble anymore. It's just not even in existence. You look at this spread by E United. You can't really see it so well unless you're looking at the map, but they're in a, what is this, a 1-2-1? Or I guess a 1-1-1 at this point, because I think they might have lost. No, wait, they still have 4 up. Either way, they're so spread out. Oh, it's because Kickstart is right with the Sonics and BBB. They're that spread apart.
Sure, this is about to be real fun for Kickstart, as he's now sandwiched between 2 different teams, and Sonics, looking back into the circle, realize the fact that they've got to figure out how they're going to want to approach this. Mime, leading the way, is going to throw out a grenade and then just run for the hills. E United is trying to figure out if they can cover enough to get Kickstart out of a desperate position.
I don't know if this is that desperate. BBB and Sonics are likely going to hit each other with heavy force. And then with Relo, with the angle that you can see off in the distance, this is prime position for E United to pick up a whole bunch of kills if BBB do want to push this way. It looks like that does seem to be the path. Kickstart with the grenade at the ready is going to open things up. Oops,
Oh my God. 3 kills at about a half a second. Now it's just 1 up for BBB, and it feels like this approach angle is cursed. No matter where you come through, it's a problem, but Gats does get the knock on the Kickstart. The blue is coming in, so what do you do from here? E United's going to have to figure out. I think that they're just going to go ahead and let Kick go, as the damage is now done to BBB.
Yeah, no way to take him out. I mean, to bring him out of that dangerous area, they needed to completely wipe BBB if they wanted to save anyone, but it's going to be Gats, the last one alive, the new player onto this roster. And Sonics hurt that fight, so they took this zone, they took this area to try and punish the rotation. They do get another. That's Relo down.
Oh, E United getting picked apart now as I guess it's just problematic for whoever touches that southern area. Sonics stopped right beforehand. To the north, I do want to point out, Hurdy-Curdy is still alive. He has managed to navigate all of the chaos up here and is creeping in right back behind Dodge. He's taking some blue damage. He doesn't feel too good, but he's still here and kicking.
He's got a good amount of meds, enough to save, keep himself alive for this fight. Oh, come on. Get the spray down on Dodge. Okay, picking up more.
He's just over here farming.
But no, Dodge are in the prime position for him to get the multiplayer spray down. Especially now with Camborghini taken out. The one player that could have spoiled it by peeking over that angle.
Oh, what's he gonna do? He's got to be careful. Dodge is making their cross. If he takes the shot, there are members that are close to him. I do like the idea of maybe just playing for position points on this one. Maybe let Dodge open up the path, weaken some people for you. That means it's just more and more blue damage, and it is just so tingly, tasty good for Purdy as he just keeps spotting out people on the rise.
He got spotted in return. He gets a knock. He gets a knock before he goes down. We'll see if Ethan bleeds out. I don't imagine that's going to be the case, though.
Yeah, he should get the res on that one. Valiant attempt coming out for Purdy as now it's getting pretty awkward. We do have E United being held out by Mercy. Mercy taking the brunt of that one. Blood gets good vision into what's happening, and Mercy doesn't feel too much longer for this world as you're now waiting for the pop-in to come. Yep, Blood's just going to walk away from that one. Now it's just 9 kills. Just a simple 9 kill for United.
Look where United already are on the leaderboard on the left side. They're in 5th place right now because Sonics and LG have taken so many points for themselves. Even Dodge a little bit in that mix. Any medium level game or like slightly above average can sling you so many positional points on that leaderboard.
Yeah, Blood. Just, he's a menace to the people that are around him, and Mercy's still holding on for life. Do note the fact that Abstract is still alive, but they're playing the low ground position and aren't inside the circle, so Tokyo Manji Gang could see them from the low ground, not could see them from the high ground opposite side, and United might see this whenever it ends as well. But trying to cling it out, Mercy is still scrapping and fighting for every point. You got to give it to him for the heart.
Oh, yeah. No one goes out of this without a fight. Scoozer does eventually go down. This gives this shack a little moment of a reprieve for Snakers to use.
Except for Dodge. This is the problem with Death Star trenches. You see how people can just see across it and it's going to hurt. Sonics has an idea that might be rewarded or might be quite painful. 2-2 split from Dodge is going to allow them to make a run into this. They catch the timing as Finn is coming in, and they're trying to be stylish. They jump in. Shrimsy has taken a face full of lead, has to step away. It's going to be Dodge coming in from multiple angles, but they have the capabilities to handle this one. They're looking through. Finn is looking down. Hikerman's dropping the nade, and Sonics gets punished for that.
I was going to ask how they're still alive. When they landed there, pitted below Dodge, they didn't last there for long. It was a desperate move, but there really was no other opportunity available for them. So you can't blame them for the attempt, but Dodge staying alive still with 4 up, 59 points right now. They're going to have to come up with a massive end game to try and overtake LG or Sonics.
The zone got him, so he's going to go down from that. Now, that's going to be harsh. Bullet, look at that. They're landing right in front of his face, and he's still alive. Get to the rock, man. Get to the safety. Maybe more. Okay, tree. What do you want? What more do you want?
I mean, something. Anything. At least I think this rock allows him to stay inside the next zone, but he was trying to get just a little bit further is the problem.
I mean, Abstract just to the north of him aren't in much better of a position. You can see Dodge. This is Death Star Trench in a nutshell. The team that still has a side can harass everybody on the opposite side, and low ground team just gets to chill until the end game, and everybody comes to them.
Colton, you can see just trying to spot these last few players that peek on over. He knows where Snakers is. At this moment, Snakers, there's really no value in him trying to peek. But he's gonna go for it anyway because, well,
Snakers,
that's just who he is. That is just who he is.
Is there a world in which Snakers does not peek? I don't know if that's conceivably possible. Even if he has multiple people look at him, he knows. He's like, I'm gonna take shots, and he's gonna hit him, and he's gonna force Dodge away. This is just Snaker stuff, man. This is one of the reasons why E United can be so terrifying to fight. I mean, AB, here's what's going on and are the beneficiaries of what's happening. Dodge is still going to have some of that hillside, but United, and Snaker specifically, is going to punish them and make sure that they wait until the very end for it.
I imagine he doesn't have any smokes. Yeah, he's out of all utility. So to get out of this position, it's... nothing is literally impossible. But really his whole thing is that he just wants to deal as much damage as possible. He gets a knock. He's not going to confirm it. It's not going to bleed out. But it's going to make Dodge think twice about peeking him again because they want to stay as healthy as possible going into the end game.
I mean, one person's going to have to be committed into the res if you're going to go. This is going to be your opportunity, and yeah, it's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang. After all that work into Dodge, it's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang. Look, Abstract, that was your job. You were supposed to hold back Tokyo Manji Gang.
How? Tokyo are in buildings. They had the windows to peek out from.
All right, here's the plan. Up on the motorcycle, run past the Tokyo Manji Gang, try to make it closer into at least getting into the cover. The problem with it is that high ground is still going to be quite scary. Can he get... What's the crate going to give you? Dodge is right on top of you. Hikerman gets the shot. 2 teams remain, and man, Dodge sitting on 11 kills. Tokyo Manji Gang's got the circle. How's this going to go?
No, but that crate could be crucial, could be critical. Now that they know we're TMG, it's a final 4v4.
Uh-huh.
They can get in front of TMG, have 2 on the high ground, 2 on the low ground. That crate can use as cover. I mean, unless the circle swings all the way onto TMG, Dodge are in a really, really good position to keep control of this game.
I mean, we're in phase 7 right now, so there's not going to be an inherent rush from either one of these squads. You can see the Tokyo Manji Gang is stepping away from their buildings, trying to use the range in the buildings themselves to see if they can find angles to exploit, but nothing's coming out big. Hikerman's playing a very far eastern angle and does get headshot. It's going to make it harder for him to be able to fend up what's going on. Really, the question comes out in the next 4 seconds, where does the circle go? Does it favor anyone or will it favor no one? And it's going to favor Tokyo Manji Gang.
This favors Tokyo, as you say, because they do have that wall that they can play around. This is probably one of the worst shifts for Dodge, excluding an entire TMG compound shift, because that crate doesn't even give them any cover. There's actually 0 cover for Dodge to use. You already see Finna and the rest of his teammates bringing the vehicles down to try and use that, try and find a rock. They're not wasting any time, but with Corsac on the high ground already going down.
That's a cheap cost, though. I mean, they got 2 members down the low ground, and Ethan gets to the crate for the cost of just Corsac? That's value any day. And look, Hikerman's still running back over to him and can pick him up or potentially res him.
The fact that Finna, as you say, the fact that Finna was able to get behind that rock is actually huge because he's not really in comfortable grenade range. And so for TMG to try and dismount him this early on, they need to leave the compound with Hikerman. Corsac just got picked up. Zealot's getting punished for this rotation, but he might have gotten there in time to find that angle himself.
The issue is that
this game of chess.
Tokyo Manji Gang has got their backs against the wall. Well, Dodge doesn't. They have some play room back behind them, and while this is Circle 8, we're going to be moving into Circle 9. If this comes down to who has to move first, it's going to have to be Tokyo Manji Gang, and Dodge are just trying to weather the storm of positioning. Corsac's job right now is to make sure to limit their movement. He can be a sacrificial pawn for what is about to happen, and it could reward Dodge with the victory here in a very desperate positioning.
The problem is they lost Hikerman. So with the revive that's going to come through on Team G, it is going to be an advantage for Tokyo. And so I would agree with you, Corsac is playing on the high ground, but now they're down to 2. It's going to have to be some amazing gunplay coming out from Ethan and Finna here, especially with Zealot's angle.
Ethan hopping in the vehicle, which seems like he's trying to get some mobile cover and get it positioned up. Zealot now open up. Yep, that's going to be the problem right there. Now that he's managed to get closer in, he's got the track on the center, and Finna doesn't even see it coming, but it goes too far, and he narrowly lives through that. They are bouncing over his head. If he were to stand up, they might just pop him and drop right in front of him to kill him. So he's just going to hunker down. Tokyo Manji Gang now looking in, and they are trying to assault position. They realized the dangers of having their back to the wall and is trying to move forward. The outnumbered Dodge does have some cover, but not enough to work with. They're just trying to see if they can find an angle to open up, but all of the damage they've managed to inflict has been continuously countered. Tokyo Manji Gang are finding their footing, getting the top of this road and working around it. Dodge is losing their cover by the second. They've got to find something to break, and they cannot find anything. Tokyo Manji Gang already positioned up, and now it is a huge problem for Dodge.
The thing is, they've used so many frag grenades, they might have any more. But they're going to push it. They're going to just peek over the side.
Here's what's going on. Quick pickoff on Finna. Counter comes out from Ethan, but it's going to be numbers, gang. And Tokyo Manji gang comes up with an 8-kill victory and an impressive day, all considered.
Yeah, 8 kills is pretty good, considering that they were on a low ground compound with teams like Dodge and E United and Sonics that were dealing a lot of the damage surrounding them. So the fact that they were able to pick up that many with the win is a good run from them. But Dodge, again, another solid round. They didn't get the win, but they've had 5 really good rounds in a row. I don't think they've had a single one that they've had less than like 4 or 5 kills. Don't quote me on that. Like, my memory is not that bad. I mean, it's not that great. It can be bad sometimes. Whatever. It's been 6 games. Point is, they look like really consistently going blow for blow.
This is a problem for a lot of the teams that I think were expecting an easy sail into PCS7, as teams that were contenders before are now starting to find their legs in these later fights and making it into the games, figuring out how they want to navigate the circles. And it's denying points on teams that we had higher expectations for, and it's letting a new crop of teams start to rise up. Dodge, yes, they're an older team, but finding more and more success, getting higher on the leaderboard is important for them, especially as storied as a team as that is.
Yeah, and I feel like Dodge specifically, they always look good. They always look promising. But so often when they come into the finals, they still make a sizable splash a lot of times, especially more recently, but not quite as big of a splash as you'd expect. Like, they're in the mix with your LGs, with your wildcards, even with your BBBs of that bubble position of qualifying to PGC. I just hope that this time around, they're able to carry the momentum from group stage even more effectively into the finals, assuming they qualify. But looking at how they performed today, it'll be a pretty far shot for them not to.
Yeah, half through for all of these teams inside of this. Yes, we do have 3 days, but there are 3 groups, so we've got to rotate out. So we've got to have one group come back tomorrow, and the other one's going to come back on Sunday. But this is Death Star Trench games are hard to play, and the teams did a great job on trying to figure out. Even Luminosity that was having to play the North, it's just such a barren area sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical 8, they made a send here towards a compound that Roth controlled. Kickstarter tried to do what he could. Couldn't quite get the knock on Roth. They didn't realize how close Roth got away with his life there. But just a lot of fighting, a lot of scrappy fights. Fools, of course, always going to make a show of things. But I love how Never Surrender, once this fight broke out, they immediately push out to try and regain control and take advantage of this.
We're seeing the plethora of information and players that have played across a whole bunch of different rosters but haven't had their prime roster. As they've been spreading out and moving into other teams, they've been trickling down that information. These are the strong points. This is how this team plays. This is where you should be playing from and how you navigate a circle like this. So we're just having more and more strong squads figure out how to play circles that are just so damn hard to navigate. I mean, look at Snakers and the valiant attempt that he tried to put up here. Dodge and the way that they were trying to fight down these hills. It's just so much, and there's an unrelenting force and a passion behind everybody as we're moving into these stages, because they realize there is an opportunity for Tokyo Manji Gang, there is an opportunity for Abstract, and there is an opportunity for Dodge.
How many kills did Dodge end this game with? It was a fair bit. What was it, 11, I think. Okay, so they only... Yeah, okay, so they cleaned out Abstract. That's their 11th kill. They didn't get any more onto TMG. TMG played this late game well. They didn't have a lot to do in the mid game, right? But Zealot swinging off to the side, I think, was crucial to not allow Dodge to use Finna as the pivot point to get more players into the game.
Tokyo Manji Gang, not the damage to kill proficiencies that you were looking for, but in fairness, they were playing the low ground, and so they could only harass as they could.
Yeah.
Looking up, whenever you're looking up those ravines, you're going to get damage on people, but you're never, ever going to be able to get the finish.
Yeah, even if you get the knock, and oftentimes you get 1 or 2 shots and they immediately duck away. But here's the match leaderboard, 18 points for TMG. Dodge just behind with 17. So close. And E United with 14.
That's big. E United was needing some points. It's been not the best day for E United, all considered. But Sonics finding themselves 7 points. The overall leaderboard, I think, is going to be where a lot of our attention is going to be drawn. I do want to remind you guys, while this is going on, don't forget the fact that we also do have the group stages going on for the other half of the Americas region, and that's going to be Latin America playing their way through. We don't have an English broadcast for it, but give some love to Latin American casters, because whenever you tune in, they're going to be hyped and you're going to enjoy it. But here we go, Cam. Overall leaderboard for the day.
Yeah. United snuck into 6th place. But still, you see TMG and Abstract up there. Whether they can maintain that position, it's a question that remains to be seen. And with Sonic's Luminosity, then actually Dodge have basically closed that lead. So those 3 teams very tight on the top. I don't know how comfortable TMG, Abstract, and EU United would be because there might be a bit of a gap between them and the teams below. But we've seen how one good game, like from EU United in this example, could swing them like 8 placement points.
I know I beat it into the ground, but guys, do your research. Look at how close this leaderboard is from what United's position all the way down over where Fools are at in 13th place. It's only a game, and it's not even a whole game. If you just like wipe 2 squads and make it into the top 5, you could probably surpass it. This is very neck and neck. And this group is very competitive. Whenever we look at this, I've loved watching these guys play against each other.
Yeah. Now, this is a very, very good series of games, even though a couple of teams might have started off slow. A couple of teams might have started slow and maintained slow. But it's still a very good start to the day to really see what PCS7 has to offer for us. I mean, we only have day number 1, and with the LCQ involved, there's still 4 days remaining of qualification.
Cam, we have some stuff that we're gonna be doing after this, but I am gonna have to bid a farewell to Cam. So Cam, go ahead and give us what's your take on throughout the entirety of the day and what you're looking forward to moving into the next couple of groups and maybe even all the way into PCS7.
Sonics looks sick as usual. Really good to see LG back. They've, in my opinion, had been on the downslope for quite a while. They've just barely been hanging on that sort of top position in consideration with the teams like United and Sonics. And so the fact that not only are they back comfortably, they're back like in a huge way right now is really, really good to see.
Well, we still have an interview where we're going to be grabbing one of our players. I believe that I heard it was going to be an Abstract player, if I heard properly, which is going to be great. We haven't had a chance to really sit down with him, so get to learn and figure out what's going on with the team that has had a very hot day. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and throw it to our top 5 plays while we're getting that interview set up. Make sure you stay in because you want to know what's going on with them. They're hot hands right now. Top 5 North America Regional Playoff Day number 1. Number 5. So LG in that position has a lot of vision, and whoever can get control over this hilltop can get a lot as well. The Tokyo Manji gang finds a beautiful angle into this. A 1-2 punch coming up from Zealots and Juarez. Now can they continue to follow up? They've got multiple members up. Been at range has already taken a lot of damage. Hikerman tries to come in, but the nade lands solid. Hikerman trying to defend up Corsac, seeing if he can keep him alive. With Bina having to retreat, he's all by himself, and he can just do nothing with it. Angle comes out, and Zealots just got to read. Shooting at the ankles, he's going to go down. Now it's just been all by himself.
Oh, there it is. He does finally get removed. There's no way that you prone in the middle of a road and not get punished for it, but the rest of Tokyo Manji Gaming are there, and Dodge get eliminated.
Number 4. Oldest is going to try to run through the smokes that are down and has managed to move because Colton stepped away from that. He found a vulnerability, runs in, gets the drop on one, looks the other, gets it. Holy hell, Oldest, what did you just do to them? Number 3.
Looks like that does seem to be the path. Kickstart with the grenade at the ready is going to open things up. Ooh, plus one.
Oh my God. 3 kills in about a half a second. Number 2.
Ayasnaya is a pretty big spot to try and hold. It's good. Oh,
do it.
Oh, wait. Do it. He landed the first shot. Yes!
I waited so long. Top play of the day.
Grenades at the ready for sneak attack and Lucid, but can they get them in play in time? Oh, that was perfect!
Sneak attack just snuck 2 kills of his own. Let's make it 3. Bing, bang, boom. No, just stop. Don't go in that door anymore. Yes, just go somewhere else. It's not going to work. Sneak attack is so violent, he even hurts himself.
With results like this, I'll take it.
that wasn't too bad of a wait, was it? We've got Stone Storm with Abstract that we're going to be prepping to do an interview with in just one moment. I want to thank so much for everybody that has been tuned in. It has been a phenomenal day of action, and Abstract has been one of the standout teams. And this is a team that we've had a lot of hearts and thoughts on how they're going to be moving forward. So as we get everything set, I believe that we have Abstract ready to go. So we're going to go ahead and bring him in, get some insights. And I just got to say, start off with, 1, thank you for coming in here. We appreciate you. 2, I don't even know where to start with this interview. I'm just going to say, give us a rundown about your team and help us know more about you.
Sure thing. And thank you. I want to say thank you for this opportunity. Really appreciate it. Well, our team is pretty much a bunch of goofballs, really. We really enjoy the game. We like to be together with each other, and we just like to play it and keep grinding it. Mostly for fun, really, because, well, as we all know, it's kind of rough. We just try our best and to improve as individuals to a better group.
Well, it is obviously working. I just want to give a shout out to you. 25% of the kills are going to be coming out from you. We've got 12 kills on day 1, 10 knocks on day 1, top 5 kills overall for you, as well as total damage being 1770. So good day for Stone Storm. I've always seen you get some love in chat, and you have some diehard fans out there. What was the secret to success today? Like, what changed? Because it felt like today was y'all's day.
I mean, so first of all, I really want to thank my fans. Those people have been around with me for quite a long time, since I played Europe. And today, all I gotta say is that we got the puppy buff. That's all I'm gonna say about it. We really got the puppy buff because I'm getting my puppy tomorrow. I'm really excited about it. I've been waiting for 1 year and 10 months for it, so it's just the puppy buff, and we have really good vibes.
I mean, it feels good today. It was a pleasure to watch. So I've just got to say, what's your take on what's going to be happening from here on? Is this the trajectory? Is this an outlier? You guys feeling pretty good about qualifying? Where are you moving through from here?
So I would say we definitely want to try and go for LCQ. Main objective would be that. We don't really think we can compete like for top 6 or per se, but we would love to, obviously, but we have a ton of respect for the top dogs, let's just say that. And yeah, I mean, if we can, we want to do it. We aren't scared of anyone in the game to try and fight our way through. We mostly even like to play edge and try to pick our fights as much as we can. That's I think what we have found most success with. But yeah, I really think we hope for LCQ. I don't know if you heard it on the comms, but we are still working slowly to get like a 6 average point per game and slowly grind our way in. That's our main goal, and then progress as much as we can. We are eager, obviously. We want to go. I mean, everyone wants to go into the finals and even dream of worlds. Obviously, that's the big picture if you're playing in this level. So, I mean, obviously we want to. It's hard, and we try our best.
Well, I've got to say, you know how you're saying that you got to be thinking about like LCQ. You do realize the reason we brought you in here is because you guys are presently in 4th place. You guys did have a good day, but if you can repeat this, it might not be LCQs for you guys.
I know. I mean, we want to keep going for it. You know, we're very hyped and we're quite happy about it, but we like to keep our minimums, you know, just step by step. If we can do it, it's going to be excellent. We're absolutely happy about it. Yeah, to a minimum always, because you don't want to overhype.
Well, I gotta say,
if we get overconfident, it's pretty bad.
You got a lot.
Yeah,
of love.
I did saw that. I appreciate
you guys
it.
did have a good monster day. So I just got to say before we let you go, shout out to anybody you want to talk about, give any love. I know you already gave some love to fans, but teammates, family, whatever, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to thank my teammates. They're really awesome. It's been a pleasure to be working with them for the past, I think, 7 months, maybe. And it's really, really good to find a stable team, which I had an issue finding on NA for almost 2 years. So I'm pretty happy about it. A shout out to Imperativo for always banking me, for Gnomo, Zach, Make a Word. Well, there's quite a few of them. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys. It really means a lot that you keep having my back on this. It's like chasing a dream.
Yeah, no, we appreciate you coming in, man, and I hope the dream continues. It's been a pleasure to watch you guys, and really wishing you the best of luck moving forward. But we've got to move forward ourselves into the next stage and start talking about what's going to be happening tomorrow, because let's not forget that this is just day one. We still got 3 more days. I know we've talked about it a lot, and there's no way you can forget, but who would have thought? 6 games, just the same as today. Erangel going to be kicking off, ending on Miramar. And our Miramar games are pretty spicy. Don't forget about game number 3. Erangel was pretty damn good as well. So make sure you go back and check the bot if you are still at the stage, because there was a lot of fun that's going to be happening. But we're going to be changing up the groups because the fact that we've got to bring in some fresh faces. And that's going to be Yoho, Wildcard, Spicy Fish, Short Circuit Gaming, Train to Go, Immaculate, Adrenaline, and Collector, going up against some teams that have made a splash today. Keep in mind, Group B is a group of death, if you can see it. Sonics, Dodge, Tokyo Manji Gang, and Luminosity have been just eating points, as well as Abstract. Gosh, I didn't even realize Abstract and Mercy were both inside this grouping. That's... Oh, I pity anybody that's going to be trying to fight for a top position inside of that group, because it's going to be dog eat dog. But we've got to go ahead. We've got to start prepping everything up. Thank you so much. It was me and Cam just facing you guys, talking through the entirety of the day, but there's a ton of people back behind us that were doing all of the work, all of the players. We want to thank you guys so much for everything that you guys have done. And to you, the viewers, thank you so much as well. We wouldn't be here without you, so make sure you come back tomorrow. You come back on Sunday. Don't forget about the LCQs, but it looks like I'm starting to get a little bit draggy with my camera again. I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to say bye, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Naya is a pretty big spot to try and hold. It's good. Do it. He landed the first shot. Yes!
I've waited so long. Oldness is going to try to run through the smokes that are down and has managed to move because Colton stepped away from that. He found a vulnerability, runs in, gets the drop on one, looks the other, gets it. Holy hell, Oldness, what did you just do to them?
Really teasing with the blue a little bit. United with a bit of a spread that they have going on. Try and counter that. Oh no, Ace are done. Ace are not done. They want the... Okay. Ace are done.
Man.
Grenades at the ready for sneak attack and Lucid, but can they get them in play in time? Oh, that was perfect!
Sneak attack just snuck 2 kills of his own. Let's make it 3. Bing, bang, boom. No, just stop. Don't go in that door anymore. Yes, just go somewhere else. It's not going to work. Sneak attack is so violent, he even hurts himself.
With results like this, I'll take it.
Terry thinks that he's got an opportunity to squeeze it with the jump in the vehicle. He could find it as well. Maybe not. Oh my god, if he dies after going for that spray, he's going to feel so...
Oh, he might. He just might. Single digit HP. Penta has the angle.
Oh, Terry. Not like this.
It looks like that does seem to be the path. Kickstart with the grenade at the ready is going to open things up. Ooh, buzz one.
Oh my god. 3 kills at about a half a second.
The thing is, they've used so many frag grenades, they might have any more. But they're going to push it. They're going to just peek over the side.
What's going on? Quick pick off on Fenna. Counter comes out from Ethan, but it's going to be numbers, gang. And Tokyo Manji Gang comes up with an 8-kill victory and an impressive day, all considered.